Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Anglesey for day 2 of the Classic Sports Car Club here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. Whilst yesterday we had beautiful sunshine, slightly overcast today and with the chance of rain later on over the course of the afternoon. We'll keep our fingers crossed that all is going to be good for the whole day. So, Mark Werrell chatting to you now. I'm going to base myself for today up in the commentary box, but joining me in the commentary box for the start of the races, he'll be down in the pit lane when we get the pit windows, and also chatting to the race winners is Chris Buxton. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning, everybody circuit side and those catching up with us on the stream, either live or post-event. We welcome all and everybody to this event. The rain may be trying to dampen the spirits, but nothing will ever deter from the amazing racing we will have here today. What a great day we had yesterday, and we got even more of it today with the addition of the Magnificent Sevens joining us.
Yeah, they weren't out yesterday, but they've just qualified, and they'll be back out later on today for what will be a couple of races. So, yes, we say weather slightly changeable over the course of the day. We're on the 1.55 mile coastal circuit, and as the cars are about to head off on their formation lap, we'll very shortly bring you the grid. And this grid for today is based on the finishing results from yesterday's race that the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1 had. A 40-minute race for them today. It was a 30-minute race for them yesterday. So as they head off on their formation lap, we should be able to guide you through the grid and the way that they line up. And as we say, it is based on the finishing positions from yesterday will give us the grid for today. And the way that they line up is that on pole position is yesterday's race winner, Richard Perry, at the wheel of the red frog-eyed Sprite. Alongside will be Tim Cairns with the Turner. Row 2 of the grid is going to be the number 87 car, which is Ian and Abby Witt. We're awaiting starting drivers to be notified from us. They will be on their way, and alongside is number 34, which is the BMW 1600 Ti of Charles Tippett and Claire Norman. The third row of the grid is the Little Hillman Imp, Simon Benoy, and alongside him is Sam Polly at the wheel of the Mini Marcus. Row 4 of the grid is James Atkinson, and the number 14 Midget, which Robson Clare shares with Nick Avyard. And row 5 of the grid are the Crudgingtons with their Mini Gem, Peter and James Crudgington, with alongside it's the number 88 car of Simon Page. Row 6 of the grid is Kim Bradshaw in the Mini alongside Mike Stevenson at the wheel of the Lotus Cortina. Row 7 is going to be number 8, Mark Cloutman in his Sebring Sprite alongside the Elwells, Gordon and Helen with their Frog Eye. Row 8 of the grid is Gary Lyon with his Alfa Romeo GT2000 and Mark Lister with his Austin Healey Sprite, with row 9 being the Jervis pair of Henry and William with their MGB Roadster alongside John Hughes. The 10th row of the grid is Tony Hunting and Chris Winchester, who share the Mini Cooper alongside Steve Atkinson Sprite, with the 11th row of the grid being Nick Edmond in the beautiful Alfa Romeo Zagato Jr. alongside Paul Gregory's MGB Roadster. The 12th row of the grid is David Cornwallis in his 1600 Ti alongside the pairing of Vince Frost and Martin Bramwell with their Hillman Imp. And then the final couple of rows of the grid will be Phil Strader and Mike Henney with their 2-car team alongside Connor Kay. Charles Marriott with his Midget, who had problems yesterday, and the pairing of Justin Potter and Simon Stowe with their Sprite. So that is the order in which they will be. And as we say, we're awaiting confirmation of who are the starting drivers. In due course, they will find our way to us. So looking forward to this one. What we have got, Chris Buxton, who joins me in the commentary box, is 2 cars out there, 2 quick cars that have time penalties when the pit window opens. Pit window opens after 10 minutes of the race, remains open for 15 and closes for the final 15 minutes. But the winner from Snetterton, Sam Polly, will have to remain stationary in the pit lane for an extra 30 seconds at the wheel of the number 59 Mini Marcos. And yesterday's race winner, the red Austin Healey Sprite from Pole, will remain stationary, Richard Perry, also for an extra 30 seconds.
Yeah, they'll have a bit more time to make that gap back up because the race is 10 minutes longer. But it feels like an age. You know you want to be getting out there and getting on with it, but you've got that extra time penalty to make up. But as they proved yesterday, they are very, very quick drivers, really ready to get out there and get on with it. Track is a bit more slippery than it seems to be yesterday, so that's going to be an even bigger challenge for our drivers.
Yep, so they line up on the grid and will be ready to go very, very shortly. Just waiting for the last row of the grid to come into position. Green flag waves at the tail end of the field. The 5-second board is held aloft. So Richard Perry in the red car on pole position. Tim Cairns sitting alongside. Lights go out. It's a good start from Richard Perry. The Charles Tippett and Claire Norman BMW really slow away as they head up towards turn 1. It's going to be yesterday's race winner, Richard Perry, that will lead the pack through turn number 1. And then when they disappear out of turn 1, it'll be up towards the braking area for the banking. Tim Cairns in second place. Simon Benoit going wheel to wheel with the Wits. Abby and Ian with their red midget for what will be third and fourth position. But this huge field of what was scheduled to be 28 cars files its way out of the banking, down the short straight and up towards Church for the first time, with Richard Perry trying to get the breakaway, the Turner in second place, and Simon Benoit in the beautiful little imp sits there in third position, with Sam Poley coming through to fourth place, getting a really good run on the Wits midget. So the light green Marcos now up into fourth position at the wheel of the in the hands rather of the Snetterton winner.
Big move then for Simon Benoit on the inside of turn 7. He's claimed second position from Tim Cairns. A big, bold move. Second position, beg your pardon. He's claimed another position on the inside line coming up through turn 7. Now he's challenging Tim Cairns. Now on the inside line of turn 9. Very close, but nicely done. Gets that position. That mini gem is so fast. It's well, they're all pretty quick in their own way, but that car is an amazingly fast car. And considering how small the wheels are as well, he had to reduce the size of the wheels on that car to actually keep it within specification. I mean, they also almost look like trolley wheels on that car. It's incredible. Great
little things. Yeah, I've seen a couple of them racing at Classic Le Mans in the past as well. The car that was designed by Jem Marsh, of course, who was a former head of the Classic Sports Car Club. So out of the banking now, Simon Benoit just ran a little bit wide coming out of the banking. That was putting himself under pressure. Further down through the order, we've got the number 81 car, which is James Atkinson looking to attack. So Simon Benoit, yeah, slow out of the banking. Look at it, it's lifting the front wheel, the inside wheel on the Hillman Imp. Rear engine car is lifting. He is looking to try and re-attack Sam Poley, but for the moment the Marcos is still hanging on to the position. The Imp running out of puff a little bit in a straight line all the way down through the order. There are some great fights going on, including the number 14 car, which Rob Sinclair shares with Nick Aviard. That's under pressure from the white BMW, which is Claire Norman and Charles Tippett that sit behind. So some great fights all the way through the order, a bit like we saw yesterday, didn't we? Some great battles, whether you're at the front or at the back. There's always somebody to play with.
I'd imagine we'll have much more of the same. There is the Witt and Witt number 87. It was Abigail Witt that started that car yesterday, and that's had an absolutely storming start again, but is now very much under pressure as they come down through the corkscrew. A little bit further back, there's Tim Cairns in the Turner, now under attack from the 87 car. That's trying to work their way through. There you see Richard Perry still leading the way in the Frog Eye Sprite. Then it's the Mini Gem, then Hillman Imp. Again, what a wonderful eclectic mixes of cars, manufacturers, not all of which, of course, are still with us in today's day and age. But it's just magnificent to see these cars running in their natural habitat.
Yeah, it makes you realise we actually used to have a motor industry, didn't we, at one point in the UK? Yeah, and that seems a long time ago now. Up towards the brake area for the banking. This is John Hughes in his Sprite, coming under pressure from the number 62 that sits behind, which is Charles Marriott. Now, Charles retired from yesterday's race, so that midget with its yellow wheels is trying to carve its way up through the order. That's why he's got his lights on, just to let some of the slower cars know that he wants to try and push on. And Charles Marriott is slowly working his way through and up into positions. That's another place gain for Charles Marriott. Now he's at the front of that queue. He'll try and escape the grasp of those behind and pull away.
Yeah, and then you got Phil Stader in his midget, the two-card scene. Now, we saw trouble for Mike Henney's car. I didn't see it in the paddock when I was coming through this morning, so hopefully the Turner is still with us. The Turner got beached coming down through the corkscrew yesterday, so hopefully that car is back with us. Like I said, I didn't see it when I was coming through. There's the Potter and Stowe, number 45. Again, we don't know which driver has started in that particular car. But yeah, a great run for them coming down. Yeah, overtaking coming up through turn 9. That was a fairly common overtaking spot for the braver of the drivers in yesterday. Now, no, that was a bit close there for the Austin Heaney, and that's going to give the run to Phil Stader along the start-finish straight. The Frog Eye Sprite, wow, that nearly got introduced rather abruptly to the Austin Heaney.
Yeah, while you were looking at that squad, we had a change for the lead as well, because Sam Poley has now gone through and into the lead of this race and has already started to gap yesterday's race winner, Richard Perry. We've also got for fourth position Tim Cairns coming under attack by the look of things from the Witts, which is Abby and Ian Witt. So battles that we're looking at on the live stream. If you're watching, there are battles that are happening up at Rocket and Peel at the moment, which is where the race leading pack are, which are very close indeed as well. So we've got, about 5 minutes before the pit window opens. Remember, there are only 2 cars that have any additional time to spend in the pits, one of which is the new race leader, car number 59, Sam Polly, the other of which is the driver that has just lost the lead of the race, Richard Perry. All of those cars, those 2, have to stop for an extra 30 seconds come the pit stop window.
Almost 3 wide, coming through turn 8, very nicely done. Now being caught by the yellow MG right behind. There is Phil Stader, right in the middle of the shot, just defending that inside line, coming through turn 9. Then you've got the Potter and Stowe, Austin Healy right behind, looking to try and improve on position. Absolutely amazing stuff. And there is the yellow MG. So again, another name added to that particular list. I thought Phil Stader was actually lining up to come into the pits then, but it would have been too early had he had done so. And there's the Potter and Stowe, number 45, struggling. That's the lead battle then. So Sam Polly has gotten up into the lead, but has not broken away from the Frog Eye Sprite of Richard Perry. Not just yet, at least. But looks like he's going to have to work for it. And then the Hillman Imp of Simon Benoy doing a great job of staying right with those 2. As Mark was saying, those are our 2 cars with success penalties. It was Sam Polly from Snetterton and Richard Perry from yesterday. So they're dueling well at the beginning of the race. And, oh, is that a problem for Simon Benoy? The Hillman Imp is very, very slow coming through turn 7.
Yeah, he just seemed to slow as they went up towards Rocket, and I thought he maybe made a mistake there, but no, the next time that we saw the car, he got his hand out of the window, and I'm afraid that Simon Benoy, who finished 5th in yesterday's race, is potentially heading towards retirement. It hasn't really interrupted the lead battle, though, because Sam Polly is not getting away from Richard Perry, yesterday's race winner, so it's still the light green Mini Marcos under pressure from the red Frog-Eyed Sprite, nose to tail pretty much over the start-finish line. The blue Turner, which is Tim Cairns, sits there now in 3rd place. The Witt's little red MG midget, Abby and Ian Witt, sits there in 4th position, and 5th at the moment, going well as well, is the little orange midget of Rob Sinclair and Nick Avyard, who share that car. So still close for the front 5 positions in this race. And as we say, still awaiting our, I think, confirmation of starting drivers. They are now with us, so quick confirmation as to who the starting drivers are. Nick Avyard has started in the number 14 car, that's towards the front. Also towards the front, it's Abby Witt, who is at the wheel of the number 87 car. The number 34 car, Charles Tippett, started. That was slow off the line. The Crudgington's car number 21, it's Peter Crudgington that has started. The Elwell's number 33, it is going to be Gordon Elwell that starts. The number 86 car will be Henry Jervis. The number 2 car is going to be Charles Winchester. This is sort of in grid order that I'm giving this. Number 91 is going to be Vince Frost. And then the final couple of cars, number 40 we know is Phil Strader because it's a 2-car team. And the number 45 car, which started off the back of the grid, is going to be Justin Potter. And that should give you the starting drivers, Chris.
I'll furiously scribble those out for when I head down to the pit lane later on. Now the leaders catching up with the back markers. That's the trailing Hillman Imp. It's rather minding its own business out there, but doing well to stay out of trouble. Still lots of, oh, look at this, Sam Polly still fending off the advances of Richard Perry. We haven't seen that Frog Eye Sprite too often in the club, so it's a very welcome addition to the front end of the grid. But Tim Cairns has been a regular mainstay in the CSCC for a very long time. He's got a lot of work to do as he's fending off advances from the midget behind, who they themselves are fending off. That's Nick Avyard that is trying to improve on his position. That is a battle for that's the last podium position they're fighting for.
It will be, yeah, absolutely. The last podium space they're fighting for. Nick Avyard has got the run on Abby Witt, but he's not going to be able to go through as they head into the braking area for Rocket. Abby just locks the unloaded inside left wheel and then cuts across the nose of Nick Avyard's Sprite, so there's nothing that Nick could do there. He loses a bit of ground actually as they head round through Rocket. So Tim Cairns pushing hard at the wheel of the blue Turner, car number 18, to try and hang on to his position, but he's under pressure now from Abby Witt, who had a really good stint yesterday before she handed over to Father Ian Witt. There's traffic now just up the road as well, which is going to be David Cornwallis with the 1600 Ti, the Radio Caroline liveried car. So sweeping around the outside of it, the final corner goes Tim Cairns. Abby Witt does the same. Nick Avyard also squeezes his way through. And has Abbey Witt got a run on Tim Cairns here? Yeah, Tim Cairns is going to lose 2 places at turn number 1. Through goes Abbey Witt at the wheel of her car, and through goes Nick Avyard as well. So is that a problem for Tim Cairns? Is the turner slowing is the big question, because he lost a couple of places. He has gained 1 back on the run in towards the banking, so he's gone back past ahead of the number 14 Nick Avyard car, but the red midget of Abbey Witt is now up into 3rd place, and Tim Cairns is down into 4th, and that's good news for Abbey Witt, because remember, the 2 cars out front, the Sam Polly driven number 59 Mini Marcos and the number 66 Frog-Eyed Sprite, both have to remain stationary in the pit lane for an extra 30 seconds come the window, so it puts the car in 3rd place in a strong position at the moment. So it's not that far behind the leading pair, who are still busy squabbling away here. We might have another change of lead before too much longer, but it is still just Sam Polly who runs a little bit wide through Peel, and through up the inside goes Richard Perry. Sam Polly didn't exactly make friends with the apex there, it was a long way off it. The car sort of understeered out wide at the top part of the circuit. Richard Perry was poised and ready to pounce and needed no second opportunity, so he picks up the lead of the race. Now the pit window has now opened. Chris Buxton has made his way down into the pit lane to try and pick up on some of the driver changes, and no doubt have a chat to some of the cars as and when they come in. Nobody has as yet opted to dive for the pit lane, so everybody's still out there and pushing on. Apologies, there's no timing tower on the left of the screen. There's a few technical issues that are being worked on currently. There is the number 34 car. That was started by Charles Tippett. That was really slow off the line, that 1600 Ti, when the lights went out, and that car has dropped down through the order quite significantly. Finished in 4th place in yesterday's race, did the white Beamer. But for the lead of the race, Sam Polly, since losing the lead, has fallen away a shade from the red Frog-Eyed Sprite in the hands of Richard Perry, and is dropping ever more into the clutches of that number 87 midgets of Abbey Witt, who's doing a really good job again, I've got to say, sticking to the task in hand. Should be well aware that the 2 cars ahead have extra time penalties. Of course, the winner of this race would pick up a 30-second penalty for the next Swinging 60s race that we would have. And Swinging 60s are next scheduled to be out at Brands Hatch on the 4th and 5th of June. You pick up a 30-second penalty for a win in this series, and then you carry that 30-second penalty for the rest of the year. It doesn't just disappear, it stays with you for the whole of the 2022 season, and should you be fortunate enough to gain another win, then you pick up an extra 30 seconds. So Sam Polly into the pit lane at the wheel of his Mini Marcos, so that now puts Abbey Witt up into 2nd place. Tim Cairns is now in the blue turner back up into 3rd place. 4th place is Nick Avyard. So this is all going well for number 87 here. Still is yet to pit, but within sight of the race leader, which, say, Abbey will know is going to have to stop for an extra 30 seconds. Charles Tippett is also having a good little squabble with Simon Page that sits behind him. Simon Page started 10th, Charles Tippett started 4th, so those 2 have got themselves together. So 27 minutes of the race still to run. Sam Polly in the pit lane, and what you have to do in the pit stop is, if you're a single driver, you have to stop the car in the pit lane, take off your seat belts, you have to jump out of the car, both feet on the ground, close the door, open the door, get back in again, seat belts on, engine starts. Sam Polly's done all of that. The next thing he then needs to do is move forward from where he's pitted into the pit penalty box, and then serve an extra 30 seconds stationary before he can get going. Now, Sam did this yesterday, because his win he picked up at Snetterton, and then really struggled to get the car going again. Often on the grass somewhere as well, that's a mistake. Kim Bradshaw's had a bit of an off somewhere at the wheel of the number 171 midget. Eventually gets himself back onto the tarmac and will carry on his merry way. Whilst now into the pit lane, I think we've had the race leader. So Richard Perry is in as Sam Polly leaves the pit lane. The errant car of Kim Bradshaw is now back on track again and has finished its rally crossing exploits. You can see the pit lane is filling up, and there is Richard Perry down in the pit lane, just in the process of conducting the first part of his stop. So driver's out and just being strapped in again. The engine will start and he'll move the car forward, literally a matter of feet, into what will be the penalty box. So he moves it forward, stops, and then he'll have to wait there for the 30 seconds to count down, and then he'll be allowed back into the race. Now, where is he going to feed back out relative to Sam Polly? The 2 of them should be pretty much together again, but of course, because they've had to stop for an extra period of time, that will drop them off the podium spots, and they're going to have to drive the wheels off the thing ever more for part 2 of the race. So Abby Witt leads currently, the number 87 car. Tim Cairns in the number 18 car should be up into second place because the car that was in second has now pitted. And it should promote Nick Avyard in the number 14 Sprite up into third ultimately, but all of those cars still as yet to pit as Richard Perry makes his way back out onto track. As for our class leaders, we'll pick up on the class leaders once we've cycled through all of the pit stops, because it's a multi-class series. Cars up to 1 litre sit in Class A, those between 1 litre and 1.4 in Class B. Cars between 1 litre and 1.4 of their mini or mini derivatives form Class C. 1400 to 1600 cc is Class D. 16 to 2 litre, as long as it's a 4-cylinder engine, sit in Class E. And if you're running a car that has the Dunlop historic tyres, which are the cross-ply tyres, then you run in Class F if the car is running to sort of those historic tyre regulations, and that's usually where we see FIA Appendix K cars come into. So 24 minutes of the race still to go, which means we've still got, what, 9 minutes of the pit window remaining open. We've not had that many takers into the pit lane really as yet. We've had, what, half a dozen cars come into the pit lane, that's all. King Bradshaw, after the rally crossing moment at the wheel of the number 171 Midget, is just turning around through the final corner and over the start-finish line with a dark green Midget with the white roof to it, trying to hunt down Gary Lyons' Alpha that lies ahead. Gary is a lap adrift though of Kim Bradshaw in the Alpha. The cars that pitted, i.e. Richard Perry and Sam Polly, are down in 20th position there or thereabouts at the moment, and Sam Polly are very, very smoky, I'm afraid. Now that looks as though there are problems for the Mini Marcos. It had already been into the pits and served its pit penalty, but there's a raft of smoke coming from the tail end of the Marcos, which does not look very good, and there are oil flags out on track as well, so clearly something has gone wrong with the Mini Marcos. The Snetterton winner is not going to pick up a win here. Finished 6th in yesterday's race, but it looks as though the day is done, I'm afraid, for the Mini Marcos. The bonnet is coming off in the pit lane, and as and when Sam jumps out of it, we might, fingers crossed, be able to grab a word with him, because I know Chris Buxton is down there in the pit lane. We've also had an off now. Now that is Mike Stevenson at the wheel of the Lotus Cortina that had an off. That was down through the bottom section of the circuit. He had an off on what I think was the oil coming down through the corkscrew. So that's probably Sam Polly that caught out, and yeah, with the bonnet off that car. Yeah, we've got another one. Gary Lyons had a spin as well in the same spot down through the corkscrew. They've got waved yellow flags there, and there were oil flags as well, but a couple of the drivers getting caught out, including Abby Witt, who in the lead of the race almost went off onto the grass as well. So it's a tricky part of the circuit anyway, is the corkscrew, but with oil down there, it sort of adds extra spice to the mix. Now the fastest lap of the race we've had so far, according to our timing screens, has been Connor Kay off the very back of the grid. Connor had a retirement yesterday, so started down in 25th position. Gearbox changed for that car. It is a 1 minute 21.509 for Connor Kay, being the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 21.5. That compares to the 1 minute 21.4 that Richard Perry, yesterday's race winner, posted as the fastest lap of the race. So it's not a slow lap at all from young Connor Kay. So pit lane's filling up with a few more cars. Tim Cairns is in from what was 3rd position at the wheel of number 18 Sprite, so he has dived for the pit lane. So that car that's 3rd will drop its way down through the order. Abigail Witt still leading the race at the wheel of number 87 Midget by a reasonably comfortable 7.5 seconds now from Nick Avyard. Also still as yet to pit is number 34, which is Charles Tippett, who is leading his class at the moment, that being Class E. So that BMW 1600 Ti will look to try and push as hard as he can and try and maintain the class leading position. Down through the corkscrew they'll go. And it really does look, yeah, you can see the oil down there on the corkscrew, and that has caught out Abby Witt. This time she has been caught out. She was almost caught out the lap before, and the number 87 car has had a rotation there, so is that going to mean that she's lost the lead of the race? It looks as though she may well have, actually, with that. So through and over the start-finish line she comes. Yeah, dropped down into 3rd position. But that has got a couple of cars that have just pitted, had taken the place away from her, so she will still be leading at the end of this particular lap, and we can hand downstairs for the first time today to Chris Buxton, who is down there with the driver.
Down here in the pit lane, I have got one of the pilots of the number 2 Mini. It is Chris Winchester here. Warm enough for you, Chris?
Very warm, very, very warm, and certainly is that's my 2nd race. Yesterday was my 1st, so I think I'm probably sweating more than most people would do anyway. But great fun. It really felt I was able to mix it up a bit in that one. Last race, I was just trying to keep out of trouble. Very conscious that Tony Hunting has let me share the drive with him whilst my car's being repaired. So just wanted to get it back to him in one piece.
Amazing stuff. Now the Mini, of course, is so synonymous with classic car racing. It's got to be so much fun to chuck around a really twisty circuit like this.
You don't realise how much grip you've got until you really overcook it. Going up the top, going into the top a couple of times, I just overdid it, and it was just so forgiving. Coming back down through the corkscrew again, I bunny hopped a bit and leapt about a bit, but when she landed, she gripped. Thank goodness.
Excellent stuff. So will we see you later in the year in the Mini or in your own car?
Hope to be back at Castle Combe with John Wolf's old GT6. Just having the engine done now, and yeah, very optimistic for Castle Combe.
Fabulous stuff. Thank you very much, Chris Winchester, for joining us. Several cars have retired, one of which is the Sam Polly Mini Gem has had trouble being pushed away now. That's dropped a fair amount of fluid in the pit lane. Charles Marriott has retired his car as well. The attrition rate continues to rise, but the racing is no less intense. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, we've also had a stop out on circuit, Vince Frost and Martin Bramwell's car. Now, I think that little Hillman Imp had just conducted its mandatory pit stop, so I think that was probably going to be in the hands of Martin Bramwell when it retired, so that's a shame for them. And they're still getting cars getting caught out on the oil as well, which deposited by the Mini Marcos. The Alfa Romeo Zagato Junior of Nick Edmond this time is the car that got caught out coming down through the corkscrew. It really must be a very, very tricky part of the track at the moment, because it's not as though we've just seen 1 or 2 or 3 cars caught out. We've seen 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 cars caught out. You can see the line of the oil, not so much from the television screens, but if I sort of gaze out of the window, you can see it's bang on the racing line is where all of the oil has been deposited. So that is why so many drivers are getting caught out there. It's the oil and the fact it's at the adverse camber section of the corkscrew as well. So the car is leaning on the left-hand side. If you just touch that oil, it's very quickly going to snap the car around on you. So up towards Rocket, we've just seen a bit of an overtake there. That's the number 81 car gaining a place. That's James Atkinson, who dived through and ahead of Ian Witt. Now, James Atkinson has pitted at the moment at the wheel of the number 81 car. We've also got the Zagato now retiring as well, directly opposite our commentary box. There is Nick Edmond. He's come out of Church Corner, and something has happened with the Zagato Junior. So, very rare car, one of only 4 racing variants of that car in the world, as far as we're aware. Certainly the only one that's racing in the UK as well. So he is out of the race. The car that leads at the moment is car number 14. So it is number 14 car of Rob Sinclair that leads the way currently, but not by a huge amount. Charles Tippett's BMW, which is now in the hands of Claire Norman, is there in 2nd place, and the 2 of those are nose to tail coming up towards Church Corner. We might have a change for the lead soon. Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, just at the foreground of the shot that you can see on the stream, through has gone the BMW, and that will be for the lead of the race. And now it is going to be the quicker cars that have stopped for longer beginning to try and catch them as well. So we're going to have a great little fight going on just behind what is the lead battle, and it is going to be Ian Witt that is under pressure from Tim Cairns, and right with Tim Cairns is the little yellow car that sits behind, which is going to be James Atkinson. So that is all going to be for position. That is going to be for what will be 3rd, 4th and 5th position. I said Ian Witt. No, it's actually the Frog-Eyed Sprite, isn't it? So therefore that will be Richard Perry, actually. So it's going to be the BMW that will lead. Number 14 Sprite there in 2nd position. And then the squabble that we get between the Turner, the Austin Healey Frog-Eyed Sprite and James Atkinson's Midget, which are all just working their way down through the oil and the slippery section of the circuit, down through the corkscrew at the moment. Tim Cairns doing a good job. They're all taking that different line, not touching the apex at all, staying off the oil as they come down through the corkscrew and over the start-finish line with just 15 minutes remaining. There is one car that hasn't pitted yet. The pit window is about to close. Simon Page, number 88, Austin Healey Sebring Sprite, is not showing as having pitted currently, so he needs to come into the pit lane, otherwise he'll run out of time, and in fact I think has now run out of time because the pit window has closed, and based on the information that we've got, we haven't seen that car come into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say. Now, one car that has come into the pit lane is the Alpha. We'd seen that retire out on track on the exit of Church, but it has come back into the pit lane, and whilst that is in the pit lane, let's go back downstairs to the pit lane where Chris Buxton has managed to catch up with somebody else.
Joining me in the paddock this time is Abby Witt, pilot of one of the 87 car. Starting on pole yesterday, third today. You're having a great old scrap up front. The car seems to be doing really well.
Yeah, it's doing fantastic. We did have a bit of an incident at Cadwell last weekend, and we thought we weren't going to be able to race, and really pleased with the way the car's going. Other than oil or something dumped on the track at the corkscrew, and I've just had a bit of a spin before I came in for my pit stop. But no, it's driving fantastically, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
Excellent stuff. So, I mean, when your dad jumps in there, is there a difference in driving style between you? Obviously, age and experience is one thing, but is your right foot a bit heavier? Do you kind of try and pit each other against one another?
I have to say my dad's a fantastic driver, and obviously I've only learnt from him. Weight difference, maybe I'm a little bit quicker sometimes, but his experience, I mean, he's been racing for over 20 years, so his experience. So we do have a bit of competition when it comes to the lap times, so I just hope that I beat him again like yesterday.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Abby Witt, for joining us. We also have one of the drivers from the shared car of Nick Aviard. Great to see you. How's the car behaving itself?
Well, to say that the last 2 visits here we didn't make it out of practice and didn't make it past the first stop. We're really happy, to be honest, that we've managed to screw the thing back together, make a few mods. We've clearly taken a step with the car, and we're still running. We're in race 2. That was the target for the weekend. So to come in and pit in second was fantastic. But I have to say, it's a whole different world running around with the experienced guys in the top 6 here, because you've really got to think before you can put a pass on them. It's very, very close racing. Top 10 covered by a second.
Amazing stuff. It's a very tight and twisty circuit here in Anglesey, and you and Rob, we've seen numerous times throughout the year. Do you approach this circuit differently to anywhere else?
I've had 20 years hill climbing before I even went racing, so my favourite track in the whole world is Cadwell Park. So this isn't as tight and twisty as that. For me, the tight and twistier the better.
Excellent stuff. Best of luck with the rest of the race, Nick Aviard. We've seen a few more casualties here. The 134 car is still being looked at, which is a great shame, but the racing continues apace. Back up to Mark Werrell in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, it looks as though we've had a big off up at the final corner, top part of the circuit, and it looks as though it is, I'm afraid, a very smoky Mini that is coming into the pit lane. That will be Tony Hunting with lots of smoke billowing from the tail end of the Mini. That was up at Rocket where he had the off, I believe, and he's continuing around the circuit. No, that was at turn 1, I think he had the off. He's continuing around the circuit. And it's not done that Mini a great deal of good. Smoke coming from the tail end of it. Let's hope that doesn't deposit oil on the track, because we've already got a fair chunk of oil as a result of Sam Polly's unfortunate retirement. Let's guide you through the order as well, because whilst we were chatting down there, in fact Gary Lyons had an off as well at turn number 1. So yeah, we now have oil, and I can see it again on the tarmac. Bang on the racing line at turn number 1, and off comes Kim Bradshaw coming out the final corner, avoids clobbering into the pit wall again. That was probably as a result of either some oil or maybe just overcooking it coming out. So there's oil in several places around the track, which is going to make it very, very tricky for the final 10 minutes. But thankfully for Kim Bradshaw, what looked like an incident where he was going to skitter across from the right-hand side of the circuit and into the pit wall, he has spun the car. He's facing the wrong way in the middle of the track and just need to wait for the gap in the traffic. But yeah, it's very tricky out there. And again, off at turn number 1, the car that was in third position, I should say. So that is Rob Sinclair that's got caught out at turn number 1 as well on that oil that's been deposited by Tony Hunting's car, which is going to limp its way back in towards retirement, still smoking as he enters pit lane. So let's run you down through the order at the moment. Leading the race is car number 66, which is yesterday's race winner, Richard Perry, even though he had to stop for 30 seconds longer than everybody else that's still out there and circulating. Second is number 34, which is Claire Norman in the BMW. And third is Rob Sinclair, who just had that off at turn number 1 in the number 14 Sprite. Tim Cairns was fourth at the beginning of the lap at the wheel of number 18 Turner. Fifth was James Atkinson at the wheel of his yellow midget, who's just heading up towards Rocket now, completing the top 6 from what was way down as a result of retirement yesterday. Is the number 173 car of Connor Kay. So that's the order of the top 6. And as for class leaders, race leader Richard Perry leads his class. Claire Norman in second place leads her class. So Richard Perry leads Class B, Claire Norman leads Class E. Down to 8th position, that's the Class C leader, which is the number 21 car of the Crudgingtons. That'll be James Crudgington that is behind the wheel. And I think that largely gives you the class leaders at this stage. Class E being led by the car in 11th place, I ought to say, which is going to be another one of the shared driver cars. So lots of oil out there, Chris Buxton. Makes it very interesting for the final 9 minutes.
I'm a bit worried because drivers of 2 of the cars I've spoken to are in trouble. The Mini has come in, and Nick Aviard and Rob Sinclair's car's in trouble. I'm a bit cursed today.
Nobody will want to speak to you, will
no.
they, for the rest of the day now?
They'll never allow me in again. Yeah, Sam Polly's car's come in twice, and on the second occasion it just dumped whatever fluids it still had left in the pit lane, sadly. So a great shame for the end of their race, but still plenty of action going on, which is always great to see. I haven't commentated against everybody just yet.
So with Richard Perry leading the way, we are looking at the squabble that's going on at the moment. It'll be for what I think 4th and 5th place. Now that is Connor Kay, who's got a really good run on James Atkinson, and if he goes through, I think that's another change of position there. Yeah, Connor Kay is almost through. Is he there side by side up towards Rocket, but Connor Kay will have the corner open up as they head round through the second part of Rocket. Rocket in and Rocket out. He's also got the inside line for Peel, so the largely red and white and blue midget fighting away with the all-yellow number 81 car. They're still side by side round through Rocket. Who's going to have the upper hand as they head down into the twists and the turns and the oil down through Cascades? It's James Atkinson that gets a bit sideways. Almost got caught out on the oil there. Lots of arms whirling to gather it up, which means that Connor Kay is still going to be side by side with him as they head out of turn number, the final corner. Over the start finish line now go. James Atkinson has finally picked up the place. That is 4th position he is now up into. Connor Kay, despite all of his best efforts, remains there in 5th.
And started 26th. So,
and has got the fastest lap as well.
Oh, well, absolutely storming effort. Started 11th yesterday, did the red, white and blue midget. They're now tripping over the 86 car, which is the Jervis and Jervis car. And they're staying very much out of the way. But what a fantastic set of racing we were going. Yes, speaking to Abby Witt, she was mentioning how slippery he was getting with oil in the corkscrew, which of course is one of the most difficult parts of the circuit. So yeah, the circuit didn't need any more challenges added to it.
I have only just picked up as well. You know, we got the 2-car team, but Mike Kenny had issues yesterday with the Turner. I've only just spotted that Phil Strader's midget is still out there, so that's become a 1-car team for today. Obviously, they couldn't fix the car, so they're both sharing the car today.
Yeah, clearly it wasn't just a grounding issue. I mean, we saw the Turner beached coming out of the corkscrew yesterday, so it would seem there was greater issues.
Axle issue or half shaft or something.
Yes,
maybe.
Something you can't just beat with a hammer and put back together with gaffer tape. And still, Atkinson and Kay are having an argument coming down through the latter half of the lap. There's not a huge amount of performance difference between these 2 cars, so I dare say these 2 are going to be at it until the flag falls.
Yeah, it's a great little squabble, isn't it? Yeah, the red number 81 car of James Atkinson just ahead of Connor Kay. They've got closing in on them as well Ian Witt at the wheel of the red midget. He's got his lights ablaze in the background. Now he's looking to try and gain place over the 2 cars ahead as well, but it's still Atkinson in 4th, Connor Kay in 5th place, the ever-present and ever-closing danger of Ian Witt, who is there just ahead of them, and another very smoky car, and that is the Clogite Spite of the Elwells. That's Helen Elwell, isn't it? It's got a problem and is going to spin on its own oil.
That's Mark Cloutman.
Mark Cloutman, right, yeah. That's spin on its own oil up at Church. And that car is in the middle of the circuit, possibly with a dead engine.
Yeah, yes, that could well cause an early end to the race, or certainly an intervention, possibly by a safety car. That's a very, very dangerous position. And again, Lord knows what fluids have been dropped. New car for Mark Glamour. We usually see him out in his lilac-y pink Austin A40. So
that had a very large accident at Thruxton, didn't it? So that car is in the process of significant rebuild. And checkered's coming out early, so the checkered flag is coming out 5 minutes early. Not unsurprising, because what choice do we have? You would have to go safety car to get that car out of harm's way. There's oil all the way through the corkscrew. There's oil at turn 1. There'll now be oil at Church as well, so there's a lot of clearing up for our marshals to do. So I think the officials making the correct decision there, as is always the case really, to throw the checkered flag early. It prevents any more incidents with the oil around the track, and also prevents the marshals having to go out and try and push that car out of harm's way. So we didn't quite get to the full duration, but it does look as though checkered flag is now being shown early. We're still awaiting actually the race winner to come over the start-finish line to receive the checkered flag, because it was just shown very quickly to everybody. So it will be Richard Perry who will claim the win in the swinging 60s, and it should be the BMW of Claire Norman and Charles Tippett in second place, with Tim Cairns in third. So that should be the order. We'll get all of that confirmed in a moment. We'll bring a graphic up for those of you that are watching the stream that will confirm all of that. And if you are watching on the stream, or maybe you're here at the circuit and you're enjoying the footage, why not subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, who are providing our images from today. We want to try and hit 26,000 followers on YouTube if we can from the course of the day, which means we only need 99 more today. So we're on 25,901 followers on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe. If you are here at the circuit, or maybe haven't subscribed, just click the subscribe button for us, and then you can watch all the other services that Alpha Live provide, literally weekend in and out. So yeah, just if YouTube, click subscribe and you can follow Alpha Live from there. We'll try and get to 26,000 by the end of the day. So we should be able to confirm our results for you for our Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1. They had a race yesterday. Victory was secured by the number 66 car of Richard Perry, and he wins again today from Claire Norman and Charles Tippett in second place, with Rob Sinclair and Nick Everyard in third place. Tim Cairns was fourth, ahead of James Atkinson in fifth, who had a great battle with Connor Cow at the back of the grid, who came through to finish in sixth place. Ian and Abby Witt were there in seventh place, ahead of a class win for Peter and James Crutchington, who were eighth. Simon Page in ninth place, and Mark Cloutman was 10th, just before the checkered flag came out early. His was the car that caused the problems. Kim Bradshaw was there in 11th place. The pairing of the Jervises finished in 12th place, and it was the Smoky Mini of Tony Hunting and Chris Winchester that were there in 13th place. Mark Lister was 14th, ahead of Potter and Stowe in 15th. Gordon and Helen Elwell in 16th place. 17th for Conor 152, Mike Stevenson, and then it was the Phil Strader and Mike Henny car that finished in 18th, ahead of Gary Lyon, and completing the top 20 was car number 95 that finished in 20th position. Problems for all the rest of the cars further down through the order. Steve Atkinson was there in 21st, David Cornwellis in 22nd. You can see the rest of the finishers and the non-finishers from there as a result of what happened in the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1, our first race of the day here at Anglesey. So as the cars make their way back round into the assembly area, we'll be hearing hopefully from our top three drivers, who will be getting ready to chat to Chris Buxton, who is down there. And once we've got this race out of the way, we'll be straight on with our next race very shortly, which will be coming up, which will be for the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup, which had a fantastic race yesterday, not just for the overall lead, but also for the Puma Cup. And we can hand you down to Chris Buxton, who is ready to chat to the top three drivers.
Winner from Prol, and even with a 30-second penalty, it's the number 66. You can see our podium three are all congratulating one another on a very, very hard-fought race. And our social media man is grabbing a picture of the podium three in the correct order as well. I mean, the minor details absolutely count. If we could have a chat with Richard first. My goodness me. It's been a...
That was hard work.
I was going to say, that was quite a challenge for you.
Oh, yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, no, with I don't know what happened to Sam, but, I mean, the first few laps, absolutely unbelievable. So close. It was amazing. And then, excuse me, and then we got a few oil. I don't know whether it was oil or fuel or something like that. So that made it, that was a bit tricky, that was. But, no, it was great. And no rain as well.
We did wonder if the rain was going to visit, but the track doesn't need any more challenges, I'd have thought.
No, it's amazing. It's a long way to come. I mean, it took us to get up here 8 hours, So traffic and jams and stuff, but no, we're staying on the way back, so we're going to have hopefully a nice day today. So, but yeah, brilliant. Really enjoyed it.
Well deserved win. Thank you very much, Richard Perry. We look forward to seeing you later in the season with. Oh, what a great machine that has proven to be. In second place, it's the Tippett Norman number 34. If we could, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Claire, with your chat there. So, Claire Norman, what? Timer going up. So, starting in third yesterday, third again, and second this time around.
Yeah, no, very exciting. My dad should be here somewhere. He started the race today, and yeah, it's been fabulous. Don't know what to say really. Very excited. Yeah.
Again, what a mixture we've got. We've got Austin, we've got BMW, we've got Turner. How well does this car suit this particular circuit? I mean, you've been strong all weekend.
It's great along the back straight. Good along the straights. It's a bit fiddly and heavy through the corners, but it handles really well actually. It's very manageable. So it was good. Just finding a way past the MGs.
And will we see you later in the year?
Yes. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Definitely.
We very much look forward to that. Thank you very much, Claire Norman and Charles Tippett, wherever you may be. A great second position in the 34 and a very familiar name and face here. Well, the turn is the new proud again, Mr. Cairns.
Yeah, well, it's sort of, yeah, it was very slippery out there. And there was oil on several corners, but everybody that drove through the oil took it to the next corner. And it was very slippery all the way around, so quite tricky. And I think we were about the only 3 people that didn't spin, actually. And it sort of, well, came to fruition in the end. So, yeah.
That was such a great weekend.
Nobody's damaged their cars. I think most of them just spun onto the grass and stuff, because I don't like to see damaged cars.
No, indeed. Went for an explorer of the beautiful Welsh countryside.
Well, yeah, I suppose it's very beautiful, I have to say that, but better seen from the track, I think, probably. But yeah, yes, tin tops, I don't mind seeing bashed up cars so much. Obviously not really, but these old cars, you don't like to see contact really. So no, it was a good race, fun. Car's not fast. Oh, sorry, the driver's not fast enough. So we'll try and do something about that next time.
You are far too modest, Mr. Kent. It's always a pleasure to see you, and we wish you the best of luck for the remainder of the year. That's it for this particular category. Oh, we certainly shall, sir. Back up to Mark and the commentary box for the next group, which are now in the holding area. It's the Turbo Tin Tops and the Puma Cup.
So yeah, we'll shortly see the CSCC Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, including the Puma Cup, heading onto the grid. As with all bar the Magnificent Sevens, the grid for this one is based on the finishing results of yesterday's race, and the winner of yesterday's race will also be picking up that 30-second penalty come the pit window again for this one. So the cars will be heading out onto track shortly. There's a big chunk of clearing up. As I mentioned, we've got oil at several points around the circuit, so our marshals doing a fantastic job already, working hard to try and treat all of the oil with the dry powder that they'll put down onto the circuit, and then try and brush it in to remove any residual powder that's there. There'll still be a bit of a dust cloud as the cars start to circulate, but you can see that we've got some oil at turn number 1, right on the racing line as well, which is less than ideal. We've got oil on the run up towards turn number 3, which is Church Corner. So as the cars come out of the banking, there's nothing there, but it's as you head into Church, and then and again, that looks as though it's sort of in the centre of the circuit, not fully on the racing line. The top part of the circuit, I think, up at Rocket, doesn't look too bad. In fact, no, we have got, again, oil being treated up there by the look of the marshals. And then down through the latter sections of the Corkscrew, bang on the racing line, we've got oil there as well. So, and even in towards pit lane entry, which was where Sam Polly, as soon as he could, brought the Mini Marcos. So there's going to be a slight delay whilst we get all of this oil treated. And with our fantastic marshals doing all of the hard work, they will deal with that as quickly as they possibly can. As we mentioned yesterday, all of our marshals are unpaid volunteers and give their time freely for the love of motorsport. If you want to join our marshalling ranks, it doesn't matter whether it's here at Anglesey, it doesn't matter whether it's any classic sports car club meeting, any circuit, any organising club would be delighted to have you And the best way to do it, whether you're either here watching or you're watching the stream from home, is simply log on to marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk, the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, for which many of the marshals out on track will be members. And you sign up to a taster day. If you weren't listening yesterday, the way it works is have a look. Most circuits will have numerous taster days over the season. You pick a circuit that's close to you, pick a weekend that's convenient for you, or a single day, doesn't have to be the whole weekend, and you sign up to the taster day. And what will happen is that you'll get through the post, or electronically nowadays, a ticket will be sent to you. You will be greeted by an experienced marshal when you arrive at the track. You won't be the only one on a taster day. Usually there's at least half a dozen or maybe a dozen on some of the busier days. And in the morning, that experienced marshal will act as your mentor for the day, will bring you round through all of the different areas where you can get involved in volunteering in the morning. So you'll go to race control to understand what happens there. You'll perhaps head and have a look at the back of one of the rescue units, which are registered ambulances and carry all of the cutting and extraction equipment, which thankfully we very seldom need, but in the case of a large incident and the driver, we need to extract carefully, then you can see the equipment that's in there. Sometimes they come up into the commentary box, go and understand what happens in timing. The assembly area, which is where the cars are gathered before they head out onto track. Scrutineering is the technical process and safety process that all the cars are checked before they even head out onto the circuit. You've then got the individual marshals posts. Of course, we've got our start line marshals, our pit lane marshals, our parc fermé marshals, where the cars go after the race. All of those different areas where you can get involved. You get a guided tour in the morning. In the afternoon, you then head out onto a marshal's post with an experienced team around you to understand and see what it's like to actually stand on one of the marshal's posts. And by the time you've done all of that, it's probably given you a good idea as to whether you like the idea of marshalling or not. The good thing is you can do as many or as few days as you want throughout the course of the year, and it's a great way of getting close to the racing without the expense of competing. So yeah, marshals.co.uk, the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club. Sign up to a taster day. Why not? What have you got to lose if you like motorsport, Chris?
Absolutely, and like you say, there's few better ways of experiencing up close and personal motor racing than being part of the amazing Orange Army.
Have you ever done it?
I haven't done it,
Yeah, you should.
I
You
must.
should, yeah.
I must. I'm certainly getting my step count in today, so I'll be in much better shape to actually do it.
The great thing is, as a racing driver, you can get a signature on your licence as well. So, if you want to add a signature to your licence, then by going out there and conducting a day's marshalling as a driver, I think it's really, really vital for drivers to do it. It's not compulsory. I personally think it should be, because I think as a driver you probably then have even more respect for the marshals, because it's not an easy job. Flag marshal, so difficult to get the timing of the flag right, whether it blue flag or not. It's not easy. So yeah, you should do it as well. We'll get you signed up. You volunteered now.
Yeah, that's it. And I can't say that there's now evidence saying that I've done it. But that's the thing, and it's so crucial to get right. So flag marshalling particularly is a very
it's an art.
It is an art.
Yeah.
So people think, oh, you just stick a flag up. But if you get it wrong, you could really dictate. You could completely change the feel of a race, affect a championship, or even worse, you could then create an incident that might spark an accident in itself. You get the wrong flag in the wrong place.
And of course, there's 6, 7 different coloured flags. I'd have to add them all up off the top of my head. 6, 7 different coloured flags. You can only have one in your hand at any one point. So if you've got the yellow flag in your hand and you see back markers getting caught by leaders, you've got to quickly pick up the right one and get it waved, and vice versa. If you've got the blue one in your hand and the car spins, you've got to swap what you've got. It's a fantastic art, and if you get it right, it's so good flagging. Yeah, really enjoyed my days of being a flag marshal. A busy grid again we've got out there. We mentioned it's Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, Chris. So this series, again, if you're not familiar with it, the class structure is based on engine capacity in reality. So the larger engine cars, those between 1900 and above, sit in Class A. 1750 to 1900 in Class B. Class C is for 1500 to 1900 cc cars, but supercharged only. 1500 to 1750 in Class D, and so on you go from there. The RX-8 trophy cars have their own separate class. We've also got the Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup in there as well, which had a great race yesterday. We picked up on some of what was going on in a Puma Cup. 4 cars absolutely together, weren't they, for the lead of the Puma Cup? 4 of the 6 Pumas were all involved in that battle for lap after lap after lap. Now, it might seem obvious, yes, they're a single-spec car. You can't change a great deal in it. They're a very cost-effective way of going motor racing because they are fairly close to road spec. I mean, of course, they have the mandatory
safety equipment in them, the roll case, the fire extinguisher, communication equipment, etc. But they still have the dashboard in there. They still have a radio in there. I mean, you probably find one with air conditioning, and in conditions like this, that may not be too bad an idea, because in those cars it gets really, really hot.
Let's guide you through the grid then. Phil Briggs starts from pole position but has a 30-second penalty as a result of yesterday's win, and alongside him is John Hammersley, who won at Thruxton, so he's also got 30 seconds. Row 2 of the grid sees Stephen Berry line up alongside Adam Chamberlain, who will start the number 87 car, and row 3 of the grid is Andy Bailey's Ford Fiesta, and for company he's got the number 14 Mini in the hands of Lee Campbell. As we move on to row number 4, it's Sean Woodard who sits there in his Mini alongside David Marsden, and then row 5 of the grid is going to be Andrew Marsden, who has got for company the Volkswagen of David Cox. The next row of the grid is row number 6. Car number 333 will be started by Simon Smale, and for company it's 623, which is Aaron Clark. As we move on to row number 7, car number 999 will be started by Aidan Francis, and for company he's got number 26, which is Kevin Fulbrook, with row 8 being Paul Clothier, who will start alongside the number 6 car of Richard Marsden, and row 9 sees Jack Hordley line up alongside the number 22 car in the hands of Stuart Eardley. Row 10 of the grid is John Glover, who is the first of the Pumas that we've got in the field. Mark Kirby sits alongside, with row 11 being James Clare and car number 152, which will be started by Neil Jackson. The next row of the grid is 101. Gareth Cotgrove will start at the wheel of that Puma, and for company it's Mark Jackson, who was a retiree in yesterday's race, and we might have at the back of the grid car number 98, which will be Robin Danzy, another one of our retirees from yesterday. But as I look towards the back of the grid, Robin Danzy I cannot see there. It looks as though we've got one of the 2 retirees from yesterday, but we don't have the Mini.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just Pumas at the tail end of the field. There's quite a lot of the cement dust out there, isn't there? Several drivers were commenting on how slippery it is, and with the attrition rate that we've seen here in Anglesey, there's more challenges for our drivers to have to deal with than they probably would like.
Yeah, I think best bet is on the formation lap. Just dip your wheels onto that surface that's been treated by the cement dust or the dry powder. It's not necessarily cement, it's usually something else, but yeah, the absorbents, and you'll see just how much grip there is on the formation lap, which gives you an idea. Not quite sure what's happened on one of the rows of the grid, because we've got 3 cars on one row of the grid. Lee Campbell's decided he's now going to line up on the correct row of the grid, which is alongside Andy Bailey. So he's still a little bit off his grid mark, isn't he? He could pull forward another 6 feet from there at the wheel of that Mini.
I suspect he's stalling, not as in he's trying to buy time. I suspect the Mini is stalled, which is why it suddenly ended up on the wrong row. Or maybe you just fancy starting somewhere different.
Yeah, it's not a staggered start. 5-second board is being held aloft, so we're about to get things underway. 40-minute race again. Remember, the pit window opens after 10 minutes, remains open for 15, closes for the final 15. Lights go out, and it's a slow start from John Hammersley. It's a fantastic start from Adam Chamberlain at the wheel of the Vauxhall Astra VXR, but eventually Phil Briggs gets the Seat firing on all 4 cylinders and is just able to hang on to the lead of the race as they head round through turn 1 for the first time. It is Phil Briggs that leads. It is Adam Chamberlain who was in second place, but sneaking up the inside goes Stephen Berry and just manages to squeeze the Mini up the inside. Brave stuff from him, and he has now taken up second place as all the rest of the field work their way over that cement dust and round through Church for the first time. It's Phil Briggs that leads the way. Remember, he's got an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pit lane, but Stephen Berry, what a great start. What a brave move from him as they went up towards the banking for the first time.
Absolutely, he had a really good run out of Church as well, and he's looking to get side by side coming up towards turn 7. They've gone out of my sight, so I can't quite see if he's actually claimed the position, but slightly further back. Oh, that's trouble for one of the Minis. Oh no, that's then collected the Fiat, that's then pushed it into Dave Cox's Golf. He was involved in a couple of incidents yesterday in the 150 car, but he has managed to survive that one as the field now starts to work their way down through the corkscrew. We're seeing those little bars. I'm still stunned that they did so well. You think David Marsden started 8th this time around, but then you had one of them starting on the 3rd row, I think it was, as the field now come past us in the commentary position. Oh, and we've got one in the pits already. Kevin Fulbrook. He had trouble yesterday. He's tried to start the car, but alas.
Makes me wonder, was it the contact up there? Because was it Kevin Fulbrook that got into the side of Andrew Marsden, who then got into the side of David Cox, and maybe all 3 of them coming together? Maybe he was the one that picked up a puncture or some damage. Race continues in the meantime with Phil Briggs pulling away already at the end of just the first lap. He'd picked up a 1-second advantage over Stephen Berry's Mini that is there in second place, but just ran a little bit wide coming out of Church, and I think he might lose out here. The Volkswagen Scirocco of John Hammersley, almost contact there as they went through the little kink. They're now heading uphill and towards the braking area for Rocket in. Stephen Berry, having stuck his elbows out a little bit and squeezing John Hammersley, means that Hammersley still sits there in 3rd place. Adam Chamberlain in the Vauxhall Astra is side by side with Andy Bailey for 4th place. And is Andy Bailey going to sneak through and ahead? I think he might do here. They've also got Simon Smale at the wheel of the white Ford Fiesta as well, who's just lost a couple of places there. Through's gone the Vauxhall, Through's got the Fiesta, and now right behind him is another one of the Sussex Road and Race prepared cars. It's the number 27 car of Sean Woodard. So great little fight going on for what, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th places as the race leaders about to come over the start-finish line and complete lap number 2.
Yeah, Phil Briggs has really got the horses galloping on the Seat Leon now. He's got several seconds to himself up front. Well, specifically, he's got just under 3 seconds to himself. But I really love I mentioned yesterday how much I love the colour schemes of this car. And I particularly love the club chairman, the number 1 there, John Hammersley's. That was his racing colours from yesteryear, was it not? That they used to run.
Yeah, his original racing colours that John Hammersley has put on the Scirocco for this season. Usually shares the car with Nigel Tong, but Nigel Tong is not very well at all at the moment. Got very poorly back as Nigel, so John is racing solo this weekend, and he's doing a really good job because he's just knocked through into 2nd position. So through goes John Hammersley, the light blue Scirocco, gaining the place over the Mini in the hands of Stephen Berry, who braked as late as he can, heading up towards Rocket. So it's Volkswagen in 2nd, Mini in 3rd, Vauxhall in 4th, Ford Fiesta in 5th place. Just behind them is also Sean Woodard, who is looking to unlock the door and squeeze his way through ahead of Simon Smale's all-white Ford Fiesta. Through goes that Mini as well, the liquid moly-backed car. So wherever you're looking, there are squabbles and places changing as well.
Absolutely, is what we love to see. And there again, you've got Adam Chamberlain, who's sharing that car with Scott Carruthers. We've seen him a few times in a few different cars in this series. This is allowing Phil Briggs just to dance off into the sunset now, onto the start-finish straight. Now the Astra's going to have a go at the Mini. Has Stephen Berry kind of peaked a little early in the Mini? We think he's now going to be down to 4th, having started in 3rd place. He's certainly got the legs in the twisty bits, but with no immediate threat of rain, it looks like the bigger engine cars are reigning supreme here at Anglesey.
Yeah, Andy Bailey looking to try and gain a place as well. He had a better run coming out of the banking, and I'm afraid that's another place lost for Stephen Berry at the wheel of the number 666 Mini. So through goes Andy Bailey at the wheel of the Ford Fiesta. Races a raft of different things over the years as Andy Bailey, and now for Stephen Berry, he might lose a further place here because Sean Woodard at the wheel of his R56 Mini, the Sussex Road and Race prepared car, the liquid moly liveried machine, is looking to try and gain advantage as well. So dropping down through the order, Stephen Berry, it was not that many laps ago, he was in 2nd position. Well, he's clinging onto a place inside the top 6 now.
So far so good for the top, well, it's really 6 or 7, isn't it, involved in that gap? And Phil Briggs isn't interested in being part of it. He's just continuing along his merry way, but he's trying to build up as much of a gap as he can to mitigate his winner's penalty from yesterday. So those that might wonder why the winners get penalised, is just to keep the field a bit more balanced. You don't want one person running off with all the silverware. Well, that person would want to run off with all the silverware, but to keep the racing nice and balanced, if you give the winner's penalty to obviously the winner, they then have to serve a penalty to just keep them from winning every single race and give somebody else an opportunity to stand on the top step.
Yeah, it varies from series to series to series the way the penalties work. For something like Magnificent Sevens, then the next race you get a 5-place grid drop if you win. Other series, for the next race, it's either 20 seconds or 15 seconds or 10 seconds. But for this one, it's 30 seconds and you carry it for the rest of the season. It's only a series, there are no championship points, and it saves people doing too many things to their cars to develop them to keep winning, because it sounds strange, but the more you win, the less likely you are to win, because you just keep, every time you win a race, you pick up a 30-second penalty. You win a second one, it becomes a 60-second penalty. You win again, it's a 90-second penalty, and it just becomes harder and harder and harder to win. And it sort of works. It's a format they've had since the very early and formative days of the Classic Sports Car Club. David Cox at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf is clinging on to a place inside the top 10 at the moment. He's under enormous pressure from David Marsden, who finished in 8th place in yesterday's race. The little number 3 Fiat Abarth is right in his wheel tracks. These little Baths, I assume, hark back to the very brief one-make series that we had in the UK for them. It only really lasted a season and a bit before it all sort of fell apart, really, the one-make series of the Fiat Abarths. And you can see they are still nose to tail. Volkswagen Golf from Fiat coming over the start-finish line now as they're about to complete another lap and turn their way up towards turn 1. Imotor are ever clearing skies here, aren't they? It was cloudy this morning. Beautiful sunshine now.
It is, and there's still a few clouds around. Depending on which weather report you read would dictate how much rain we were actually going to have, but there was no sign of it. And so we get to enjoy the beautiful Welsh countryside illuminated with beautiful sunshine. Yeah, this is another thing I love about the Classic Sports Car Club in particular. You wouldn't necessarily assume a Fiat Abarth would have a great toe-to-toe battle with the turbocharged Golf, but here we are, we're seeing it lap after lap after lap. Again, this is the eclectic mixture of what we see here in the CSCCs, different makes, challenging different engine sizes and what have you.
We ought to just say, leading the Ford Puma Cup element of the race is car number 100 at the moment, James Clare. He's got quite a sizable lead, but I was also going to pick up exactly what we can see now heading up towards Church. The lead for what was the RX-8s, absolutely wheel to wheel. Stuart Eardley and Jack Hordley were absolutely with each other for the lead of the RX-8 section of the race, the RX-8 trophy. So again, squabbles no matter where you look. You can see the RX-8s now just heading up towards Rocket, the number 22 car, Stuart Eardley, who had to give second best to Jack Hordley yesterday. Well, tables are turned here, the two of them. It's the only two cars we got in the RX-8 trophy this weekend, but they are totally together. And again, you're talking about Pumas being a cheap way of going racing. RX-8 trophy certainly is as well. The donor car, not a great deal. You can do almost nothing to it as well. You can't even strip the interior out, really. So few you can do, but very cheap way of going racing. And again, because all the cars are built to the same spec, it comes down to driverability and prep.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen, as was proven yesterday with the Pumas, and we're seeing again with the Mazdas, the racing may be a little bit slower, doesn't make it any less intense and enjoyable, as again another lap completed with the Mazdas absolutely glued to one another. The Pumas really are not far behind either, now being led by the next pack of Pumas, I should say, with James Clare running off into the distance as far as the Pumas are concerned. But then you've got the 152 that is being chased by the 101, and not far behind them are the rest of the Pumas. So again, you've got a lovely collection of cars being gathered there. Phil Briggs actually isn't far behind them either. I've just spotted him coming over the line.
Yeah, he'll get into the traffic before too much longer. Yeah, so James Clare leading the Pumas. Second in the Puma is John Glover, who I know his mum is watching this as well. She's busy dog sitting at home at the moment. So yeah, John Glover, who won the Pumas yesterday. So Phil Briggs is leading the way. He's just set a new fastest lap of the race as well as Phil Briggs. He might be leading by 4.4 seconds as good as, but a 1 minute 18.484 is literally a few thousandths of a second slower than yesterday's fastest lap of the race, which was posted by Adam Chamberlain and Scott Carruthers Vauxhall Astra. So we are pretty much bang on the pace that we were yesterday, largely because I'd imagine the ambient temperature is coming up a bit now. But what we did hear from many drivers yesterday as the pit window now opens is that as the track got hotter, it just became slicker and slicker and slicker, and it was difficult to try and get the tyre pressures right and try and keep the grip there as well. So we'll have to wait and see as to whether, when cars come into the pits during this pit window, whether we might see a few adjustments to tyre pressures on those particular cars. So the Puma's still busy squabbling away. Number 187 is Mark Kirbley, who we've seen racing Porsches in the past. He is hot on the heels of Neil Jackson's white Puma. Jacko on the registration plate. We've got three members of the Jackson family racing with us. We've got Neil Jackson, who's sharing with his son Frank Jackson, and Neil Jackson has also got his brother out, Mark, as well, in the light green Ford Puma, i.e. Frank's uncle. So three members of the Jackson family. Still the RX-8 busy squabbling away as well, which is going to be Stuart Eardley fighting away with Jack Hordley, whilst Phil Briggs is now 4.4 seconds to the good. And we've still got that fight also going on between David Cox's Volkswagen Golf and the number 3 David Marson driven Abarth that sits behind. Now through the banking, 8th place is Stephen Berry, who really has lost contact with those that he was up there with. The number 666 Mini started 3rd, is now down into 8th place and is under attack from the very patriotically liveried Abarth with the Italian tricolore emblazoned on the bonnet of it and down the sides. That is Andrew Marsden's number 59 car. They are just starting to stretch their legs a little bit round the straight, the curve that brings them up towards Rocket in and then on towards Rocket out. Through the twiddly parts, it seems as though the Abarth has the upper hand over the Mini. For Stephen Berry, the blue and Dayglow yellow Mini has the advantage in a straight line, a bit more power coming out of his R53, the supercharged car. The R53s were the supercharged cars, the R56s were the turbocharged cars. And is he going to this time sneak through at turn number 1? Brave, there's a bit of a gap up the inside, or not turn number 1, sorry, down through the corkscrew. Yeah, so through he goes. Car number 59, Andrew Marsden, gaining position there over Stephen Berry. So Stephen Berry, who started 3rd, I'm afraid to say, is now down to 9th position. So it's been a race which has seen him fall away. We've had our first pit stopper in. In has come number 3, David Marsden. In has come Mark Kirby as well at the wheel of his Ford Puma. In has come Phil Briggs, the race leader, as well on this lap. So that should now give the lead of the race to the Volkswagen Scirocco of club chairman John Hammersley. The number 1 car, the light blue Scirocco, should have picked up the lead of the race at this stage. Remember, we've got everybody that's got to cycle through this pit stop. Phil Briggs in the pit lane, the race leader, remember, has to remain stationary for an extra 30 seconds. The car that's just picked up the lead of the race, John Hammersley, because of his win at Thruxton, will also have to remain stationary for an extra 30 seconds. So when we cycle through the pit stops, it should play out quite nicely for the Vauxhall Astra VXR of Adam Chamberlain and Scott Carruthers. But we can go downstairs to Chris Buxton, who's managed to catch up with somebody in the pits.
Well, we get to enjoy drivers that are doing well, but sadly for Kevin Forbrook, pilot of the 26 Mini, it's not really been a weekend for you so far, has it?
No, we came here with high hopes. Yesterday I qualified well. Then I was in 10th. I managed to get my way through. I messed up my pit stop a little bit. I got a 10-second penalty, went out, and then the hub nuts come loose. So I had to pull in and then have them retightened. So that obviously put us back for today. I knew today I could be up there at the front row, even though I started in 14th. I got a cracking start all the way up to the top of the hill there, and then I got taken out at the top of the hill. So it's racing, isn't it? But it's not fair.
But even still, with a smile on your face, it's the amount of time that goes into these. As yours is a Sussex Road and Race car, which is, of course, is yours anyway. I mean, you're keeping a smile, you're keeping an optimistic outlook, which is good. But what's next for you on the calendar?
We're at the GP circuit next weekend, so I've got to get this back, go and get it repaired, and we're back out at the GP.
Excellent stuff. Well, keep smiling. It's always a pleasure to see you. That's Kevin Forbrook. His son Josh isn't with us this weekend, but plenty of racing still to enjoy. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so racing still continuing. 25 minutes to go whilst Kevin is out of the race. One of his cars, Shaw Woodard, in the second and sole remaining Sussex Road and Race liveried car in its familiar sort of black and blue livery, is still out there and is now up into the podium places, because we saw Andy Bailey's Ford Fiesta come into the pit lane that time through. So the number 27 car now up into the podium spots, running in 3rd place overall. So John Hammersley leads. It's the Vauxhall Astra of Adam Chamberlain there in 2nd place, and he's only 1.1 seconds adrift of the race leader, so isn't really getting away there. Just heading up towards Rocket at the moment. Rocket in and Rocket out, the squabble for the lead of the race. And I think we've managed to grab another driver down there in the pit lane. So Chris Buxton has... All right, Mini's got a puncture. All right, car number 66. Now that is puncture on the Mini. So 666, I think, will be coming into the pit lane. I wonder if that's why Stephen Berry has lost so many positions, because you saw the driver wind the window down. You can see that the tyre doesn't look quite as inflated as it ought to be. So are we going to see him dive in towards the pit lane? For the lead of the race, though, pretty much nose to tail. They're about to come out of the final corner any second now. So John Hammersley is starting to come under pressure from Adam Chamberlain, who is not going away. Around through turn 1 they will go, and yeah, there is the relative gap, 1st to 2nd. So John Hammersley, remember, needs to pit. Adam Chamberlain needs to pit, but that Scirocco will have to remain stationary for an extra 30 seconds because it claimed an overall win at Thruxton when John Hammersley was sharing a car with Nigel Tong on that occasion. So it all looks good for the Astra at the moment, which retired from yesterday's race. Well, didn't retire, sorry, it had a couple of pit stops, I ought to say, in yesterday's race. One of them was for a vibration towards the tail end of it, but all seems to be going well now for the Astra VXR. Is it going to be able to pick up the win, though? We've still got most of the field need to pit, really. We've had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, probably about 13 cars in out of the 25 that started. So, yeah, probably 50% of them still to head into the pit lane at some point, not least of which this leading pair that are just heading through Rocket Out now. Volkswagen from Vauxhall Astra, from Mini from Ford Fiesta, from Abarth, from Volkswagen Golf being the top 6, albeit the 6th place car of David Cox has just headed in towards the pit lane. Are we going to see either of the leading pair come in at the end of this lap? Well, I think they've both almost had it coming together. I think they've had it coming together. There's damage to the front end of the Vauxhall Astra, which, now, did it get involved in an incident with John Hammersley, who also seemed to come very slowly down through the corkscrew area? The Vauxhall Astra has got a raft of damage to the front end of it, so it was all going well for Adam Chamberlain, who didn't need to push too hard, but clearly something has happened to between the pair. As into the pit lane comes Sean Woodard. He was in second place. That's another car that's prepared by Sussex Road and Race, Kevin Fulbrook's team, who we've heard from down there in the pit lane. But exactly what happened between John Hammersley and Adam Chamberlain, not entirely sure. The Volkswagen Scirocco seems fine. It did seem to come very slowly through the corkscrew, but there's no obvious signs of damage, so quite exactly what the Vauxhall Astra made contact with to cause the amount of damage to the front end of his car, I'm not entirely sure. And that Mini, yeah, definitely has a puncture, doesn't it? The right rear is way down on the number 666 Mini, but it is not as yet pitting, so Stephen Berry still in 6th place, despite the fact that the tyre has got a slow puncture. Now, you'd have thought the pit window is open, come in, get the tyre changed, get back out to try and minimise what you can do, because you can hopefully change that tyre within your pit stop. You know, you jump out of the car, let the mechanics deal with the tyre, jump back in, you can do your own seatbelts up with a little bit of assistance, but for the moment, Stephen Berry continuing round. I suspect he's not quite aware that that's the problem with it. If he leans heavily on that right rear tyre, which you don't tend to do that much around here at this circuit, but if he were to, you'd certainly know about it. Into the pit lane has come number 1, so John Hammersley is in. In comes scraping down the pit lane. You can hear the noise of the Vauxhall Astra as it trundles its way into the pit lane. Adam Chamberlain, having had an incident, well, it looks as though it's that right-hand side of John Hammersley's car that they are dealing with. Yeah, there's the damage, so that's the point of impact between the two. Now the car's come to a halt. The right-hand side, the driver's side of the Volkswagen Scirocco has taken the brunt of the damage. John Hammersley having conducted the mandatory part of the pit stop. In fact, that's the 30-second penalty he served. He's now conducted the mandatory part of the pit stop, which means that now the team can go to work on what is the rear quarter of the car, the rear bumper, and the side of it as well. Makes me wonder if what's happened is that perhaps the Vauxhall Astra has got into the rear bumper just slightly of the Scirocco, because they're taping up the right rear bumper of it, and then as it's got into that rear bumper of it, the car would have been loaded up going round through the corkscrew, and then I think what's happened is it's rotated the Scirocco round across the nose of the Astra, and then there's been a secondary impact as well, and I think that's why the Astra has probably come off second best compared to the Volkswagen. I'm afraid to say for Sussex Road and Race and Kevin Fulbrook, it's going from bad to worse, because not only is he retired, but Sean Woodard now, who is up in the podium spots, has brought the number 27 car back into the pit lane, and the bonnet is being lifted on that one as well. So looks as though that car is now going to drop all the way down through the order, which means that it's really opened up potentially where the win could go here. Leading at the moment is the white number 333 Ford Fiesta, which is still in the hands of Simon Smale, who has not as yet stopped. Up to second has come number 59, which is Andrew Marsden's Abarth Assetto Corsa, and John Hammersley is showing in third at the moment, but of course he has just come out of his pit stop, so it should be Andy Bailey that's up to third. We'll hand you back downstairs to the pit lane and Chris Buxton.
From the father and son combination, I've got Neil Jackson with me, Frank out in the car now. Well, you've had a lot to do in the Puma Cup this weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, we're not doing too bad. It's the first time out with this car as well. We've only picked up a couple of months ago, so we're doing all right, yeah. It's going well.
So, yeah, I mean, we generally see the 142, so Mark is out in the green one. What prompted the purchase of the second one? Just a bit of family rivalry?
Well, I shared 142 with Mark last year, and we thought we'd get one each, and then my son said, "I fancy you go," so there we went. He helps with expenses, which is always handy, so it's all good fun. We can try and get some more out, and yeah.
It's because it's quite a cost-effective way. I mean, certainly compared to some of the other marks. It's we've been talking about that in the commentary box. So there's not a huge amount you can change in the Pumas, is there?
No, they're pretty standard. They've got a remapped ECU, all the same. Exhaust system, tyres and brakes and suspension. Other than that, it's bog standard. It is bog standard, so.
Excellent stuff. So will we see the Jackson trio out for later in the year?
All out for brands, and we'll go from there, one at a time.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Neil Jackson. Son Frank in the car at the moment. There was a lot of activity surrounding John Hammersley's car as it came in. So a lot of panel bending and what have you, and a fair amount of tape being applied to the back. So a bit of trouble for the club chairman, but plenty of racing still to go. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, plenty of racing to go. 17.5 minutes still remain at this stage. We've still got, I think everybody are now having either completed their pit stop or in the process of completing their pit stop. So in has come the leader of the Puma Cup, James Clare. He is just serving his mandatory pit stop, which is for a set period of time that the Pumas have to remain stationary. So we'll see as to where he feeds back out. We've also just had a new fastest lap of the race popped in by Phil Briggs, yesterday's race winner, who at the wheel of the Seat Leon has just posted a 1 minute 18.305. 1 minute 18.305. That is now a tenth of a second quicker than the fastest lap from yesterday's race, which was posted by the Adam Chamberlain and Scott Carruthers Vauxhall Astra VXR. So weather conditions prudent to bettering yesterday's overall fastest lap of the race. So back out of the pit lane goes the car that had picked up the lead of the race, the number 333 Ford Fiesta, which will now be in the hands of Wendy Thorne for part 2 of the race. Good stint put in by Simon Smale. But where is it going to feed its way back out? Is it going to be in the lead of the race? I don't think it is. We'll have to wait and see until the end of the next lap. I think it will be car number 95, Andy Bailey, that will have picked up the lead of the race, but the timing screen needs another full lap to fully sort out as to what the order is going to be and where those cars that had the extra 30 seconds in the pits have fed their way back out, including not just Phil Briggs in the Seat, but also the slightly battered now number 1 Volkswagen Scirocco. It's still in the hands of John Hammersley. As for 666, Stephen Berry's car, well, he has pitted. I couldn't quite see as to whether the tyre was replaced on that car. One would like to think so, because surely now, with the slow puncture that that car had, he's going to be struggling. And the Vauxhall Astra has sort of been repaired. All of its bodywork that was dragging on the ground has been ripped off now, so the front bumper now missing off the Vauxhall Astra as well. So with all of the pit stops having been completed, I'll hand you back downstairs for another interview. Chris Buxton has managed to catch up with somebody else.
I have Simon Smale, one half of the treble 3 pairing. Wendy Thorne out there at the moment. Well, welcome to the club, first of all. It's your maiden season with us. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, loving it. Really friendly paddock. It's nice competitive racing. It's fair racing. It's a superb load of tracks that we're racing on. I'm loving it. Really good.
And so you've had a really consistent weekend. You started 11th, you were starting 10th yesterday. Was there any particular target, or just get to the checkered flag?
Definitely just get to the checkered flag. Me and my partner here, we're just doing it for fun. You know, it's nice to be competitive, and we'll keep developing the car. But yeah, it's Wendy's first season in motorsports, my 3rd season. So it's just a progression, really.
Great stuff. And will we be seeing the pair of you later in the year?
You'll see us every round if you're there. I'm there, you know.
Excellent stuff. Great to see you. Thank you very much for your time, Simon Smale. Wendy Thorne out in the car, and still plenty of action to come. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot. Andy Bailey is the race leader at the wheel of the number 95 Ford Fiesta, but we've got the 2 of Baths together now, fighting over 2nd and 3rd place, and that's not just for the lead of the class, that's for bragging rights and family honour as well, because David Marson and Andrew Marson have found themselves together on track. We've also got a good little mini battle going on as well between what will be number 666, which is Stephen Berry's car, and car number 623, which is Aaron Clark's black car with its green, orange flashes to it. So they're just heading down through the corkscrew currently, actually wheel to wheel as well for what will be 12th and 13th position, whilst right behind them is the 14th place car as well, which is going to be another mini of Sean Woodard. So over the start finish line go the 2 R53s, chased by the R56, and it is going to be a change of position there, because going to lose out surely then is Aaron Clark's car, who loses out. to Sean Woodard. He tries to fight back as they head round through the banking. The pair of them are absolutely side by side for what will be 13th and 14th position. Just up the road, escaping away just for a short while from them is Stephen Berry. So that is 4 position as they head out of Church Corner, the 2 minis. And as we say, we've also got for 2nd and 3rd place the 2 Baths very much together as well. So that's another fight that's well worth watching out for the lead of Class E. David Marson fighting away with Andrew Marson up towards Rocket. Oh, came from a long way back, did Aaron Clark. Batters into the side of the Sean Woodard car. And has that caused damage to either? The 623 car of Aaron Clark eventually gets going. No obvious signs of damage. I think they sort of both largely got away with that because it was pretty much full-on side-to-side contact. And I'm sure that Aaron Clark will probably admit that he was probably a little bit too late on the brakes as he tried to carve his way up the inside, and they just skittered into the side of each other. Now here are the 2 Baths as they head round through the circuit. It is still the number 3 car of David Marson, who's got bragging rights for family honours. He's got right with him Andrew Marson. A quick replay here of I think what we saw. Yeah, it just came from a long way back, kind of a 623 Aaron Clark, and yeah, was never quite going to make the corner and just skittered into the side of Sean Woodard. So I think if I were the driver, I'd be holding my hand up there now if I were Aaron Clark, just to say, yeah, I looked in my bag of talent, ran out there. So good fights going on. It's warm out there. Chris Buxton has come back into the commentary box. It just seems as though the ambient temperature is just getting warmer and warmer and warmer.
Yes, it would be on the day when I'm doing the steps. That, mind you, it was really warm yesterday, as you used to testify. As we can now see race leader working his way through the Marson battling Fiat Baths.
Well, that's 4th position because, of course, Phil Briggs had to stop. So
true, yes.
That's Phil Briggs now gaining 2 places over the Baths. That means he's back up into 2nd place now at the wheel of the Seat, but he's going to be 20 seconds behind Andy Bailey, the race leader, at the wheel of the number 95 Ford Fiesta.
Oh, and there's another big lunge on the inside line for Andrew Marson, who started, he was the one that started on 4th, storming qualifying at the beginning of the weekend to start on the 2nd row in the 59 car. There's a big move then on David Marson, who started in 9th in the number 3 car. Yeah, Sean Woodard, I believe he shared that car a few years ago with Shields Bergstrom, a driver from Wisconsin in the USA, who was known for doing some Formula 4 back in the early 2000s, if memory serves. He was at Donington a few years ago.
You've got me there. Yeah, can't recall that one at all. Can't recall that one at all. Now that Phil Briggs has got past the 2 Baths, he really is pulling away quite significantly. He has got 24 seconds deficit, however, to Andy Bailey, and the lap times that he's been posting aren't really going to close the gap a great deal to Andy Bailey, so it looks as though he is potentially on for a win, but there's still 10 minutes to go. It's the final step of the podium that I'm intrigued as to what might happen. We've had the change of order for those 2 Baths now. Andrew Marson at the wheel of the very patriotically liveried Bath, now ahead of the David Marson car. The 2 of them finished well in yesterday's race as well. David finished 8th, didn't he? Andrew finished 9th in yesterday's race, was the way that they finished, hence why they line up on those particular positions on the grid for today. But there's still traffic to deal with up the inside of the Mini, which is going really slowly up at Rocket there. They carve their way past Aaron Clark's car, who at the last minute I think saw them coming, didn't he? Almost contact.
That was very close. You know, whether the Mini's in a bit of trouble or just being very cautious. Aaron Clark started 12th in this race. He started 17th yesterday, so gradual progression there for the 623 Mini as the Bath battle continues. We're just looking at some of the cars. This Scott Carruthers and the Andy Chamberlain Vauxhall had a bit of a moment.
Yeah, it got clattered into the side of John Hammersley. That was why the Volkswagen needed repairs and the front bumper got ripped off.
I was going to say there's a bit of streamlining going on.
I didn't say. I only saw the tail end of the incident. It looked as though with the damage on the rear quarter and on the side of the Vauxhall. I wonder if rear quarter and the side of the Volkswagen, whether the Vauxhall got into the rear quarter of the Volkswagen, that caused the car to rotate because they were coming down through the corkscrew at the time, and then there was a secondary contact into the side of the Volkswagen.
It was the entire right side that we're looking at on John Hammersley's car. There was frantic wheel art bending going on the front right hand side, so that had obviously seen some action along with the rear right corner as well.
Another thing we also need to keep an eye on is what's going on for the lead of the Puma Cup, because James Clare is leading the Puma Cup, 'twas ever the case, but he's only 1.6 seconds up the road from the yellow car now of John Glover. So that's just a gap that we need to keep an eye on. I think they'll be coming down through the corkscrew at the moment, that pair of cars. And yeah, it's just a gap that I've been just keeping an eye towards, because it seems to be going the right way as far as John Glover is concerned.
And Mark Jackson is right behind them as well, with a couple of cars in between. Actually, that's the other Jackson car, so the Jackson family are together. I just realised, so father and son, Neil and Frank Jackson, pilot the 152, and Mark Jackson is the common driver of the 142, the green one, and there is the Puma leader, James Clare, who's had a lot of success in the Puma Cup, or in Puma racing, for a number of years, but I wonder whether he's seemed to be very strong in the early part, but has he overdone it? Is the tyres a bit too warm now that the ambient temperature is rising?
I think he's responded to the fact that John Glover was catching, because he pushed and was half a second quicker than Glover on that lap, and John got caught by Phil Briggs as they headed in towards turn one, so it sort of compromised the lap of John Glover at the start of this one as well. So James Clare, I think, is probably maybe dealing with the quicker cars and getting out of their way, and not losing as much time as poor old John has been doing, who's just been sort of caught by the traffic in the wrong spot. But you can just see almost that yellow Puma in the back of the shot, so up towards the top section of the circuit, so rocket in, rocket out, Peel. There goes the silver car of James Clare. Not that far behind is the yellow Puma in the hands of the charging John Glover, who, as we say, took the win in the Puma Cup yesterday. It was his first win in the Puma Cup on merit, I think, as well. So he'll be keen to have a good weekend. He was testing on Friday, so he did say that he thought part of the reason he was quick yesterday was because all that testing, he knew what he needed to do, and he put it into practice yesterday. So he moves out of the harm's way. Over the start-finish line go the leader of the Puma Cup. 6.5 minutes to go. Andy Bailey still leads overall in the Ford Fiesta by 25 seconds from Phil Briggs in the Seat Leon. And Andrew Marsden at the wheel of the Abarth is third at the moment.
What a great mixture of cars you've got for the podium three. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Yeah, you can't take it away from Andy Bailey. Finished fifth yesterday, started from fifth position as well, and has done exactly what he needed to do to claim the top spot. Not the fastest lap, that belongs unsurprisingly to Phil Briggs, but the 30-second penalty added to the number 5 has paid to that one, and the number 87 Vauxhall is somewhat smoky now back in the bins.
Yeah, that's the Vauxhall that had all the front end damage earlier on, and I don't think it's quite gone to plan now for Scott Carruthers, so the bonnet comes up on the Vauxhall. They may well be out of the race, I'm afraid to say, with 5 and a bit minutes to go. What's going on in the Puma Cup? Well, it's still James Clare that leads the way. He's got a bit of traffic that he needs to try and get out of the way of. He's about to be lapped by Andrew Marsden's Abarth as they come down through the corkscrew. James Clare himself is also trying to put a lap on the number 22 Stuart Eardley RX-8. That RX-8 also leads the RX-8 trophy section of the race as well. That's the grey RX-8 with the Dayglow stripes down the side and over the front of it. So now that James Clare has dealt with that little bit of traffic, he'll be focusing on the road ahead again and trying to push on, and conscious the fact that the yellow Puma of John Glover is not that far away. The gap was down to 1.3 seconds. It's down to 1.8. No, it's down to, what, 2.4 now, so it's going out the wrong way as far as John Glover is concerned. So he's pushing hard, but losing time now, I'm afraid.
As is the ebb and flow of motor racing, but James Clare knows exactly what his car is capable of. He's had that car a number of years now. Well, John Glover has had his car longer, I believe. That's a
good number of years for
John,
yeah.
That yellow, very speckled coloured car has been in the club a long, long time now. So, but James Clare is typically the name you find towards the sharper end of the Puma Cup. We didn't see John for a few years in his car, so took a bit of a sorry, we didn't see, it was James Clare that we didn't see for a couple of years. Oh, that's a little bit close. Stuart Eardley somewhat minding his own business, but almost got caught up with the Puma. There's another thing that that some of these drivers have to really deal with. They know that they're surrounded by cars of a very, very different pace. It's always the emphasis of the faster car to make their way past the slower class. The slower class will always be told to hold your line and be predictable. The faster cars don't want to try and second guess what the slower car's doing just at the point they've committed to a move. So the slower cars will always be the one holding the line. It's up to the faster car to use their additional power to make their way past in a safe manner.
So we've got 3.5 minutes of the race to go. The number 95 Ford Fiesta of Andy Bailey still continues to lead by in excess of 25 seconds. Phil Briggs in the Seat, the number 5 car, is second. Third is Andrew Marston's of Bath. Fourth is another of Bath, David Marston's of Bath. John Hammersley's Volkswagen Scirocco is now up into 5th place, and David Cox at the wheel of the number 150 Volkswagen Golf completes the top 6 the way things currently stand. So through and over the start-finish line has gone our race leader. James Clare, still comfortably at the wheel of the number 100 car, has enough of a gap between himself and John Glover so as to lead the Puma Cup element of the race, the Mr. Time Motorsport Puma Cup. John Glover almost, I think, running a little bit wide there at Rocket, ran off the circuit tarmac onto some of the slightly older tarmac in his efforts to try and close the gap. It's down to 2 seconds now between first and second in the Puma Cup. James Clare having to give second best in yesterday's race, in fact third best in yesterday's race for James Clare, because it was John Glover from Mark Kirby from James Clare for first, second and third in the Puma Cup aspect of the race yesterday. Look how much that that wheel just gets cocked all of the time, doesn't it? The stiff suspension that all of these cars have to run with that suspension system, but yeah, it's tyre saving, isn't it, for John Glover? all of the time that inside wheel is up in the air around most of the corners.
Absolutely. We saw that quite a number of times yesterday from many cars going full tripod mode. The camera doesn't really show how much undulation change there is here at Anglesey. It's really big altitude change top to bottom, and at that point it is a slightly positive camera, but like you say, Mark, because the suspension is so stiff, the cars are usually fairly settled, although when we were seeing the Magnificent Sevens doing their qualifying this morning, there were some very wild moments coming through that final corner.
So we're into the last 90 seconds almost now of the race. Andy Bailey is certainly looking good for the win. It all sort of came to him really with Phil Briggs and John Hammersley. We knew we're going to have to stop those extra 30 seconds come the pit stop window. So as long as Andy Bailey was there or thereabouts, and then of course with the problems that the Vauxhall Astra had of Adam Chamberlain getting into contact with John Hammersley and Scott Carruthers eventually bringing that car into the pit lane and very sadly into retirement, it's all sort of gone the right way really for Andy Bailey. It's also gone the right way for James Clare in the Puma Cup, because whilst John Glover is not that far behind as the pair of them come over the start-finish line and head on to another lap with just 60 seconds to go, he's pushed as hard as he can, has John Glover. The gap is down to 1.8 seconds, but he's running out of time and running out of opportunities, I'm afraid, Chris, isn't he?
Indeed. But again, that is the nature of it. Sometimes you just have to accept that you are in the position you are. You're not going to gain anything by pushing that little bit too hard. You're more likely to risk the position you're in. But this man doesn't have to worry about that whatsoever. A very comfortable gap behind. And yeah, Adam Bailey just has to do it one more time, and the checkered flag will greet him on the next lap.
Yep, so over the start-finish line goes Andy Bailey onto the last lap of the race, up towards turn number 1. We haven't really seen a great deal of him if you're watching the stream. That's largely because since the pit stops he's been very comfortable in the lead of the race, and he's going to win this race by something like 30 seconds or so, there or thereabouts, for the lead of the Puma Cup. John Glover is just heading through Rocket in and Rocket out for what for them will be the penultimate time of the race. He hasn't really been able to catch fully up onto James Clare's coattails, not for want of trying, but it certainly looks as though James Clare is potentially on for a win in the Puma Cup, and that yellow car that is heading down through the corkscrew is going to be finishing second place in the Puma Cup aspect of the race. There's also a mini between the pair of them at the moment as well, which is not exactly what John Glover wants. He's trying to thread his way through past Aaron Clark, and might do it, you know, right away on the outside at the final corner. Can the Puma make it stick? No, he's going to lose out in a straight line, isn't he? But for Andy Bailey, he is almost about to head towards the checkered flag. He's just turning his way out of Rocket out, up towards Peel Corner. There's still traffic for him that he will need to deal with as he heads down through the corkscrew for the final time. And as he exits the corkscrew, he manages to squeeze past Mark Jackson's car up towards the final corner. And in the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, it's a win for Andy Bailey in the second of the two races here at Anglesey. It will be Phil Briggs who should come through at the wheel of the Seat Leon in second place, but he's some way adrift. But of course, remember, he did have to stop for an extra 30 seconds, and I think he's only going to be about 25 seconds adrift. So just going to show that had it not have been for that penalty, we would have seen another win for Phil Briggs. But that's the way it works in Classic Sports Car Club racing. It stops one driver claiming all of the wins. So here comes Phil Briggs now out of the final corner. The blue Seat weaving from side to side. 28 seconds he finished adrift, but remember, stopped for 30 more than the race winner. So that could have been a very tight race had it not have been for that penalty that he served. Third place is going to be Andrew Marson, who's already finished in third place at the wheel of the Abarth. Fourth place will go the way of John Hammersley. Fifth place for David Marson, and completing the top 6 should be the Volkswagen Golf. I think that will always be the last car to take the checkered flag, which is David Cox. We wait the arrival of our winner in the Puma Cup. Over the start-finish line there goes James Clare, car number 100, to win the Puma Cup element of the race. The last few cars just trickling their way over the start-finish line, and when they have done so, we will guide you through the results, and we will hand you also over to Chris Buxton, who will catch up with some of the drivers. So Andy Bailey, our race winner, is waving to the crowd and waving to the marshals as he completes his slowing down lap here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. Remember, as a result of that win, he will of course now pick up a 30-second penalty for the remainder of the 2022 season in the Classic Sports Car Club. So to confirm the results, Andy Bailey claims the win, with Phil Briggs in second place and Andrew Marson there in third place. John Hammersley was fourth, with David Marson in fifth place, and another David Cox completes the top 6. In seventh place, it was Lee Campbell, ahead of the pairing of Aidan Francis and Sean Wortley, who finished in 8th position, with Stephen Berry having problems finishing in 9th place, and completing the top 10 was the remaining member of the Marson family, Richard. Outside of the top 10, Sean Woodard had problems and finished in 11th place. In 12th position, it was car number 333, which was Wendy Thorne and Simon Smale, who we heard from. 13th place goes the way of 623, another car that had problems, Aaron Clark. And in 14th place, it was Kev Smith and Paul Clothier. With John Glover there in 15th place. 16th place goes the way of the lead car in the RX8 Trophy, which was Stuart Eardley, ahead of Jack Hordley, who finished in 18th place. And James Clare showing us in 18th position there, which does suggest he was given a time penalty towards the end of the race, and therefore the Puma Cup element of the race, the win, does go the way of John Glover on corrected time, so he will be more than pleased with that. Mark Kirby finished in 19th place, and you can see the last few runners and of course the cars that had problems there towards the tail end of the graphic if you're watching on the stream. So that was Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops and Mr Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup. We can already see the cars for our next race are assembled, ready to head out onto the circuit, and it will be the Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics for the 1980s group that will be next up. But all of the cars from that race are working their way into the Parc Fermé area, and hopefully we'll hear from certainly the winner, Andy Bailey. I think James Clare probably thinks he's won the Puma Cup element of the race, but he's being told that he's probably picked up a penalty towards the end of it. One can only assume for transgressing the circuit limit, so I think he's being waved through Parc Fermé, and it may well be John Glover that we get the chance to have a chat to, who is also stopped down there with Chris Buxton, and perhaps the winner of the RX8 as well. So we'll see which drivers we get for this one. We'll have to wait and see. For what is a perfect day here at Anglesey. The clouds slowly burning off, the ambient temperature continuing to rise, the cars for the next race already starting to make their way out onto the grid as well, so I don't think there's a great deal of clearing up to do, but we should hopefully in a few moments time be able to hand you downstairs to Chris Buxton, who will be able to catch up with, I think what we're going to get is probably the winner of the Puma Cup, the winner of the race overall, and the winner of the RX8 Trophy. So let's hand you downstairs to Chris Buxton to chat to the drivers.
Down here in the winner's circle, we are greeted with this beautiful number 95 machine and its pilot, Andy Bailey. What a great win, sir.
Yeah, fantastic. Wasn't expecting that. So when I pitched, I think I was fourth, and they were gapping me. So yeah, I don't know what happened in their pit stops for me to be able to claw that back. I don't know what the winning margin is, but I assumed I was still in fourth place. So yeah, over the moon with that.
I mean, there were a few contretemps going on. Phil Briggs and John Hammersley both had penalties, but you almost actually made that gap up. It was a 30-second penalty that Phil Briggs had, and it was over 26 seconds that you won by. So you were very close to actually overcoming that penalty. So I'm guessing that wasn't what you expected.
No, not at all. No, not at all. So it's a real surprise. A nice one, bearing in mind the aggro and the trouble we've had with this thing, trying to get it race worthy. So this is the first proper weekend racing, and yeah, hasn't missed a beat. Over the moon with it.
Will we see you again later in the year?
Yeah, trouble is I have a 30-second penalty now, won't I?
I'm afraid you do, but
yeah, I'll be back.
Congratulations on the win. Thank you very much, Andy Bailey, in piloting the wonderful number 95. Now, we may not get a chance to have a chat with Phil Briggs and the brilliant performance from Andy Marson in the Fiat as they are being spoken to following their little contretemps earlier on by the marshals. We'll see if any of them are free. The marshals are still looking over all the cars involved in that particular incident. Not all of them are actually here, because we did see a couple retire from the race earlier on. Still some debate going on between the officials and the drivers. Let's see who we can find. Again, it's trying to find them at the opportune moment. Mr. Marson. Mr. Marson. What a performance.
So, enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Bit of an incident just at the start on the first the right hand into the top there, but yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I mean, for such a small car with a potentially a power deficit, I mean, you qualified fourth. You didn't have quite such a good run yesterday, but you're on the podium today.
Yeah, I really thoroughly enjoyed that. I thought the car performed well. The team did really well for us today, and yeah, we're punching a little bit above our weight with the power that we have. But it's a light car, great on the brakes, good in the corners, and a shorter straight here really helps us. We just didn't have that power on the straight, you see. So it was a great battle today. Just got to have a look at what the incident was on the first hairpin up there. So we'll see.
Thank you very much, Andy Marson, for the three of the Marson Fiats that we've seen. Leaving the holding area now is the Future Classics and the 80 division of the Modern Classics. Back up to the commentary box for more action.
Thanks a lot. Yep, so the Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, the 1980s group, already on their formation lap ahead of their final race of the weekend. Let's guide you through the grid. Ollie Smith starts from pole position, has an extra 20 seconds in the pit lane because of his performance yesterday, and the TVR Tuscan of Stuart Dayburn is alongside, who carries a 15-second penalty. Row 2 of the grid, Mark Chilton was the first of the Future Classic cars home, so he picks up a 30-second penalty for the day, and alongside is another TVR, it's Matt Holborn. As we move on to the third row of the grid, it's the Hamilton family, Roger and Nick, that line up on row number 3. The fourth row of the grid sees the Marcos of Matthew Lewis line up alongside Rod Frost, the South African driver at the wheel of his Jaguar XJS, and it's Jamie Sturgis and Colin Philpott on row number 5, with Chris Boone and the pairing of David Whelan and Aidan Farrell that line up on the outside of row number 6. On to row number 7, it is where we see Michael Bentley and Tim Kitson. They have David Sharp's Lotus for company, and row number 8 is Stephen Robinson and Keir Edmonds at the wheel of the Porsche, who came from the back of the grid to finish in 16th place yesterday. Daniel Stewart and Ray Ingman share the car on row number 9, and alongside them is Sam Moody. On to the next row of the grid, row number 10. That's where we see Matthew Davis and Damien Gray's shared car for company. They've got Richard Brown. Row number 11 is Stephen Thompson and the Metro of Hannah Bryan and Kevin Hewer. And then we're into the retirees from yesterday. Hopefully they're all there on the grid. Row number 12, Thomas White alongside, well, Dave Griffin, who I don't think will be there because he suffered head gasket failure yesterday. Then it's the Piers and Theo Bridgman William car alongside what will be Luke Plummer, and the tail end of the field we should see John Fox and Billy Thompson, and hopefully the number 141 car as well of Davies will line up there at the tail end of the field. So pit penalties work differently for this one. For the Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics car, if you win the previous race, it's 20 seconds. If you're second, it's 15, and if you're third, it's 10, and that's only for the next race that you enter. Whereas for the Future Classics, Mark Chilton won that yesterday. He picks up a 30-second penalty, and that will be for the rest of the season. So it's 2 races for the price of 1 mingled in here. The gold BMW, Ollie Smith, starts from pole position. To the left of your shot, if you are looking on the stream, is the grey TVR Tuscan, which is going to be Stuart Dayburn. We've got problems for one car further down on the grid. The yellow flags are just being waved by one of the marshals, although there's a problem, and it's Keir Edmonds that was waving. The door is open on the Porsche, and he was waving as though maybe the engine has had an issue. So I think we might just see start delayed board coming out. So that is because the Porsche, towards the tail end of the field, Keir Edmonds, who was missed qualifying yesterday with a few issues with the car, but then did a really good job having qualified in the lunch break. He got his 3 laps in behind one of the course vehicles, came off the back of the grid and had a strong finish, but unfortunately it looks as though all has failed him again this time through. So the number 8 Porsche is, I'm afraid, the 911 Carrera at the 3.2 flat 6 is being pushed off the grid. So, and as a result of weather trying to push it off the grid, we've also got a bit of reversing going on. Richard Brown is having to reverse his Lotus Elise Series 1 to make a gap for the marshals to push Keir Edmonds' car out of harm's way. So just a brief halt whilst we get this car out of the way. And then once it is pushed back into the assembly area, which we are almost done, we should be good to get things going again. So there is the stricken Porsche, as good as out of harm's way. Having pushed it backwards off the grid, they'll then push it forwards in towards the pit lane. And hopefully then we're going to have another formation lap, and then we'll be able to get the race underway. So a further formation lap because of the delayed start. So it gives the drivers an opportunity to build a little bit more temperature into their tyres again, Chris Buxton, and see what we could do. Intriguing, though, that the first 4 cars on this grid all have time penalties and all have different time penalties.
They do, due to the difference in category, which I heard you explaining a moment ago. Yeah, so Ollie Smith has 20 seconds to carry, Stuart David 15, Matt Holborn has got 10, and Mark Chilton has 30. Due to the different regulations of the different classes they represent. Nice and straightforward, but it does make sense. Oh, and more trouble, that's a 65 Porsche.
John Fox,
yeah, John Fox, that retired yesterday as well.
Yeah, double retirement for John Fox. Frustration for him because he's returned to the club and racing for the first time in a couple of years, having spent a lot of time and effort re-preparing that particular Porsche. So if you're just wondering how this works, so the modern classics cars, so that is for production saloons and hatchbacks, sports and GT cars up to the end of 1990. They are split based on engine capacity, albeit all TVR Tuscans sit in Class A. And then for the future classics, that is for sports and saloons and GT cars with doors from the 1980s, and again that is split based on engine capacity. So Class A is for over 3.3, Class B is for 2.5 to 3.3, and so on. It descends from there. So those are the 2 aspects that we have in this race. Again, it's a 40-minute race. Again, the pit window will open after the first 10 minutes of the race, will remain open for 15 minutes and close for the final 15, and everybody during that period of time, whether you share the car or not, has to come in and conduct a pit stop, either a driver change, or in the case of solo drivers, they jump out of the car, they have to close the door, open the door, back in, and off they go. And that is the way that it works in these 2. So do we think that the Ginettas, the first cars on the grid, the Roger and Nick Hamilton cars, can maybe overhaul some of the quicker cars because they don't have time penalties? I think that's a tough call. I think the win is going to come probably from those cars that finished first or second or fourth in yesterday's race, i.e. those that either have a 20, a 15 or a 10-second penalty. Do you agree?
I do, yes. As amazing as the Hamilton brothers are, starting with the 3rd row, I think those penalties are just going to bite them back again. Mark Chilton's got the biggest penalty of the lot, and he starts, ironically, in 3rd rather than at the front. But again, because of the different category he's racing in, that's why the penalty is different for that's a gorgeous Porsche. A big fan of his Nissan Skyline, the Godzilla car that he also runs. But he's brought the Porsche out for a bit of fun, as he called it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just waiting the green flag to be waved at the tail end of the field. And then there we go, green flag waves. 5-second board is held aloft by the marshal on the pit wall. Red lights will come on the gantry, which they do now, and they're off very quickly indeed. And it's not a bad start from Oliver Smith, but Stuart Dayburn in the second phase gets the TVR almost alongside the Beamer. But it's going to be Oliver Smith that will lead as they head round through turn 1 for the first time. Ollie Smith leads, Stuart Dayburn in second place, Matt Holborn at the wheel of the light blue TVR Tuscan sitting there in 3rd place, Mark Chilton in 4th, but diving up the inside comes Nick Hamilton, who is up into 5th position. Lock breaks from Chris Boone at the wheel of the Jag XJS, but they are all safely through the first couple of corners and starting to build the speeds as they head round through Church, and then particularly down the fast sections of the circuit that bring them up towards the braking area for Rocket Inn, where they're going. Ollie Smith in almost the bronze coloured BMW leading the way as they head through Rocket Inn up towards Rocket Out. Stuart Dayburn with him in 2nd position. We saw Stuart finish 2nd in the 2 races that he had yesterday. Might be able to pick up a win, and that's a spin for Colin Philpott, I'm afraid. The Jag XJS facing backwards in the blind spot at Rocket. So yeah, cars to drivers right, cars to drivers left. Stricken in the middle of the circuit is him, and also stricken. Did I not see Roger Hamilton?
Roger Hamilton, yeah. He had a terrible start, and well, a bit of off-roading and a bit hanging off of Colin Philpott's car. So I think it's fair to assume that there's been contact between the Jaguar and the Ginetta. There's a bit of a size difference between the 2, so I'm surprised the Ginetta's not absolutely obliterated by that, because we didn't see the incident, so we don't know how big an impact it was. But I mean, hopefully everybody is okay. Of course, Colin Philpott is driving again. We hope that all drivers are all right, because that would have been quite a scary moment to go through. I can see that Mr. Hampton's out of his car, so he at least is all right with the car. Sadly not going any further. He had a pretty bad start, and I think Colin Philpott will be flagged to come in pretty quickly following that.
Hopefully the bodywork, it's sort of just the plastic sill cover, or the fiberglass sill cover that's hanging off it, so it's not ideal, but hopefully it will part company with the car ideally, and then it would save Colin having to come in. Otherwise the scrutineers might want to bring that car in for what will be the lead of the race. Oliver Smith is under pressure now. Matt Holborn is behind him, and the reason that Matt Holborn is behind him is because it's Stuart Dayburn that has picked up the lead of the race now. The Grey TVR leads, the BMW down into second place. There is one of our brave marshals heading out at the banking to pick up bits of either bodywork, or I'm not sure if that was a corner marker that he was picking up, but over the start-finish line come the leading trio. Stuart Dayburn leads the way, Ollie Smith second, Matt Holborn third, and a huge gap back to fourth place at the moment, doing a really good job, isn't he? Nick Hamilton in the little 1.8-litre Zetec engine Ginetta G20 is holding off the 5-litre Porsche 928 that sits behind.
Absolutely amazing stuff. I suspect that item that the Incredible Marshal was picking up was the trailing bit of Colin Philpott's car. I'm just watching the Jaguar getting really squiggly coming out of course, and yes, that piece of bodywork is no longer there. So that was indeed, that has now detached itself and now out of harm's way, which is good to see. And Colin Philpott is getting back up to pace, so no long-lasting damage there. Into the pit comes the 152. From 152 Lotus Elise. That sounded a bit rattly as well. So, oh dear, that's the car that had to go backwards. You know, these cars are bringing the engineer to go forwards fairly well. They don't like going backwards generally.
No, I mean that sounded quite cammy as it came into the pit lane. Providing that's the original engine, which it should be based on the regulations. That would be a K-Sport engine, wouldn't it? A Rover K-Series engine would be in that one. Up towards the braking area for Rocket, diving from a long way back comes the other Ginetta that we've got in the field, which is Luke Plummer, the number 16 car, through and ahead of Jamie Sturgis's beautiful looking period liveried BMW 5 Series. Luke Plummer was another retiree from yesterday, so he's come from something like 27th, 26th position on the grid, up to 12th. So that's impressive stuff, considering they've only done 3 laps so far.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. Also good to see is the Whelan and Farrell Porsche is going well. That was a bit sick yesterday, unfortunately, but it's good to see that back out there. Now, one thing that I waxed lyrical about yesterday was the look of these cars. They look absolutely incredible. The sounds as well are fabulous, and in this field, I make no apology for saying it's one of my favourite sounding cars on the entire club, and it's Chris Boone's Jaguar XK8. It has such an incredible earth-shattering roar, and I absolutely love it. They all sound amazing, but that car in particular, you know when that one's coming.
An earth-shattering roar with a side of supercharger.
Yes, with a scream of supercharger mixed in. It's a good match.
Stuart Dayburn, last time through, the race leader, popped in the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far. 1 minute 14.283, 1:14.283. That is already 0.2 of a second quicker than the fastest lap he did yesterday.
Wow. But Ollie Smith still isn't far behind. This is what we found yesterday, was that Stuart Dayburn and Ollie Smith were just locked in that incredible battle. Now, of course, as we've said, Ollie Smith has got 5 seconds more penalty than Stuart Dayburn has to contend with. I wondered if that was Colin Philpott going unnecessarily slow. No, that's because he was braking up for, that was up turn 7, so that's why he was slowing down. These big cats are amazing in the straight line. They're a bit of a handful to slow down there. You just heard a bit of that roar. You can't quite get all the horses galloping. When you hear it down the back straight, it's just an incredible noise. I enjoyed very much the noise of it at Snetterton when on the start finish line, because they're going all the way from Murray's. An absolute full chat. It's wonderful.
Can I offer you up another car that I'm hugely impressed with as well, because we didn't even see him yesterday. He had enormous problems with the car. It was clutch issues for him. The all-red TVR Tuscan, number 25 of Billy Thompson,
yes,
is now off the back of the grid, up into 7th position. So staggering run through the order from Billy Thompson. So yeah, up to 7th place, 28 seconds off the lead. But you think that he started pretty much dead last, wasn't he? Not quite. In fact, he was dead last because Glyn Davis wasn't on the grid.
Oh yes, good point. Yes, it was dead last. Although they did have one obstacle taken out with the removal of Keir Edmonds' Porsche, granted. But yeah, great effort then from Billy Thompson. If I remember, he hasn't had that Tuscan for too long.
No.
But he's going great guns in it again. something else that we see is when drivers do develop their cars, obviously within regulation, it's getting quicker and stronger and more confident with those cars, and the results here to see.
And I just had a quick listen to that car as well. That sounds like the AJP8 engine that he's got in it. There were two different versions of the engine that were running the TVRs, one of which was the old Rover V8, the other one was the AJP8. We've got another retiree, I'm afraid, and this time we have lost Thomas White's BMW 325i, the E30 variant, has pulled off the circuit. Sensible place to park as well for Thomas White. He's sort of stranded now. He can't get to a particular position of safety himself, but the car is well and truly out of harm's way, so should just be covered by localised yellows until he's on top of the barriers.
It's a great spectator spot. Not that any spectator would be allowed to watch the race from there, but you get a great view of all the action one way and the other.
Where's he going to go, though? It's not the safest sort of place to be, really, because you've got a 360 view that you need where he's parked that car. So we've got 2.5 minutes until the pit window opens. Stuart Dayburn continues to lead the way from Ollie Smith's Beamer that's there in second position. Third place is Matt Holborn, and it is going to be the car of Nick Hamilton that's there in fourth place. Mark Chilton in the big 5-litre Porsche 928 Series 4 is there in fifth place, and the Marcus Manchula is up to fifth at the moment, which is in the hands of Matthew Lewis. That's the order of the top six before we enter the pit stop window, which is a couple of minutes away.
Yeah, Matthew Lewis had an absolutely storming start in the Marcus Manchula, which was great to see. As we continue to watch on stream, Billy Thompson's great charge towards actually the Marcus Manchula we just mentioned. So that's a brewing battle for sixth place. Let's see what the lap times were last time around between the two. Wow, so it's 1.5 seconds to Billy Thompson's favour there. As we jump back to battle a little bit further down the field. Oh, well, again, a little and large battle going on here. The 150 Jaguar, which again is a new car. That's the Davis Gray car. Started in 19th. They retired, or they finished quite low down the order yesterday, but yeah, still going well. Having an argument with Mazda MX-5 again. They're collecting misery, as we've said, with leader Stuart Dayburn mixed in there for good measure as well.
Yes, Stuart Dayburn having to work his way through the traffic, can't really afford to lose time as he carves his way past the Matthew Davis and Damien Gray XJR6, the big supercharged Jag Saloon. He'll also be conscious that, if he does lose time through the traffic, that Ollie Smith will be able to pounce very quickly on him. Ollie Smith also with that same amount of traffic to deal with, also has to deal with the Hannah Bryan stroke Kevin Hewer Metro as they come out of the banking. I don't think we ever did receive starting drivers for this particular race. A quick refresh of email suggests no, we weren't notified as to who the starting drivers were. We're only 30 seconds away from the pit window opening as well, so Chris Buxton is going to make his way downstairs in towards the pit lane area and maybe try and chat to some of the drivers towards the sharp end of this race. There aren't many cars that are shared drivers, so the highest placed car that we have where there is a driver pairing rather than solo drivers is just outside of the top 10 in 11th at the moment, which is David Whelan and Aidan Farrell's glorious looking Porsche 993 RSR Cup car. So that's just heading over the start finish line. Colin Philpott at the wheel of his Jaguar XJS is still trying to make progress following his problems where the Jag was tipped into a spin as a result of contact between itself and Roger Hamilton. So there is the Jag just heading up towards the banking now, the white and black and red machine. Another place gain that time through as it goes through and ahead of the BMW M525, the E28 of Jamie Sturgis. And the next of the cars that Colin Philpott is going to catch should be able to do with the extra grunt the Jag will have, because David Sharp's little Series 1 Lotus is the next of those cars ahead. The yellow car with the two green stripes down the centre of it, the car that's affectionately known as Eeyore. So in towards the braking area for Rocket goes that little pair of cars. Closing, ever closing is Colin Philpott. And off at the top of Rocket, now is that the race leader? Stuart Dayburn, I think, has had a coming together with the Daniel Stewart and Ray Ingham Jaguar XJS. The Jag gets going. Oh, Stuart Dayburn's car is very battered. And you can see there's damage to all the front end of the TVR. And I'm afraid that that is going nowhere and is also not in a particularly safe position. It's a fast part of the circuit there where the cars are going from the maximum speed that they would carry down to one of the slowest bits that they are doing. There's bits of bodywork on the track as well, and I think, we are going safety car. Not unsurprising. We go safety car just as the pit window opens, so common sense would tell you you need to dive for the pit lane now, would be what I would suggest, because we are certainly going to have a flurry of activity in the pit lane, because you need to pit under safety car. You'll minimise the effect that will have on your race if you get the car in under safety car conditions rather than under green flag. So I think Chris Buxton is going to see an enormous influx of cars, and Ian, our cameraman down there as well, is going to be having to watch in all directions, because it's going to be a very busy pit lane as well. As for Stuart Dayburn, yeah, the slightly battered remains of the TVR remain there on the grass, pointing in the wrong direction right at the top of the hill at Rocket. Not obvious that there's any suspension damage to the car, but the bonnet has all disappeared. I suspect there's radiator damage to the car as well, and I would imagine Stuart was a little bit shaken up as well there. Quite what happened between race leader and Jag XJS, didn't quite see, but it looks as though the number 28 car has largely got away with it. Can't see a great deal of damage on the Daniel Stewart Ray Ingman car, which was about to be lapped by the race leader, but with the safety car coming out, everybody diving for the pit lane now. So Mark Chilton is in at the wheel of his Porsche. In has come Nick Hamilton at the wheel of his Ginetta G20. In comes another G20, which is Luke Plummer's car. We've also got Billy Thompson in the red TVR Tuscan into the pit lane. David Sharp comes in. Colin Philpott comes in. Jamie Sturgis comes in. Ollie Smith comes in. Matt Holborn at the wheel of his TVR comes in. So not unsurprisingly, yet the pit lane is filling up, whilst Stuart Dayburn walks away from his TVR Tuscan. He did the right thing there, really, I think, Stuart, as well. The car was in a dangerous place. It was a long way for him to get out of the car and then run for cover. So he remained behind the wheel of it until the safety car came out, and is now walking away, thankfully, from the car after what would have been a high-speed aspect of contact between himself and the Ray Ingman stroke Daniel Stewart Jaguar XJS. So pit lane full of cars. The one thing this does do is that it enormously helps those cars that had time penalties to serve, because they can serve those penalties as part of their regular pit stop. And if you are stationary for an extra 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 seconds, which is what all the pit lane penalties are for the likes of Matt Holborn, Stuart Dayburn, albeit he won't serve his Oliver Smith and Mark Chilton respectively, serving them under safety car means that you lose far less time. You're still stationary for the same amount of period of time, but you could leave the pit lane and then catch back up again with the group. So the net loss of track position is minimised by the safety car period, albeit for some of them, I think the safety car is going past now. Red lights are on at the end of the pit lane, so they might be held for a further lap. Difficulty also comes is that ideally the safety car should come out and pick up the race leader, but when the pit window's open, everybody pits at the same time, and it's pretty much impossible to pick up the race leader, because those cars that didn't pit last time under the safety car are all piling their way into the pit lane this time through. So in comes the Metro, in comes the Whelan and Farrell Porsche, in comes the red BMW 3 Series, which, well, the E30 BMW dives for the pit lane as well. So all of those cars that pitted on the previous lap now make their way back out onto the circuit this time through. So pit stops all cycling through. There are a couple of cars that haven't pitted as yet. So car number 61, Rodney Frost, at the wheel of his Jaguar XJS, has not pitted as yet, and neither has Chris Boone at the wheel of the Jaguar XJ8. Those are the two cars that are just heading round through Church Corner now, and in theory they will pick up the lead of the race. We've also got one of the Mazdas hasn't pitted as well, which is the number 33 Mazda has not pitted, which is going to be Stephen Robinson's car. That's the orange and blue machine, the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. So the AFG recovery unit on the station, ready to scoop up the TVR Tuscan of Stuart Dayburn. Stuart was scheduled to have another race later on this afternoon, so subject to the damage that's been inflicted on the number 70 TVR Tuscan, we may or may not see that 5-litre V8 engine machine out later on today. I hope so, because Stuart has been quick all weekend. It's just unfortunate that as he was trying to put a lap on the XJS, that the two of them clearly wanted the same piece of tarmac at the same time. So whilst he's out of the car and absolutely fine, the car needs scooping up out of the way. It's about to be winched onto the flatbed recovery unit. The circuit medical staff have just picked up Stuart. It was an impact incident, so he's got to go to the medical centre just for the regulatory checkup, which is a Motorsport UK requirement. In the result of an impact accident, you have to go and just have a quick checkup. So that's what he was doing, but he walked away from the car. He was absolutely fine, just no doubt rather disappointed with whatever went on up there. So clock continues to tick whilst we are under safety car. We've still got 23.5 minutes to go. And that means that we've still got about 8 minutes to go before the pit window closes. We say nearly everybody has pitted, other than those 3 cars that I mentioned. So the 2 Jags and the Mazda. Everybody else has been into the pit lane, and we still don't see Colin Philpott or Chris Boone pit this time through as well, so they both continue round. What about the blue Mazda? We'll have to wait and see. No, I don't think that pitted either. So whilst we're still under safety car, let's go down to the pit lane and Chris Buxton.
A face we saw yesterday in the pre-race show. We have got one half of the 29 pairing. You're having fun in the Metro, aren't you?
I am having fun in the Metro at my first time and wishing I'd gone testing, but it's an amazing circuit, and every time I go out I get faster, so that's what I want. I love it.
That's always the thing, isn't it? Obviously the Metro is a bit down on power, but is it just a case of survival, just get used to how the car feels and races and what have you, or are you sort of really pushing to see what the car can do?
The car is fast, the driver is currently not. So actually the car is faster than it looks. So the 944 down the straight, it's pretty much matching it. So it is just the driver that is the problem. So you'll see the times improve with Hewitt at the wheel rather than Brian. So yeah.
I'm sure you're just being too modest, but will we see the wonderful Metro later in the year?
Yes, so we've got 2 race cars. So the MGB GT is coming out at Castlecombe, and then we're hoping to get this out probably for Alton and Cadwell. So yeah, it'll be out again.
We get to enjoy your lovely company once again. Thank you very much, Hannah. Great to speak to you. We also have Daniel Stewart, pilot of the 28, or one of the pilots of the 28, Ray Ingman now out in it. You had a bit of an altercation whilst out there, didn't you?
Yes, I didn't know too much about it actually. I was coming up for the tight left hand, I think it's Croft, isn't it? And yeah, I heard a lock up and then got punted off. Yes, and the safety car's out now, so I hope he's okay.
Well, I mean, everyone I believe is okay, but it doesn't look like there's a mark on the big cat, so they build them strong.
Yeah, I think they might have hit the exhaust pipe, yeah, which would change anyway. So yeah, they are a strong old car. They're also a heavy old car as well, so they're quite hard to stop, which is probably what one of the problems was.
But the car going well? You enjoying your time here?
Yeah, it's a great weekend. The car's going really well. It's a lovely track, lovely club to race with. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's been a really good weekend.
Is it a bit of a difficult beast to wield around, particularly the twisty part of Rocket and what have you?
Yeah, but it's been going well this weekend. We've set it up nicely, and it doesn't feel like the boat it normally is. So we've enjoyed it. It's been good fun.
Excellent. Great stuff. Thank you very much, Daniel Stewart, pilot of the 28 Jaguar. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so clock continuing to tick. We've got a couple of the remaining cars coming in now. So Colin Philpott, South African, at the wheel of Jaguar XJS, heads into the pit lane. The man from Coventry at the wheel of the yellow and blue Jag, which is Chris Boone, also dives for the pit lane. So have we had in yet the other car that hadn't pitted, which was one of the Mazdas? Yes, we have, because that is in the pit lane as well. So that now means that everybody has either conducted their pit stops or is in the process of conducting their pit stops. The recovery of Stuart Dayburn's TVR is complete now as well. The recovery unit is just working its way down through the corkscrew, where it will peel left and off the circuit. There is still one other recovery unit that is out there on the grass up at the top section of the circuit, and is just about to also work its way down in towards the corkscrew area. So this lap behind the safety car may possibly be the final one now. We'll have to wait and see. We need to make sure that all of the recovery crew are clear of the track, and then once they are, we'll see the lights extinguished on the safety car, and then we'll be able to get the race back underway. So the car that leads the race under safety car will actually be the Marcos Manchula at this stage, number 75 car. That is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th car in the queue. So the all-red Marcos is going to be the race leader at this stage. Second in the race is going to be the black Porsche of Mark Chilton, which is directly behind the Marcos Manchula. Third in the race is going to be the light blue TVR Tuscan, which is also right behind Mark Chilton. Next in the race is going to be Oliver Smith at the wheel of the bronze livery BMW, which is right behind the TVR. So what we are going to have is a great battle for the lead, but of course, even when we get the safety car back into the pit lane, those cars that are ahead of all of those that are going to be fighting for the lead of the race, they can't overtake them until the start-finish line. So they've all got to hang back, and then pick off the quicker cars that are ahead of it, the likes of the Mazda, the 5 Series BMW, the Ginetta, Billy Thompson's TVR, the Luke Plummer and David Sharp driven car. So yeah, that red Marcos Manchula, I would say the best bet for Matthew, that being Matthew Lewis, is to hang back a little bit. We're going to have one further lap behind the safety car, so we're not quite clear to go full course green racing as yet. So we're going to have one further lap behind our safety car. So yeah, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth cars in the queue are all cars that in theory are going to be overtaken by what will be our race leader, the number 75 Marcus Manchula, leading the way here. So let's run you down through the order, and as we've got another lap behind the safety car, gives me time to do it. So number 75 Matthew Lewis leads the way under safety car conditions. Second in the race is number 79 Mark Chilton. Both of those cars run in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics 1980s section of the race. Third in the race is going to be Matt Holborn, so he will be leading the Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics aspect of the race at the moment. So he is third in the race overall, car number 156. Fourth is number 36, which is Ollie Smith. Fifth is number 9, which is going to be Aidan Farrell behind the wheel now. The starting drivers arrived midway through this race. Sixth is Rodney Frost, late to pit, but I suspect that that is because of where those cars were before they fed their way back out into the pit lane and the race itself. So I'm not entirely convinced that Rodney Frost will be sixth by the end of the next lap. And we've also now got, by the look of things, the safety car waving everybody through. So we are going to shuffle the pack. So we do now have, quite rightly so, they don't always necessarily reorder the field, but we have done for this one. So we do now have the Marcus Manchula of Matthew Lewis as the first car behind the safety car. So we are going to see this great battle for the lead. So it is, yeah, 1, 2, 3, the first 4 cars behind the safety car are all first, second, third and fourth in the race respectively, so that is going to make it a really good final, what, 15 minutes or so. The lights are still on the safety car as it turns its way through Peel this time through. What's probably going to have to happen is those cars that have been released and waved by past the safety car will need to catch the back of the train again, and only when they've done so will we probably see the safety car peel its way into the pit lane. So the safety car will be working its way down through the corkscrew. The lights are still illuminated, so we'll have a further lap after this one. Ray Ingman brings the number 28 Hesketh livery Jag XJS into the pit lane. One can only assume, Chris Buxton, that's because maybe he's not entirely happy with it after the incident that brought about this safety car in the first place.
I'm assuming it was the 28 car that Roger Hamilton bounced off of.
No, that's when Stuart Dayburn bounced off.
Oh, it was Stuart Dayburn that hit it, yeah. I must say there's not a mark on the Jaguar. They're sturdy old beasts, the big cats, but yeah, Ray Ingman, well, he's only been in it about 20 seconds and all is not well. Just looking down there, there's not a sort of flurry of activity. There's some attention going on to the right rear quarter, which will be a point of impact, but as someone's just ferreted underneath the car, Daniel Stewart has now gone over to have a word, but not a lot going on in that Jaguar. I suspect he's going to come in. Also, had a quick chat before he pushed his car off to the 69 car, Stephen Thompson. Gear linkage has broken on the Porsche, so he's got no gears, which was a shame because he was doing well. And there's the, somewhat worse off Tuscan.
Yeah, so I think we might be good to get rid of the safety car at the end of this lap. Yeah, I also said I didn't think Rodney Frost and Chris Boone would remain in 6th and 7th because they pitted so late, 2 laps into the safety car. It certainly looks as though they are in 6th and 7th place, so it's not been a bad performance for them. Lights are off on the safety car, so it is indeed the final lap under the safety car. So what can Matthew Lewis do at the wheel of his Marcus Manchula? 3.9 litre V8. It's the 5 litre V8 engined Porsche that sits behind of Mark Chilton. Then it is Matthew Holborn's 4.5 litre V8 Tuscan that sits behind. He's got Ollie Smith's 3.2 litre 6-cylinder BMW that sits behind that, and all 4 of those are fighting over the lead battle in this one. And of course they've all bunched up because of the safety car. The big Porsche of Aidan Farrell is 5th, but he's got to hang back a little bit because he's got a Jag which is a lap adrift of him, so there's a bit of traffic he needs to deal with. So we get the race back underway, the leading 4 up towards turn number 1. Oliver Smith already nipping at the heels of Matt Holborn's light blue TVR Tuscan as they head round through turn number 1 and up in towards the braking area for the banking as Mark Chilton dives at the inside of Matthew Lewis and takes up the lead of the race. Matthew Lewis forced wide, through goes Oliver Smith and moves from 4th to 2nd since the start of this second aspect of the race. So Porsche from BMW, from Marcus from TVR, that's the leading four as they head out of Church Corner in a straight line. The Porsche is going to lose out to Ollie Smith's BMW, who's going to sneak his way through. Matt Holborn at the wheel of the TVR also moves ahead of Matthew Lewis. So they've all swapped positions, and we're only halfway round the first lap of this restart.
I did think Ollie Smith would do well, but he's gone very deep going into turn 7, and now Matt Holborn skating around the outside of that beautiful Porsche. What a great move. So again, we have another Tuscan up front. Oh, as he nearly joins the BMW. Well, he integrates with the BMW into the boot, coming through turn 9. Wow, what a fantastic race we're seeing. Great start there from Matt Holborn, but it doesn't look like Ollie Smith's car is beginning to struggle a bit.
Ollie Smith is, well, he's leading the way, so he's not struggling too much at the moment. Matt Holborn is looking to try and keep him under pressure as the two of them head over the start-finish line. The gap between the pair of them was just less than half a second. They've completed 16 laps now, 12.5 minutes still remain. Ollie Smith leading the way. Now, Ollie, remember, won yesterday's race as well, and therefore picked up a 20-second penalty. If he wins this race here, he will also have that 20-second penalty, which he will carry forward to the next race meeting where we see the Speed Panel Modern Classics, and that will be at Brands Hatch on the 3rd and 4th of July when they will head there. But is he going to hang on to the lead? Because Matt Holborn is shadowing the Beamer as they head up towards the braking area for Rocket. He's a little bit better on the brakes, I think, as well. There is Matt Holborn, so it's still nose to tail for the lead. They pick their way out of Rocket. Out can Matt Holborn sneak up the inside. By the time they get to Peel, the door is prized open. He's going to dive up the inside, or is he? No, thinks better of it. Ollie Smith then doesn't exactly make friends with the apex round through Peel, but I think has just done enough so as to hang on to the lead of the race as they head down through the corkscrew on lap number 17.
That BMW looks like it's just understeering everywhere, which is a bit of a surprise, because again, he was fending off Stuart Dayburn yesterday. He's fending off the other TVR I was mentioned of, Matt Holborn. Doing well of it so far, but that TVR Tuscan looks really ready to poise. Is he going to be able to overhaul the BMW along the back straight? We will see. I would say that as far as raw grunt is concerned, that does belong to the Tuscan, but locking up like that coming through the banking isn't going to help him. A little bit further back, there's Mark Chilton in the Porsche. And then you've got the pair of Jaguars there, one of them at least. We've lost a couple of our big cats throughout the course of the race, but still a few out there doing what they can to improve their position. And then the Metro. The Metro had his windscreen wipers on earlier. I was worried that we were starting to see a bit of rain. The rain was trying to come down when I got to the circuit, but thankfully it's held off so far. Yeah, 10 minutes to go. It's also worth watching out for Billy Thompson's red TVR and also the Nick Hamilton blue Ginetta that sits behind him. That's a fine 4 position as well. That's for 8th and 9th place. The pair of cars just carving their way out of the banking and up towards Church Corner with a bit of traffic as well. They need to squeeze their way through. That'll be Matthew Davis at the wheel of the big XJ6 supercharged saloon that they will carve their way rather effortlessly past as they head down the straight and the kink that brings them up towards the braking area for Rocket in a moment. As they're doing that, the race leaders will be heading over the start-finish line very shortly. Oh, the big Jags had an off there as well, right at the fastest part of the circuit. It skitters across the grass, picks up one of the countdown marker boards, which thankfully are only polystyrene. So big moment there for Matthew Davis, and he gets the car back onto the grass and will rejoin. But that was a big scary moment. Fastest part of the circuit, going backwards. Thankfully the car stopped on what was dry grass before the marshal post. Yes, it would have certainly come to an abrupt halt paddock at the marshal post, which is surrounded by tyres. Yeah, there's been a bit more fluid drop down, or was that a bit of a mistake? We didn't quite see how that spin started. It could have been that Mr. Davis was a little bit on the grass when he hit the brakes. But looking further up front, Matt Smith is still, with Ollie Smith, he's still fending off the advantage of Matt Holborn. He's hanging on to the lead. I thought the TVR was looking poised to blast past, but oh dear, that's trouble then. Maybe it wasn't a mistake, some kind of mechanical failure. The next big cat comes in to retire, it seems. Yeah, so into the pit lane comes the number 150 Jaguar. Change of underwear perhaps more than anything, and that means that is another retiree, I'm afraid to say. So Ollie Smith back over the start-finish line, lights ablaze on the BMW because he wants to forewarn any back markers that he might come up against, and he's got to press on here. He's only got 0.4 of a second between himself and the hard-charging Matt Holborn, and
both of the cars having had additional time penalties to spend in the pit lane, which were rather negated by the fact that the safety car came out just as the pit window opened. But there's still 8.5 minutes for Ollie Smith to try and soak up this pressure that is no doubt going to be applied by Matt Holborn as the two of them press on out of Church. Speeds begin to build again as they head round the little kink and up in towards the braking area for Rocket in. Fantastic corner, Rocket. You can't really see the apex as well, but you can brake a lot later than you expect because you're travelling uphill, and Matt Holborn brakes too late, loses the tail end of the Tuscan. He will hang on to second place, but that, I'm afraid to say, has now rather evaporated what was the squabble for the lead.
Indeed, with just under 8 minutes to go, he's got time to try and close that back down. But that one again, right, makes me think that that corner is particularly slippery. We saw that Matt Holborn locked up that front left wheel, but it was the tail that let go, possibly just outbraked himself. It could be the rear axle just locked up just at the last second. But I wonder whether there's more slippery stuff up there. We will see. As we just saw, that is Colin Philpott's car working his way past the pair of Mazda MX-5s in the race. Yeah, they're having a good old squabble for, you know, boasting pride of the Masters, so to speak.
Yeah, not full position though, unfortunately. I think there's a lap difference between the pair of them, and Colin Philpott is also on a different lap as well. So they're squabbling away, but none of that was full position. And I think there might be problems, I'm afraid to say, for the number 33 Mazda of Stephen Robinson, because he was sort of waving there, was he? And that was because he was being too polite to the back markers and letting them go through. Now he's lost ground, hasn't he, with the cars he was doing battle with, so I'm not sure all is well for the Mazda, or maybe he was just being polite as Oliver Smith placed another lap on him. So Oliver Smith leading the way. The gap first to second as a result of that spin for Matt Holborn last time through. He went up towards Rocket. He deals with the corner much better this time, but the gap has now grown to 5 3/4 seconds first to second place. So Matt Holborn was having to push hard anyway, wasn't he, to stay with the coattails of Oliver Smith. You could argue he's now got to push even harder if he wants to try and close that deficit up.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's, on stream we look at Sam Moody in the Jaffa Cake. That's not me calling it that. That is what they call it, the black and orange car. And also looking at the possibly ailing Mazda of Stephen Robinson. He's not coming into the pits. He's still giving it plenty of slidey ways coming through the final corner. He has lost a bit of ground on the Jaffa Cake and blazing number 96, but still pressing on nonetheless. Still great race, even though they're on different laps. The blue flag rules aren't strictly imposed in club racing, but obviously if you really want to hold people up, then you'll earn the ire of the stewards. By the way, another great battle here. So that's Billy Thompson in the 25 car locking up the inside wheel, coming down into corkscrew, having that argument with Nick Hamilton, the surviving of the Ginettas of the Hamilton pairing. Again, you've got a little and large battle going on here. The tiny engine Ginetta fending off the advances of that growling TVR. And again, as a reminder, Billy Thompson started in last.
He did start in last position, but at the moment the TVR has not been able to thread its way through and ahead of the little 1.8 litre Z-Tech engines. Ginetta G20, the G20 harking back to what was a very competitive one-make series that we had in the UK back in the, what was it, 1990s probably, that the Ginetta G20 first happened. Oh, Billy Thompson runs really wide coming out of Church Corner. The red TVR will rejoin the tarmac. He has the thought to look at his mirrors as well before he rejoins and wave past one of the arguably slower cars than him as he looks to try and rejoin. So yeah, Billy Thompson, all of that hard work he's done to carve his way up through the order and start to push Nick Hamilton and put him under pressure at the wheel of the blue Ginetta has all come to nothing again. But he's got it all to do again, and well, now only 4.5 minutes in which to do it.
And the Mazdas have closed up again, so what we thought was an ailing Stephen Robinson is now right on the back of Sam Moody again. So again, not battle for position, it's sort of more just having a bit of fun out there. And again, those Mazda MX-5s are terrific fun cars to drive. So small, very well balanced. And generally you'll see them, you know, cornering by slidey ways rather than pointing with the nose. They're it's so light, so much fun to drive.
And those two Mazdas battling together just shows the effect that pitting a bit too late when you're on the safety car has had, because they were on the same lap. The number 96 car is now a full lap ahead of the 33, and that's because the 33 came into the pit lane almost on the penultimate lap of the safety car being out there, so lost too much time pitting too late, and that's why it's such a shame that is not for position. Otherwise that would be a great battle between the pair of them. Well, we've got 3 3/4 minutes to go, and If you are watching on the stream, please click subscribe. Alpha Live are looking to try and push us towards 26,000 followers on YouTube. So if you're watching the footage on YouTube, please click on the subscribe button. We'll see whether we can get there. We were, 82 clicks away. We started the day 99 followers we needed. We're now 82, so let's have a few more of you subscribe to us. We'll see whether we can hit the magic 26,000 by the end of the day. 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes to go indeed, and still arguing between the two Mazdas. They're not fussed about being on the same lap at all. Stephen Robertson, whoa, getting very, very quickly, coming into turn 3, coming into the banking, getting his car slowed down so he doesn't try and join the Jaffa cake, so to speak. And still, it's not like Sam Moody's defending particularly hard, it's just that Stephen Robertson has yet to just overcome the number 96. You're not seeing big dives from Stephen Robertson, in fairness, but they're just having a good old argument between themselves. Look at that, staying in the slipstream. They're not particularly aerodynamically efficient cars, but they'll still gain a little bit. Again, they're so light on power, they'll gain any advantage they possibly can. But at the moment, it is still a 96 car remaining ahead of 33.
Yeah, they've always been good little cars, the Mazda MX-5. I first drove one the year that they were launched at Millbrook Proving Ground, and yeah, absolutely loved it then. And then we briefly had, again in the 1990s, a one-make series, which was the factory-backed series. And then, sadly, that all disappeared, and it's only more recently where we've seen lots and lots of Mazdas racing again. Several championships you can race them in, but lots of series you can race them in as well. But it does look as though, again, just sensible driving by the 33. Stephen Robertson waving to the cars that are coming up behind him, who knows are quicker than him, to try and stay out of the way, and that sort of evaporated that little battle again, really. So what we do have, though, is a good fight for 4th and 5th coming over the start-finish line. The Marcus Manchula of Matthew Williams coming under enormous pressure now from Aidan Farrell, the Irishman, who is looking to try and thread the 993 RSR through and ahead of the Manchula. Can't quite do it as they head in towards the braking area for the banking. We've only got 90 seconds remaining in the race as well, with Ollie Smith leading by 8 seconds. He looks good for potentially back-to-back wins in the speed panel A2 Modern Classics. For the Future Classics aspect of the race, it looks as though we've got a good fight there for the lead of that as well. 3rd and 4th overall. Mark Chilton and Matthew Lewis were together for the lead battle of the Future Classics, but since Mark Chilton has now pulled away to a degree from the Marcus, it looks so Chilton is on for a win in that one. And is that a problem for... That looked like a problem there for Nick Hamilton at the wheel of the G20. Billy Thompson was ahead of him, wasn't he?
Yeah, that looked like an odd line that the Ginetta was taking, but looking at the window, he's back at the... I wonder if he just made a mistake coming out of the banking, because he looks like he's back up to speed again, still keeping Billy Thompson's TVR in his sight. So it made me think he possibly had a bit of a bad run coming out of turn 3.
In fact, a change for 4th and 5th place, because Aidan Farrell has managed to squeeze the Porsche ahead of the Marcus Manchula, and they'll head over the start-finish line onto arguably what should be their last lap of the race, I think, this next time through, subject to where Ollie Smith is. He might just be able to squeeze a further one out, but I think there's going to be nip and tuck stuff as to whether the bronze-coloured E36 M3, the 3.2-litre machine, will be able to complete one more lap after the one that he's on. He's just heading down through the corkscrew now. How many seconds to go? 10 seconds to go, 9 seconds to go. He's not quite going to do it, so up towards the final corner will come Ollie Smith, and towards the start-finish line, it's going to be really nip and tuck. Yeah, bag on, absolutely bag on. That was 39 minutes, 59.912 seconds, so arguably he could have done one further lap, but as the flagman, you can't work out what are 88 thousandths of a second, so no, out comes the checkered flag. Ollie Smith wins the race and wins the Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics section of the race. Matt Holborn finishes in 2nd place, 10 seconds adrift at the wheel of his TVR. Wait the arrival of Mark Chilton, the Porsche 928 should be carving its way down through the top section of the circuit and in towards the braking area for the corkscrew for the final time. Under pressure, though, from Aidan Farrell. So Aidan Farrell has managed to catch up, but even if Aidan Farrell in the 993 goes through, Mark Chilton would still scoop up the win for the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics 1980s group, and Chilton will hang on to it anyway. So over the start-finish line goes Mark Chilton. He finishes in 3rd position. Aidan Farrell and David Whelan's Porsche there in 4th place. Matthew Lewis is through to finish in 5th place, the 2nd of the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics cars home. And who's going to finish in 6th place? It should be Rodney Frost, who does come through as the leading jag home in the end to finish in 6th position. And hats off also to Billy Thompson, who had a great race from the tail end of the field, made a small mistake, dropped back down through the order, but he come through to finish in 8th place from the back of the grid. And also Luke Plummer as well, who finishes inside the top 10, another driver that came off the very, very tail end of the field in that combined race for the Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics 1980s group. So twice a race winner this weekend. Ollie Smith in the immaculately prepared BMW 36 M3 works his way round, waving to the crowd, waving to the marshals and thanking them for their hard work. He will be heading in towards Parc Fermé shortly, where he will have a chat to Chris Buxton, who has made his way back down there. We've got one more race to come up prior to our lunch break here at Anglesey. That will be for the first race this weekend of the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. They weren't with us yesterday, so let's confirm our results then. It is a win for Ollie Smith. In 2nd place was Matt Holborn, and 3rd place goes the way of Mark Chilton. It was David Whelan and Aidan Farrell that finished in 4th place, ahead of Matthew Lewis and Rodney Frost in 5th and 6th place. Chris Boone finished in 7th place, with Billy Thompson off the back of the grid in 8th. Nick Hamilton in 9th wins his class, and Luke Plummer is completing the top 10, the first of the cars that were not on the lead laps. In 11th position, we should see coming through in 11th position, should be Jamie Sturgis that's there in 11th place, as and when we can flick the graphic over to see who is there in 11th place. Colin Philpott is in 12th place, with David Sharp in 13th. And in 14th place, that's where we see the number 54 car of Michael Bentley and Tim Kitson. 15th place goes the way of 96, which is Sam Moody. 16th place is Stephen Robertson. 17th place is the Little Metro as well of Hannah Bryan, who shared with Kevin Hewer. And then in 18th place, it was Connor 150, Matthew Davies and Damien Gray, with Daniel Stewart, Ray Ingman and Stuart Dayburn, and everybody from there on backwards, all being retirees or non-starters in the Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics 1980s group. So the cars are heading in towards the Parc Fermé area. We will hopefully get the opportunity to chat to the top 3 cars, albeit I can't see where Ollie Smith has gone. I could see Matt Holborn's car, I could see Mark Chilton's car, but the one car I can't see is the race winner's car, which is not within sight of what I can see down there. So we'll certainly see as to who we might be able to pick up, who we might be able to chat with, and what is a beautiful day. The sea looking so calm here today. It was a little bit choppy yesterday. We had nice weather, but there was a bit more of a breeze yesterday, but it's beautifully calm here today, and what is just a fantastic circuit. Maybe get to visit it once a year, once every couple of years, Anglesey, but every time you come, if the weather is nice, I absolutely love this place. The backdrop of the sea and the backdrop of the Snowdonia National Park is always wonderful to see. So let's go downstairs and chat to some of our drivers from the race we've just seen.
Down in the winner's circle, the mighty bronze BMW of Ollie Smith has taken top honours again. He was a little bit caught up trying to get back here to the winner's circles. We'll give him a chance to get out of the car and get his lid off. But 2 people we definitely want to have a chat with are 2nd and 3rd. Matt Holborn.
Afternoon, sir.
The beautiful Golf Tuscan doth do you well. So 3rd, 4th and 2nd has essentially been, so qualifying 3rd, starting 4th today, finishing 2nd now. Excellent run, bravo.
No, it was a great race. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Hats off to Mr. Smith. Ducked up the inside again. Well done. Great race. There we go.
It goes to show the camaraderie that we see here in the CSCC. But I mean, you definitely gave him a good run for your money, though. I mean,
was trying and then got a little bit caught up in traffic, and he got away from me. But I thought there were a couple of laps where we were very, very close, and I was hoping to hang on to him a bit more, but as I say, lost in traffic. Next time.
We're not for the spin up at the top there.
I was hoping you weren't going to see that.
I'm sorry, but yes, we did. Was that just a bit late at the brakes, or was it very slippery up there? Because a few people have made mistakes up there.
There was a little bit of debris from, unfortunately, Stuart's contretemps, and I think I just caught a little bit too much of that, probably going a little bit too hot as well, but yeah, had a spin, but managed to gather it up, and off we went again.
Great. Thank you very much, Matt Holborn, pilot of the 156, beautiful Golf liveried Tuscan. Mr. Chilton, we get a chance to speak to you again. Hello to you. Well, you said you brought the Porsche for a bit of fun. It's seen you on the podium.
Well, anyone and everyone who I speak to just says you should use it every meeting. It's just old faithful. It's a glutton for punishment with the old Nissan. But, yeah, it's a bit of a strange race and there's a few incidents, wasn't there? But it was good overall.
Does the safety car put you off a bit, or does that disrupt the kind of flow and rhythm, or do you just not really think about it and just focus on what you're doing?
I think usually when I pit under the safety car, it doesn't go my way, but for once it did today. Yeah, it was a good race. It didn't look very close, but every time the markers got a bit closer, I thought I better try and push on a bit more. So it was good fun. Finished for once as well.
So will we be seeing either Porsche or Nissan later in the year?
It's going to be the Nissan at Spa, and then I think we'll take this to Castle Combe to the noise limits there. So yeah, definitely be out in both of them.
Brilliant. We very much look forward to it. Thank you very much, Mark Chilton, pilot of the 79 Porsche. But we've got to have a chat with our race dominator again as the Magnificent Sevens are getting ready to go underway. Mr. Smith. Well. That's a pretty good way to see the weekend now.
Yep, I'm really pleased. I didn't think it was going to go that way, to be honest. The race started and I was behind the gentleman in that grey TVR there, and I don't think I would have been able to get past him if it wasn't for his unfortunate sort of incidents, really. But yeah, so really pleased, but sorry about him. But yeah, it was great fun.
And then you had Matt Holborn's Tuscan, so you must think, good grief, I need to get away from the TVR somehow. But you just, it did look like a bit understeery in the top there towards the tail end there. Was it really struggling?
Yeah, I think the tyres were probably a bit marginal yesterday. I've tried to be cheap, which never works. So I'm running on old tyres, and yeah, it's just having to work a bit harder. But yeah, really good fun.
Yeah, we're very much looking forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much, Oliver Smith. The Goddard's Magnificent Sevens have their first race of the weekend. They've now left the holding area, back up to the commentary box to see how well the Mag 7s do at this wonderful circuit.
So yeah, the Goddard's Magnificent Sevens onto the grid, ready for their first of two races today. This is the only category that we did not see out racing yesterday, so they qualified this morning and they have two races to look forward to this afternoon. Now, the way that the penalties work in Mag 7s, subtly different to all the rest of the series. It is a grid drop you get depending on how you got on in the previous race. They're split into two separate groups, largely based on power to weight ratio, and there's only one car that's got a grid drop, and that is car number 172, Rob Cooper, who qualified 15th. Give him a 5-place grid drop. He will go off the very back of the grid for this one. So as the cars head off on their formation lap, we can very shortly guide you through the way that they line up. This is our final race before the lunch break. John Cutmore has his teammate David Watson for company on the front row of the grid, and it's Tim Davis that has Tim Davies for company on row number 2. Richard Carter has Jeremy Adams alongside him on the third row of the grid, and as we head on to row number 4, it's David Holroyd and his son Charles Holroyd that line up on row number 4. Row 5 of the grid is Richard Green and Matt Spark, with row 6 being John Saunders, who will start the only shared car on the grid, and Malcolm Ash is for company on the outside of row number 6. On to row number 7, that's where we see David White and John Wright, with Tim Ralph and Peter French on the next row of the grid, and the final row of the grid will be William Ward and of course the driver with the grid drop, Rob Cooper. And that's the way that they line up for this first of two races here in Anglesey. Ahead of what will be our lunch break and a raft of other racing to get through over the course of this afternoon. Another 4 races after the lunch break with the likes of the Adams and Page Swinging 60s, the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics 1970s cars, the Quad Sport Tin Tops, which I know that James Wilson will be tuning into, one of our Tin Top drivers who isn't on the entry list for this weekend. Goddard's Magnificent Sevens are back out later on in our penultimate race of the day, and the final race of the day will be for the Track Road Race New Millennium and the Burren Builders Open Series, and that's the way the rest of the afternoon looks with the Classic Sports Car Club here at Anglesey. So John Cutmore's car, the Spire RB7 motorcycle engined car, looks almost identical to his teammate David Watson. The way to pick the two of them out is whilst they are both silver and day-glow orange, John Cutmore's car on the front leading edge of the front wings has Dayglow orange flashes to it. David Watson's car has yellow Dayglow flashes to it on the very front leading edges of the wings of those cars, and you can see them as they begin to line up on the grid now, the difference between the front ends of the cars. So it's an all Spire front row of the grid. Gold Arts Magnificent 7s caters for any Lotus in 7 inspired design, so whether it be a Caterham, a Westfield, an MK, a Dax, a Tiger, a Stuart Taylor, a Raw, a Low Cost or a Spire, they're all Lotus 7 inspired designs, and therefore they're all eligible for the Max 7 series. So 5-second board is held aloft. It is a 30-minute race, our first race for these. Pit stop window in the middle 10 minutes of the race, and it's a great start from John Cutmore from pole position. David Watson was a little bit slow away and has already been gobbled up by the fast starting Tim Davies as they head round through turn 1 for the first time. John Cutmore leads the way. David Watson now, after his poorer start, trying to fight back and round the outside of Tim Davies, but I don't think he's quite going to make it stick, or is he, as they head up towards Church? Yes, he has. It's back to being a Spire 1-2, and despite the good start, Tim Davies is down into 4th place because Tim Davis has also picked him off. So confusing having a Tim Davis and a Tim Davies at the sharp end of the grid. So it's a Spire 1-2. The man from Orpington, though, sitting there in 3rd position. We've seen Tim Davis racing lots of TVR Tuscans over the years, but he's largely concentrated the last few years on racing his very quick Boss Racing powered Caterham. And these cars, Chris, around here, you could argue it's the ideal Caterham circuit because it's tight and twisty. There's not many long straights, and these cars are epically quick around this track.
Lots of slidey ways there from Tim Davies. Yes, it is very confusing. I mean, Tim Davis and Tim Davies very close together on pace. The only real, well, the first differentiating factor is one of them is not a Boss Racing car, which Tim Davis is. And yet again, it's familiar names up front. Cotmore leads Watson, leads Davis. The Boss Racing stable always have a very strong representation at every race that we go to in the Classic Sports Car Club, and they've got quite a few cars here, Tim Davis being the lead one of those. But the Spires again are looking very, very strong, although saying that, Tim Davis, good exit out of the banking, very squiggly there under braking for Dave Watson, especially if he's going to go onto the quick dry powder, and that's surrendered 2nd position to Tim Davis in the number 80 car. There's a John Cutmore just going out of the shot for those watching on the stream. Yeah, the Spire car developed by Paul Nightingale. Oh no, there's a spin! Oh, the commentary curse is strong in me today. I'm going to be kicked out in a minute.
Yeah, it's poor old John Cutmore that's had the rotation, so Tim Davis now is up into the lead of the race, and he rather effortlessly managed to take the place away from what was David Watson. Elementary, wasn't it, rather, you could argue, for Tim Davis.
See, I wasn't going to go there.
Yeah, do you not? Right, I just managed to squeeze that one in. Yeah, Richard Carter's busy fighting away, isn't he, at the moment as well? He's got the number 3 car behind him, Jeremy Adams, so they've had a change since they came over the start-finish lines. That's been a change for what would have been 6th and 7th, but now ultimately might become 5th and 6th as a result of those problems for John Cutmore, who did get going again, so thankfully it was just a spin for him. He's been able to fire the engine up, and he's going to have to work his way well and truly through the order. Is he?
I think he's actually below us. I can hear something revving under our commentary.
So the Spire may well be an X-Spire.
Yeah, again, that's the other one I wasn't going to do. I'll leave those ones to you.
Okay.
But yeah, again, we even though they're all kind of Caterham based, or vast majority of these cars are Caterham chassis, the racing still is categorized into power to weight ratios. So as we continue to look at the 80 of Tim Davis, fending off the advances, or trying to fend off the advances of the now sole front-running Spire, David Watson. That car is all over the place. It's really kind of struggling to keep that one in a straight line, but when it is going in a straight line, it's still going very, very well. Both of them highly, highly experienced in this category of racing. Again, pretty much everywhere the club goes, you will generally find at least one of those Spires, and Tim Davis is almost always in the Boss stable.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim has done a lot of winning over the years, but the Spires have always been there and have picked up wins along the way, several of them at that. So Tim Davis leading the way, but under pressure all of the time from David Watson, who's not going away. He's not going to try and push too hard, I wouldn't have thought, in the early stage of the race. Just stick there with Tim Davis and then see whether an opportunity opens its way up, particularly round through traffic, which is several laps away from being caught as yet. So they really build the speeds as they head round through the kink and start to descend uphill in towards the braking area for the left entrance to Rocket, then the sweeping right-hander. There's no overtaking there though at the moment because John Cutmore's car has been pushed behind the marshal's post and is out of harm's way. It was such an unusual mistake in the early stages from John Cutmore. Just make me wonder whether something happened. Was there a sort of a lock-up in the gearbox or something that happened? Because it'd be unusual if it was a spin that you couldn't find the engine and get going again.
Well, indeed. Again, these cars, much like motor racing cars, don't really like to kind of start. They're very good at going, but getting going is a bit of a problem, as we see a bit of a squabble here in this particular pack. There's Robert Cooper in the 172, who had to be recovered during qualifying, didn't set a qualifying time, so had to start at the back. That's John Wright, was the red car locking up there, number 73. There we see the number 34 car, that's Richard Green, usually shares with Pascal Green, but is driving solo in this meeting in the number 34, just coming over the line now, being chased by the 173 car, Matt Spark. Again, he's been in the club a couple of years, gone through a few caterhams in his time. So as we tend to find that, you know, people start with the smaller ones, maybe the academies, and move up to the bigger engines, the bigger horsepowers, like the 2.3 litre car in Tim Davis that is fending off the Spire at the moment. The Spire is a bit of an oddity. As I said, we only ever really see two of them, which is Cutmore and Watson, but you'll almost always find them at the top end of the field. Yeah, great little noise they make as well, little motorcycle engine cars, so they might not have the full power of the likes of the C400 of Tim Davis that sits ahead, but they're that little bit lighter. And on the whole, whilst they are in separate classes, Tim Davis runs in Class G, the car of David Watson runs in Class I. They are pretty evenly matched as a pairing, and you can see just how close it is. There was just less than 0.3 of a second between the pair of them as they came over the start-finish line last time through to complete lap number 5 with 24 minutes just under of the race still to go. Up towards Church Corner, flicking their way through the fairly fast right-hander at Church, and then flat out on the power up through the gears again as they head up towards a little kink that brings them then uphill and in towards the braking area for Rocket. Even in a straight line, there's not a lot to choose between the pair of them, and then diving his way up the inside very late on the brakes from David Watson, gets the car anchored up in time for Rocket. He goes through to pick up the lead of the race. Tim Davis, the man from Orpington in the Boss Racing Caterham, drops down into second. And that'll be the weight advantage you were describing earlier, Mark, because the Spire is a little bit lighter, it can brake very, very late, but it seems to be in that section, turns 7, 8, 9, where that number 85 car, that Spire, seems to be very, very lively. Whatever reason, Dave Watson is having to really wrestle that car through that section, but on the generally on the lower part, so to speak, so at the beginning part of the lap, it does seem to be fairly more settled. So in the twisty parts where you would think these cars would absolutely excel, it seems Dave Watson is having to really work hard to keep Tim Davis behind. And as we said before, Tim Davis being a highly successful driver, that's nothing to be afraid about, as again, he's got so much experience and a lot of power under his right foot. Yeah, well, since Thruxton, they've had the engine out of Tim Davis's car and have done some work on it, largely because he battered the sump a little bit too much going over the curbs at Thruxton, so he held his hand up to that one. But Boss Racing have seen that there's been damage on that, engine out, rework it, engine back in again, and at the moment it's going well, but he's not in a position that he would want. He's down there in second position now, still leading his particular class, but he will want to try and retake the lead of the race if at all he can, and it won't be that much longer also before, the pit window opens, so all the cars will dive into the pit lane and conduct their pit stop. And the way that it works for the pit stops for this one is that all of the Gold Ox Magnificent 7 series, it is a 1.5 minute pit stop, and that's time from pit in to pit out. So the car isn't stationary for 90 seconds. It's from when it enters the pit lane to when it exits the pit lane. Can't be any shorter than 90 seconds. Now, the one thing it does mean in Magnificent 7s is that nobody really gains or loses out of it. The reason they have that is because these multi-point roll cages, if you try to unstrap the driver, get him out and get him back in, it's really difficult to do that in a reasonable time. So regulations slightly different from Mag 7s. Indeed, and what people don't want is a very, very busy pit lane with lots of people trying to help a driver out, get the straps dealt with, and then you have to hurry them back in again. They don't want to put unnecessary risk onto the pit crews. So again, that's why it's a timed pit stop. You do have some driver pairings, some shared cars, but very, very few. Is it just the one we have in this race, the Sanders Scharfeger car? Yes, I think that's the only shared car we
It
have
is
in this
the only
field.
one,
Yes, yeah, the number 62 was starting in 11th position.
John Saunders started, yeah.
Yeah. So it does occasionally happen, like Richard and Pascal Green. You see, there's the Spire we just noticed. So he didn't actually make it back to the pits. They just pushed him out of the way of the of danger.
Yeah, I said he was behind the marshal's post a few laps ago. And one of the suggestions is, and it's coming on the internet as well for somebody that's watching as well, is that maybe when he spun it, because it's the bike engine car, didn't get the clutch in quick enough, and because he's spun the engine backwards, then it's gone and caused some damage to the car, and that was maybe why he couldn't get it restarted, which is a very good suggestion indeed. So 20 minutes to go. Pit window about to open any second now, and when it does, who are we going to see dive for the pit lane? We've got David Watson leading by 2 seconds from Tim Davis. Tim Davis is just heading up towards Rocket now. Our race leader David Watson has got traffic to deal with as he dives at the inside of the R400 in the hands of Tim Ralph, the light blue and day-glow orange car, staying out of harm's way. Rest of the field all diving their way down through the corkscrew at the moment. Good fight going on between Malcolm Ash, who I think is destined for the pit lane this time through. So number 21, Malcolm Ash, into the pit lane. That means that number 172, who he was doing battle with, Rob Cooper, who came off the back of the grid, is now up into 11th position. So Rob Cooper, who qualified on merit 15th, but gets a 5-place grid drop. There were only 18 cars qualified, so all he does in therefore is go to the back of the grid. He started 18th, but yeah, up to 11th already as the first of our pit stoppers come in, which is Malcolm Ash. Novice sticker still on the back of Malcolm's car, his 1600cc Supersport. But for the lead of the race, David Watson still pressing on his merry way. Out of the final corner comes number 32, which is David Holroyd. Remember, his son Charles is in the race. David is running in 6th position. He's just lost 6th on that lap, actually, as the yellow car of Jeremy Adams went through. So place gain for the number 3 car, heading up towards the banking of Jeremy Adams. David Holroyd at the wheel of his number 32 car. Long time Caterham race at the CSR. Loses a place. His son Charles is down in 8th at the moment, so Holroyd Senior 6th, Holroyd Junior in 8th place, and in the pit lane. I think he's just dived for the pit lane, Charles, on that lap. But we've not had that many cars into the pit lane. We've only had Malcolm Ash and Charles Holroyd so far. In fact, Malcolm Ash, I'm trying to think back, I'm sure Malcolm Ash came out of the Caterham Academy. I'm sure he was an academy driver over the years. So the race leader continues around, still in the lead. David Holroyd still looking to see whether he can get back onto the coattails of Jeremy Adams, the yellow car that he lost the place to a lap or so ago. Those two are just coming down through the corkscrew currently. And now it's a slightly shorter pit stop window because it's a 30-minute race. It's not a 15-minute window, it's just a 10-minute window. I think one more taker for the pits that time through is going to be the driver representative for the Gold Arts Magnificent 7 Series, which is Peter French. Into the pit lane has come Tim Davis as well, so Tim Davis in the Boss Racing Caterham is in. Adjustment to tyre pressures being done by the Boss Racing crew. Tim offered a quick drink as well as to whether he wanted to get a bit of refreshment. I think he'd either taken the drink or batted away the suggestion that he needs to take some fluids on board. You just need to wait for that 90 seconds to tick down in reality. And remember, it's not stationary for 90 seconds, it's 90 seconds pit in to pit out. More cars dive for the pit lane as well, which looks like Richard Green came in on that occasion. And who was the other car that came in on that occasion? Matt Spark, I think, also came into the pit lane. So more pit stops being ticked off. John Wright comes into the pit lane this time through at the wheel of the number 73 car. So we're slowly cycling our way through all of the pit stops, and there's still the best part of 6.5 minutes plus a little bit of change for everybody to conduct their pit stops. Tim Davis is heading back down pit road, so pit stop completed for erstwhile race leader. He will feed out at least now a lap adrift of those that haven't pitted as yet, which do still include David Watson, our race leader. Into the pit lane, as we can see, is car number 173, which is Matt Spark, just waiting patiently behind the wheel of it. At the wheel of his Caterham 420. Been a long time Caterham racer as Matt Spark, and again, as Chris suggested with some of the drives, you know, come in at something like a road sport level and then get a super sport, and now he's up to a 420, and each time And they must hook you in, these cars, because each time we see drivers just getting a quicker and a quicker and a quicker car. And Caterham's fantastic things to drive. Race leader is in as well. So just as Matt Spark leaves the pit lane, in will come the race leader. And that is now John Watson into the pit lane. So the sole remaining Spire comes to a halt. Again, there's a subtle adjustment to rear tyre pressures being done. John will just sit patiently, receiving some confirmation and encouragement. Tap on the shoulder from the Spire sports car crew there. And once that 90 seconds have ticked away, it won't quite be 90 seconds because they'll roughly work out how long it takes to drive from pit entry to pit exit at the speed limit, and then what you do is you take that off the 90 seconds and then that leaves a bit of leeway for deceleration and acceleration, and therefore when you get to pit lane out you're probably about 91, 92 seconds. Anything less is not good. If you are less than 90 seconds pit in to pit out, rather draconian penalties come into place. Usually a stop-go penalty for the amount of time that you were short on your stop. So, you know, if you're a second short, you have to come back into the pit lane at the pit lane speed limit, then stop for a second to get going again. So it loses you a lot more than just the 1 second. You have all of that deceleration from race speed down to pit lane speed and acceleration back up again. So it's not worth doing. Make sure you're a second the right side of the pit stop is the way to do it. So with David Watson in the pit lane, where is the Spire going to feed out relative to Tim Davis? Tim Davis is just coming down through Cascades, no, through the corkscrew now. Out of the pit lane goes our race leader. So David Watson will maintain the lead of the race. Tim Davis carves his way decisively past Rob Cooper's metallic red Caterham. Rob, another driver that's been racing Caterhams for a very good number of years in things like the BRSCC Road Sports and Supersport series, did Rob Cooper. But for Tim Davis, he's going to want to try and crack on with this one. Squabble that we are looking at now is just about to be threading its way through to the final corner. And there's a spin, actually. We've just had a spin on circuit, and that is Tim Davies that has had a spin and I'm afraid stalled the car. That is down at the corkscrew where he's gone off in an unusual place. I think it's the entrance to the corkscrew where he's made the mistake, and the car has skidded to the side of the track as you head into the final right-hand element of the corkscrew. So the rear wheels of the car are right on the white line. The nose of the car is, what, a third of the way across the track, and I think a bit of heat soak is meaning that he's struggling to get that car fired up at the moment, whilst in the pit lane we've got more pit stoppers. Jeremy Adams is in at the wheel of the number 3 machine. Also in comes 62, which is John Saunders, about to give way to Patrick Scharfegger. Patrick, who we've seen racing not just many Caterhams over the years, first appeared in Caterhams with Patrick Scharfegger, but has been racing things like Citroen C1s more recently as Patrick. The stricken car has been fired back up again now, so Tim Davies is back on his way again, but a raft of time lost there for Tim Davies. I think it was just too much heat soak, just couldn't get the car fired up. So yellow flags at corkscrew have been withdrawn. Heading back out of pit lane goes Jeremy Adams. Driver change taking place from John Saunders giving way to Patrick Scharfegger at the wheel of their 420R. And all of the time now, whilst we will see back into the lead of the race this time through, now we've cycled through all of the pit stops, we should see David Watson back into the lead of the race. He was not leading last time he came over the start-finish line, but that was because Jeremy Adams hadn't pitted and also John Saunders hadn't come in. But now that they have, should be the number 85 car that will head back towards the top of the timing screens this next time through with 12 minutes remaining. So out of the final corner, over the start-finish line comes the number 85 Spire of David Watson. 14 laps completed. He leads the race by just under 2 seconds from Tim Davies in second position. And we'll have to wait for the third place car to come through, which may possibly be Jeremy Adams next time through in third place. We'll have to wait and see exactly where he is as he comes over the start-finish line. And yes, it will be. It will be the yellow, sorry, the blue and day-glow yellow car, I think, sorry, it's the green car, Richard Carter, that's up into third place, number 42 car. That's there in third position at the moment. He is nearly 30 seconds adrift of the leading pair. So Tim Davis and David Watson a long, long way up the road. Now Tim Davis can see the race leader, the Spire, as he heads through Rocket Out and up towards Peel. He'll be pressing on the man from Orpington in the black and day-glow orange car. livery that he's raced for a very good number of years. Usually he has the likes of Hugh Coulter and others as his teammates at Boss Racing, which are white and day-glow orange cars. Tim's has always been the black one. And through the left-hander this time, using the apex curve beautifully well over the start-finish line. 15 laps completed. Lead advantage is 1.8 seconds this time through, so it only comes down by a tenth from first to second place. But as far as Tim Davies is concerned, it's going the right way. Breaks a little bit late, though, for the banking there, but maybe just tries to triangulate it and get a quicker drive coming out of it, which might not be a bad thing to do at that part of the circuit, because you can triangulate the apex and then you can accelerate that little bit quicker and for longer coming out of the corner, and then you maintain all of that extra straight line speed through Church and all the way up towards the braking area for Rocket, which is where they're heading now. So it's the silver and Dayglow Spire that leads, the black and Dayglow Caterham that's in second place, the light green number 42 Caterham of Richard Carter that's there in third, fourth is number 3, which is Jeremy Adams, fifth is 32 David Holroyd, and sixth is Richard Green. And with that being the top 6 post pit stops, let's hand you downstairs to Chris Buxton, who's managed to catch up with a driver. I would imagine John Saunders in the pit lane.
We've got John Saunders, half of the number 62 pairing. Mrs. Scharfegger is out there at the moment. Hello, John. You had some good fun out there, it looked like.
It was fantastic, yeah. It was a nice start. Everybody's racing nice and clean. There was no touching or at all. Quite a chaotic start, as is usual with Caterhams. But it was all very well behaved. And then, yeah, it settled down to a bit of a race, and I was chasing someone. Managed to get him on the long straight. And then he was chasing me, so it was all good. All good.
So, so far so good. Car's behaving itself. No worries for the second race?
From the qualifying, we set it up a little bit softer. I think I'll go back to being a bit stiffer because it's even wobblier on the corkscrew, and it's already book clenching going down there. So I might go back to a stiffer setting on that one for the final race.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing it. Thank you very much, John Saunders. Half of the 62 pairing. Asking about John Cutmore's incident. It was indeed, as you discovered there, Mark, as he's gone backwards, hasn't engaged the clutch quick enough, and that has sadly destroyed the starter motor in the car. It should be a simple fix for the Spire guys to get that car out for the next race. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so it's just a split second that you need to get that clutch dipped, otherwise you'll spin the engine backwards and yeah, bang goes the starter motor. So at least that clarifies our thinking and one of our viewers' thinking as to what happened there. Now, very sideways is Tim Davies at the wheel of the number 23 car. It's a shame he's not fighting for position with the light green car of Richard Carter ahead of him, but the reason he's not is because he lost so much time through this section where he'd had that spin a few laps ago. So arguably a quick car, the blue and Dayglow yellow roll hooped machine, but a lap adrift of the light green car that's ahead of him on the road, and he is trying to unlap himself from, in reality, if he's able to do so. Fastest lap of the race, we ought to mention, has gone the way of our race leader David Watson. 1 minute 9.671 from David Watson. So that is about a second, 1.1 seconds slower than David Watson's qualification time. So the temperature's a little bit warmer now than they were for qualifying this morning when these cars went out at 9 a.m. So that'll be why. And through comes Tim Davies, dives at the inside of Richard Carter, gets the car anchored up for what is Rocket, gets sideways coming off the corner. So Richard Carter now is going to brave it all the way around the outside, Rocket out, but through goes the number 23 ahead of 42. But that still keeps Richard Carter in third place in the race. All it means is that the number 23 car of Tim Davies is now unlapped himself in reality from that third place car. So Richard Carter may well know some of these cars do have pit to driver communication, not necessarily all of them. So Richard Carter, no doubt, in that Boss Racing prepared machine may well be aware or getting signals off the pit board that has not affected his position, and he will still lead the class because we've largely got class leaders in the top 4 places. So David Watson leads Class I and leads the race. Second place is Tim Davies, who leads Class G. Third place is Richard Carter, who leads Class F. And Jeremy Adams is fourth, who leads Class D as things currently stand. The Class C leader is Rob Cooper, down in 10th position. That's the car that came off the back of the grid. In 11th place is number 39, which is David White. He leads Class B. And Class E is being led by Tim Ralph, who is down in 15th position at the moment. And Class A is being led by the car that's running in last place currently, which is William Ward at the wheel of his low cost car number 120, which is the car that you just see at the edge of your screen, and it just went out of shot as I mentioned it. So those are your class leaders at this stage. There's only one car that's retired, which was the pole sitter, John Cutmore, who is safely behind the marshal's post up there at Rocket, having had his spin. So for the sole remaining Spire, it looks as though David Watson in his RB7 1600cc motorcycle engine is on for a potential victory. Down through the corkscrew comes Rob Cooper at the wheel of number 172. Right behind him is David White. Now this is going to be for position actually for the final place inside the top 10 over the start-finish line. Class C leader ahead of Class B leader, and going very slowly out on circuit, and the body language of that car tells you that he's destined for the pit lane, is David Holroyd, I'm afraid to say. So the turbocharged Caterham CSR, I think no longer for this race, I'm afraid to say. So that would potentially now mean that this fight that we're looking at, that would be for 10th and 11th between Rob Cooper's metallic red car, number 172, and David White that sits behind, it would no longer be for 10th and 11th, it would now be for 9th and 10th, as and when we get David Holroyd into the pits, which I think is just a matter of moments away, really. The speed the car was going doesn't suggest that he's going to be continuing for too much longer. So those two cars heading through Rocket. Remember the number 172 car, the metallic red car with its black nose cone and black wheel arches. Rob Cooper has come off the tail end of the field. He was the only entrant in Class C, so he was always going to be destined for class victory as long as he took the checkered flag. But either way, what he would want to do is what he's done, which is carve his way up through the order. But he's still under pressure from the grey car with its green rollover hoop that sits behind David White. So the two of them back over the start-finish line again. Less than 4 minutes to go. They have now just completed what will be their 19th lap of the race. The race leader has completed 20, so they're both off the lead lap. Rob Cooper runs a little bit wide through turn one, though. Bounces over the exit curb. Doesn't really hamper his progress, but David White is back onto his coattails again. And as the two of them now press on up towards what will be Church Corner in a straight line, you would have thought that Rob Cooper's Class C car should be able to pull away, and that's exactly what you can see there, because the Class C car has between 141 and 152 brake horsepower, that being Rob Cooper's car. The Class B car has between 126 and 140, so it's not surprising the gap between those two opens up when they get to the straights, because the more powerful car should be able to pull away. You know, when the car is exactly and identically shaped, you've got the same wind resistance on it, so it's all down to pure grunt and how quickly you can get your foot onto that accelerator. So they'll head through Peel, start to come down through the corkscrew, and it is still Rob Cooper from David White. They've got another car closing in on them, which will be Jeremy Adams, who is about to place a lap on them as he sits there in 4th position. So over the start-finish line have gone some of the battles. Our race leader is just pressing on up towards Church at the moment. He's going to be up with that fight that I'm talking about between Rob Cooper and co in a few moments' time. So as they head round through and up towards the braking area for Rocket, we've got the race leader trying to lap Jeremy Adams, whilst Jeremy Adams is trying to lap both Rob Cooper and David White. So 4 cars together, but only a couple of them on the same lap. And as they then descend downhill, Jeremy Adams nips up the inside of Rob Cooper's car. David Watson picks off David White's car. Then he's got to pick off the metallic red machine and manages to do that just as they approach the final corner. So for David Watson now, the yellow car ahead of him on the road is 4th place, so if he can get past Jeremy Adams, that then means it's only the top 3 that remain on the same lap as we enter what will be the final 90 seconds now of this race. So Up towards the braking area for the banking goes Tim Davis in second position. The gap has come down a little bit. Last time through, the gap came down by 1.5 seconds between first and second place. That was largely because of where David Watson met the traffic, whereas for Tim Davis, he's meeting the traffic in the perfect possible places. He should be able to carve his way through and past the yellow machine of Jeremy Adams, as well as they head up in towards the braking area for Rocket. So in towards Rocket now goes race leader, and I think the gap will have come down again now. So they'll turn their way through Rocket out and pick their way for what should be the penultimate time, I think, through Peel and down in towards the corkscrew. So down through the corkscrew. Now, are they going to squeeze another lap out? Yes, they will. Should be about 12 seconds to go when he comes over the start-finish line, as he does now. 11 seconds to go as he crossed the start-finish line. So Tim Davis is 2.6 seconds behind, which is an enormous amount to do. All David Watson really needs to do is stroke the car home, really, just ease things off a little bit. The pace of these cars hasn't dropped too much, really. The best lap that David Watson has done is a 1 minute 9.6. He was still within 9/10 of a second of it on that penultimate lap. So for Tim Davis, I think he is destined for runners-up spot and destined for third place, albeit a fairly lonely third place, really, is the number 42 car of Richard Carter, because the leading pair are already up at Rocket, and we've not even had Richard Carter over the start-finish line as yet. He's in the light green car, only just threading his way through the corkscrew. He's going to be the best part of, what, 40 seconds adrift of the leading pair, something like that, at the wheel of the number 42 car, but still on for a class win. He's 47 seconds adrift of the leading pair. So our race leader in towards the corkscrew for the final time. David Watson has driven pretty faultlessly over the course of this race, was pushed hard in the early stages, didn't have it all his own way, but he is going to come through to win the first of our Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens races. He will pick up a 5-place grid drop for later on today, so he won't start from pole. It will be Tim Davis, who is rather squirrely, coming out of the final quarter, that will start from pole later on today, because it's only the winner that picks up a 5-place grid drop. So he will 5-place grid penalty. So he will David Watson, right, okay. Now, on that final lap, we've had David Watson no longer classified as the race winner. He is now showing as having picked up a time penalty in the final stages of it, which means that Tim Davis will pick up the win. And rather curiously, that means that Tim Davis now also picks up the 5-second grid penalty for later on this afternoon, which was not what I was expecting. So David Watson must have transgressed the circuit limits one too many times on that final lap or so. The first time you do it, it's a free one. The second time you do it, you get a warning. The third time you do it, you pick up a 5-second penalty. So I can only assume he's picked up a 5-second penalty, as has the number 34 car as well, which will be Richard Green. A couple of those cars having transgressed the circuit limits one too many times as far as the officials are concerned. So it's that man there that may well be blissfully unaware that he's just claimed the win, Tim Davis, as he waves on his slowing down lap, ready to make his way in towards the Parc Ferme area and a chat to Chris Buxton very shortly indeed. So as Tim heads down through the corkscrew, it looks like the man from Orpington is going to pick up the win and pick up the 5-place grid drop for the second of the two races, the 40-minute race later on over the course of this afternoon. So that's the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens done and dusted for the moment. We will very shortly be able to guide you through the results. So it is Tim Davis that claims the win, with David Watson in second place and Richard Carter in third. Jeremy Adams finishes in fourth place, ahead of Tim Davies, who's there in fifth place, and Charles Holroyd completes the top six. And Matt Spark was ahead of Richard Green for seventh and eighth place. Rob Cooper off the back of the grid came through to finish in ninth position in the end, and completing the top 10 was David White. In 11th place, it was John Saunders and Patrick Scharfegger, the only shared driver car that we had, with Malcolm Ash finishing in 12th position, and 13th place went the way of John Wright. Tim Ralph finished in 14th place, ahead of Peter French, who was there in 15th place. And problems, I'm afraid, for David Holroyd, who was a non-finisher in 16th place, as was the car that finished in 17th, William Ward, and John Cutmore, we also knew, had some problems along the way. So that is it for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. That is also it for our racing action for the moment here from Anglesey, but it's not the final things that you'll be hearing from, because we do need to hear from our top three drivers who are down there in the assembly area with Chris Buxton for what has been a great morning here at Anglesey. Still with 4 races to come this afternoon as well, with the likes of the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2. They'll be combined with the Advantage Motorsports Future Classics from the 1970s groups. That'll be our first race after lunch. Co-Ord Sports Tin Tops will be the second race after lunch. The third race after lunch, back out, will come the Gold Ox Magnificent Sevens, the cars we've just seen. And our final race of the day will be the track road race New Millennium, which is combined with the Firum Builders Open Series here over the course of what is going to be a busy afternoon at Anglesey. On our return for the club here, we were here in September where we raced into the night, but no such worries about darkness and racing today. For the final time, let's hand you downstairs to Chris Buckton, who's going to chat to some of our drivers.
Here in Winner's Circle with a last-minute change of the top order, despite the fact that the 85 car came over the line first. It looks like there was a post-race penalty that's been applied, which gives you, Mr. Davis, top honours.
I'll take that.
Now,
you can get it.
Now we're regularly seeing you and enjoying the company of your beautiful Boss racing machine. I mean, yet again, it's not done you a foot wrong, has it?
The car is absolutely brilliant. I mean, the team are amazing. It's fantastic racing with Boss Racing. It's brilliant.
And you've been with them a great deal, many years. And how long have you driven this car for now?
This car's good 3 maybe years. As soon as they got me in the catering, it was a case of buy me a fast one, get me a fast one, get me a fast one, and here we are. It's great now. So up the front end all the time, hopefully.
Absolutely. I mean, you had a roaring start, and but you were never far away from Aspire.
No, I had me under braking on the yellow for a minute, then I took that back, obviously let me through. And then the grip was fantastic. I had him in certain places, he had me in others, and my tyres were going off at the end. I mean, it was hot in there, I have to say, very hot.
Well, we look forward to seeing you for race number 2. Thank you very much, Tim Davis. And awaiting in the wings, Dave Watson. Well, I mean, that looked very lively, particularly at the top end coming through Rocket. It looked like you were having to really wrestle the car.
Yeah, it was quite a challenge in certain places, but yeah, it was good. Car was mega. Just need to find out what happened with the pit stop now.
I'm assuming it's either speeding in the pit lane penalty, because you were rather energetic coming away from your pit stop.
I knew Tim was going to be pretty close, but as I say, I'd got my finger on the pit limiter button, so it shouldn't have exceeded the speed limit in the pit lane. So yeah, maybe it's a timing thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But even still second on the board by quite some distance up front. We're used to seeing the Spires at the top. It's a shame what happened to John, but we'll look forward to seeing him out again. I guess we're going to see you at the top again, race 2?
We'll just have to see what happens. Tim's quick, but hopefully he's got a few place grid penalty now. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Thank you very much, Dave Watson. Good to have a chat with you. And we have got Mr. Carter waiting in the wings. Well, great start. Starting in 5th, coming home in 3rd. You must be quite pleased with that.
I'm very pleased indeed. I had a terrible start, but managed to get a couple of places back. And then after the pit stop, I wasn't sure if I was racing 23 for position or not, but we raced like we were. And eventually he made a mistake and I could get through. So it was a good race, really good fun.
And you've been united with this car for quite some time now. How long have you had it for now?
I've had it probably 11 years now, yeah.
And still seeing you through to promising positions. Does the Caterham suit tracks like Anglesey, or do you prefer kind of more flowing circuits with bigger straights?
No, I like this kind of track. It's a little bit slippery out there. We haven't got much rear traction on this circuit. But yeah, I love this kind of circuit. Brands Hatch Indy, something like this, really good fun.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you in the second race later this afternoon. Thank you very much, Richard Carter. That is it. A bit of a break now, so we will hand over to the pre-race show that myself and Mark Werrell had a wander around the paddock to catch some drivers in various states of readiness. We hope you enjoy.
Hello everybody, welcome along to Anglesey, classic sports car club here in Wales in what is glorious, glorious sunshine. Chris Buxton joins me. Chris, it's great to be back at Anglesey and we're going to have a wander around the paddock and catch up with a few people. It's great to be back though.
Absolutely. The club has been here quite a few times over the years. It's my first visit here. And the scenery alone is just something breathtaking. These cars look so resplendent in the sunshine. I'm so looking forward to this weekend.
Well, last time we were here, it was September of 2021. We went racing into the night as well. So, you know, it's something very different for the drivers. It's a circuit that most drivers absolutely love. We can see that we've got, as ever, a few of the MX-5s. They'll be out racing in Future Classics over the course of the weekend. Two separate groups for Future Classics, the 70s and the 80s. They're racing separately this weekend, which is quite unusual for the club. As we carry on down, well, here's a gentleman I do want to catch up with, actually, because this guy here, brand new car, first time out. I don't know him at all. He's about to walk away, but we're going to try and doorstop him. His first time out with the club, so I'm going to see if I can catch up with him. Hello, sir. Have you got time for a quick word with us? Because I know it's your first time out in that car, your first time with the club, and we're delighted to have you.
It's not my first time out in the car, it's not my first time with the club.
But yeah, the car's re-prepped, doesn't it?
Yeah, the car it blew its engine the first time I took it out, and I spent the last year trying to rebuild it. So I think I did about 3 laps in it so far.
Blood, sweat, tears, everything gone into getting out.
Yeah, it's just taken a long time to getting parts during the last year, but for me, just finishing will be a good thing. So we'll see how it goes.
Finish will feel like a win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a great one. There we go. So I thought it was his first time out. I knew he'd been posting on social media, but it's obviously about the rebuild of the car. Another car that first time I think we've seen this one out is an Ariel Atom. Christian Douglas, who we're used to seeing racing in things like TVR Tuscans with us in the past, but this fantastic Ariel Atom that he's bringing out for this weekend. Chris, you know, exoskeleton car, very unique, isn't it, the Atom?
Yeah, 100%, yeah. It's very, very few of these have come through the club. I can recall twice seeing Ariel Atoms in the entry list, and that was back in 2018. So they're very, very rare beasts. But yeah, we're used to seeing Christian Douglas in the 777 Tuscan. Absolutely, well, a Tuscan is always going to fly, irrespective of where it is flying. And I reckon the Ariel Atom in particular, because it's so light and the power to weight ratio is so good, is going to really, really do well around the twists and turns, particularly the middle part of this track.
It's not a standard Atom as well, because the Ariel Atom's designed really for mechanical grip. You look at this, it's got a great big front wing on it, a massive rear wing on it. I notice it's got side pods as well, which is, again, you know, another modification from a standard Atom. So not only has it got the power, not only is it light, it's going to have the aero and the downforce on this car. So I'm really, really interested to see how Christian Douglas gets on with that one. As ever, loads of variety. We look to where we're heading towards now. There's a beautiful Lotus Cortina Mark 1. That car will be out in the swinging 60s race in a little bit. Just watch your back as you step over that bit. There we go. Don't want to kill the cameraman, do we? So yeah, beautiful little Lotus Cortina.
Here's
911 RSR. You know, we always have so much variety, don't we, in terms of the entries.
Very true, but it's also good to see a lot of returning names. There's a number of people. Keir Edmonds is one of them in the 911. There's been a few of those, particularly here, this Diet Coke flavoured BMW. Dave Griffin, pre-93 touring car champion. This car has been to so many Classic Sports Car Club meetings over the years. He's got a BMW E90 as well in his fleet that he's doing very, very well in. So very much looking forward to seeing how well David does. He almost wins pretty much everywhere he takes that BMW.
He is, yeah. He was driving with a co-driver at Snetterton, if memory serves me correctly. I didn't do the following round, which was at Thruxton, but that's a circuit that would really suit that car, wouldn't it? Open up the taps here, slightly twisty, far more technical than the previous round, which was at Thruxton.
Yeah, it stormed Snetterton, that car, it really did. But then under the very heavy right foot of Mr. Griffin, he was a very, very nice man. He seems so down to earth, but then behind the wheel, by his own admission, he's an absolute animal. But of course, safety first.
So if we...
One of our shared drives there, the number 40X, that's the Phil Stader Mike Henny combination. So they'll be operating 2 cars. So when they come to do their race, and there is the other one, the number 40 car. Over the cameraman's right. So one car will start the race, and when they do their mandatory pit stop, the other one will go out in its place.
Right, I'm going to see if I can grab another driver here, which is Hannah Bryan, who doesn't know that I'm coming. So she's trying to get the crash helmet out of the car, but we're going to see if we can grab a quick word with Hannah. Can we trouble you, Hannah? I know you're not expecting us, but nice to see you on the grid this weekend, and great to be at Anglesey.
Yeah, I've never been here before, so it should be interesting. I was watching yesterday. I'm wishing I'd been testing yesterday, but didn't test yesterday, and I'm regretting that ever so slightly now.
You've seen Anglesey in the best possible weather. It's not always like this, but what a track.
It's gorgeous. The only advice I got from 2 other drivers was when you go around this corner, don't get distracted by the seaside. So that's my key job, is not to go, oh, the seaside. So that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, it was great to get the Metro back out again.
It's great to see it back out.
Yeah, I love it. So it's a little go-kart, so I love driving it. So it should be good fun. I'm looking forward to learning the circuit.
Learning it during qualifying.
Yeah, obviously, which is what I have a nasty habit of doing. So good luck to me.
Well, very good luck. Have a great one. There we go. There's Hannah Bryan and that fantastic little Metro.
That's another rare beast, actually, the Metro. We've seen one in the special saloons and mod sports before, but it's been a while since we've seen one on the grid.
Is it worth having a chat to a committee member, do you think? Because we've got one of the committee members over there, Stuart Levers, we could grab a word with.
We'll be told off if we don't.
Well, let's go and... Stuart, can we have a quick chat? Are you going? Go on, you go for it.
Oh, Stuart. So here we are back at Anglesey. Just for those that don't know kind of all the setup, how many man-hours goes into the setup of this kind of event?
Oh, Christ. We're spending weeks and weeks, almost building up from last year that the event will be already in the planning stages of going forward to kind of start introducing the dates, the calendar, what's happening over the 2 days. So yeah, it's almost a year before we actually get here, and when the weather's like this, it's a fantastic kind of almost end to all the hard work that goes into it, really.
You're the driver representative for the Co-All Sports Tin Tops. On the whole, they're a well-behaved bunch. On occasions, they maybe cause you a few issues.
They're a great bunch. I've run the Tin Tops for, it's going to be 10, 15 years now. We have some fantastic guys. We've got such a mixed range of guys who have got, quite comfortable budgets, to also the 9 to 5 guys, as we call it, who work tirelessly hard. Their budgets are done from their overtime. So we have such a diverse group, male, female drivers. They're a good bunch. Yes, we have stresses. It's life. We do have stresses with it, but ultimately, a fantastic bunch. I'm proud of what they do. We have great grids. Yes, unfortunately, this weekend we've got lower grids, but that's because we've got brands next weekend on the GP circuit.
Yeah.
Fantastic circuit, fantastic guys. Yeah, they're a great crowd.
They do you proud. Well done. Thanks, Stuart. Thanks for all your help. So there we go. Stuart Levers used to race himself. It poacher turned gamekeeper, you could argue, but yeah, he's been a fundamental part of the Classic Sports Car Club for a very good number of years. Wonder who else we've got down now. I was wondering if we might go and have a chat to Amp Speed, or maybe Stephen Pickering, have a look at something a bit different there. The Sunbeam Tiger, which is again a car that Stephen's been racing with us for a good number of years. V8, of course. Sunbeam, one of many British brands that have disappeared over the years, but it's nice to see them all out and still racing, isn't it?
Absolutely. So I remember this one of a 5-car battle that was at Donington 2 years ago, and it was just absolutely pulling well above its weight. It was wonderful to watch, and again, looking forward to much the same today.
Well, the first time I really sort of bumped into seeing Sunbeam Tigers was there was a Northern Irish gentleman called Jackie Cochran, who used to race a really heavily modified one in the Aston Martin Owners Club Series, Anglo-American Challenge back in the 1990s. But yeah, always nice to see out a Sunbeam Tiger. Of course, we do sometimes have the Alpine out as well. The Tiger was the V8 engine car, wasn't it? The Alpine was the 4-cylinder, wasn't it?
It's deceptive as well, because it's such a small body that has contained a huge amount of power. Here's another rarity, the Reliance Scimitar. Again, not a commonly chosen car. It's great to see, again, referring to the diversity we have in the different types of cars. You really don't see many of these Scimitars still in the wild.
No, very few indeed. It's Phil Otley's example. That one again, Phil's been racing with us for a good number of years, so we'll see him out in the Adams and Page swinging 60s later on.
They look showroom new as well. They take such good care of their cars. Unless you look too closely, and then you see the war wounds of the past. But generally, I just love how well these cars are prepared, and all the care and attention that goes into these cars. As Steele was explaining, you've got those that do have the more comfortable budgets. You have those that just go, almost racing hand to mouth. But it's all done for the pure love of racing. That's what I love about club racing.
You were talking about the drive over here. Hannah and Brian was talking about Anglesey. It is a beautiful, beautiful part of the world, Anglesey. And if you've never been to Anglesey, I absolutely insist that you do it. Here's a driver. We're going to chat to him like this because he's dressed. Look how he's dressed. Look. So let's have a quick word with John Wolfe, who we've caught at the most inopportune moment. John, you look poised and ready for qualifying.
Yeah, we're going to blitz it this time. After 2 DNSs and a DNF, we're feeling pumped up to try and do better this time.
I can see you've clearly been working out as well, just to make sure that you're in peak physical condition.
Yeah, thanks. It's an appropriate time that you came round, really.
We couldn't have timed it
all in.
Well, if we stay here for a bit longer, eventually you'll have to let it out.
Yeah, well, I had a hernia operation a few weeks ago, so I'm still recovering from that, so that's my excuse for it. It's gone slack a bit.
Have a great qualifying.
Thanks very much.
Sorry.
Really appreciate it.
Caught him just at the wrong time, but had to do that. Absolutely
That's why
had to
I
do
let
that.
you do that one, Mark. I didn't want him to turn around. But that's the Tuscan V8 there in the
I
background.
like the way his co-driver Dave Thompson didn't step in and say, look, I'll do the interview, because he was fully clothed in the motorhome.
No, honour amongst thieves and all that. Yeah, they have a Grand Tourer as well in their fleet. Again, such a mixture of cars as well, sometimes in the same racing camp. Like, the V8 Tuscan and an MG midget engined Grand Tourer, but again done for the love of racing.
Yeah, TVR Grand Tourer. He's also got an Armstrong Siddeley, which he's building into a special race car for Vintage Sports Car Club Hill Climbs and racing. Used to have a Ford Falcon. I think he's got an Elan 26R as well. So it's serious amount of cars in the garage, which is always fantastic to see. How about a nice little Alpha 33? Now, don't see many of these anymore racing. The Alpha 33. Used to see loads of them. Brunswick, an Alpha specialist that have been preparing Alphas for a good number of years. We used to have something called the Chris Knott Alfa Romeo Challenge in the UK in the 1980s and 1990s. And Class E, Class F was nothing but Alpha 33s at the time. And some very quick ones as well.
Yeah, again, it's a shame that we don't see very many of these in a while. Again, wonderfully turned out, absolutely resplendent, with the backdrop of the Petch and Petch, or Petch family, I should say. There's 3 Petches that share this car. This gorgeous Ginetta. Again, this has been a regular haunt in the last few years.
The G50, isn't it? Yeah, which was superseded by the G55, and now that in itself has been superseded by the G56, which is the V8 engine car that you see racing in things like the British Touring Car Support Package, which you'll be down at Brands Hatch this weekend. You'll see the G56 Super Cup.
They had a Ford Fiesta before that, which one of the Petch sons, his father and 3 sons, if I remember, one of them crashed it, so they then upgraded to a Ginetta. I mean, that's quite a jump.
I think I might have been at Snetterton for the crash, and unfortunately, whilst they were fine, the car wasn't. The car actually ended up over the barriers through at Murray's, the final corner, I think it was. Let's wonder and see whether we can have a final word, maybe, with Sussex Road and Race. See whether Kevin is around, the man behind Sussex Road and Race, who is busy preparing a raft of largely minis for this weekend, but I see he's also got a Honda Civic with him as well, so he's a busy chap. Oh, right.
He's disappeared.
They're all out in qualifying, aren't they? They're all out in qualifying, so we won't.
Here's another car we can showcase here, another driver representative, John Baker.
John Baker.
In the tangerine flavoured Clio. There's quite a common, comparatively common collection in the Classic Sports Car Club. The Clios have their own category within their own class within the Tin Tops category, along with the Ford Fiestas. Again, a class completely dedicated to the one mark. But again, John has been a regular in this category for a very, very long time.
Good morning, John. Morning. How are we? Have we got a chance for a word? Yes, do you want to do it, Chris?
Absolutely. Now, this car has been in your collection for quite a number of years. Again, you've been 3 years, and you've been involved in the club for how long now?
2013. So I'm also Modern Classics driver rep as well. So it makes really busy weekends, especially when this weekend we're just racing because we're doing racing Saturday and Sunday. And Modern Classics have got to look after themselves this weekend. But no, the car's changed. We came here 3 years ago with a car that we'd bought 2 weeks before. And managed to get out yesterday to check what the diff made difference to it, the anti-roll bar on it. Totally different colour scheme. We used to race under Team Orange in a Honda DC2. Because the DC2 was longer, we bought a smaller car, hence the Satsuma Racing. So it helps make a spectacle.
Absolutely. Well, spectacle's certainly true. You won't miss this car coming. But again, what kind of duties and responsibilities go into being a driver representative? What falls on your shoulders in that role?
Basically, it's just making sure that all the new drivers know exactly when they've got to be in assembly area, they've got their licence, have they got all the right stickers for the cars, do the cars conform? So you're looking at, because we run 4 simple categories, you have to check that they run standard silhouette from the factory, they haven't got any aftermarket parts on that don't meet those requirements, that there's no silly wings, that they haven't taken too much body weight out or anything, and the silhouette stayed the same, that you haven't got big scoops on in the roof and everything, it's because you're not allowed to run them. So there's all of that, there's all the behind the scenes, people want to email you, can our car come and join? And obviously, the committee does an awful lot of work behind the scenes. We have regular committee meetings discussing anything and everything to do with regulations, where we want to be in the next couple of years, and how the club's doing. And it's great to be part of such a cracking club.
So you're the headmaster of the category, basically.
Yeah, sort of. But it's great because you get to see a totally different side, and the drivers know who you are, and then you can walk around there, all the paddock, and everybody says hello to you, and it's great because everybody knows me, they can approach me, I can approach them as well. If I've got a sticky subject that I need to approach the drivers with, I know I can go up to any of them, and they don't take offence. They listen to what you've got to say, they will act on it, and they will also ask you questions then, because you build that two-way respect with them, and I think it's important for all the club.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you very much, John Baker. Enjoy your weekend and best of luck out there.
So Satsuma Racing, of course, there is a corner called Peel, isn't there, here as well?
Yeah, there is indeed.
So don't go off at Peel. Absolutely. Let's wander down this way, because whilst we've been talking about committee members and how important they are, as well as our competitors, we also need to talk about the sponsors as well. Now, Coord Sport are one of our sponsors with the Tin Top Series, and Paul's in the middle of one conversation here, but I'm going to see whether I can dive in and grab a quick word with him. Paul, just want to chat to you about, Coord Sport, your company's supporting Tin Tops this year. You've been a member of the club, you've been a racer in the club, but now your company's supporting as well. Yeah, that's correct. I'm enjoying supporting the series, and the CSCC's been a great series for ourselves and helping the teams and drivers. I used to race in the series back in 2014 and 15, and good competitive racing, clean racing, respectable racing, and obviously good commentators. Well, I wouldn't say that. Coord Sport, just tell us about your company then, because whilst you provide a Driver of the Day award, you provide lots of components to the teams as well. Yeah, of course, we try and keep the cars on the circuit, so with brakes, clutches, the usable wearable parts. That's always a problem, and usually we keep a few things, like helping this guy out with an exhaust mount just here. But it's about providing a service. It's not just about actually sponsoring the series. We're actually here, actually at the track, helping the drivers, working with the drivers, helping the teams. We give a driver's discount to some teams, so if anybody is interested in that, we can help with that as well. But the background of Coord Sports is we're a distributor of performance parts, and we have been for nearly 35 years now. So we've been about a fair bit, and a little bit underground. We're a bit of a trade secret to most people. So that's us really. When are you coming back out racing as well? We know you've got a few cars in the garage. You're a big Ford man, so will we see you back out? Actually, I'm out next weekend in the C1, so I'm out for the 24-hour race. So I'm looking forward to that, to have a squirt and whatnot. And it won't be your first 24. You've done the C1s before. Have you done a 21 before? I haven't done a 24-hour, but I've done the C1s all last year. I helped a colleague out, a local garage, Jamie, and he asked me to come on board and help him out, and I enjoyed it. Had a great time. But I am missing the Tin Tops guys and the weather today. Make the most of it. And Anglesey is a great circuit. So Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, flat out down there, even in a tow, probably 93, 94 miles an hour if memory serves me correctly. How many cars on the grid? Because when I raced it, there were 99 started. Yeah, it's a little bit different this time. There is a problem with the likes of Nankang. They don't have rubber at the moment, so there is a few problems with that. I think there's 63 cars as far as I saw on the entry, so it'll be some good racing, I'm sure. Have a great one, and thanks for supporting the club. Thank you. There we go. So that's caught up with someone else. We're in the section now where, again, we've got this enormous variety. So we've got, Datsun 240Z, we've got the Adele Ford Fiestas, a couple of them. We've got Paul Bolton's lovely PlayStation Academy Nissan, Simon Benoy's Hillman. But again, just that fantastic variety. The different, for me, it's the different colours, the shapes, the sizes, and the sounds.
and then a very bright Porsche GT3 Cup car right behind this particular collection of the 386 car. Yeah, but something that John Baker was saying is the friendliness, the approachability of the club is something that the CSCC is really, really renowned for. Now, I've not been with the club particularly long, but that is exactly what I have found. Every single driver I've approached, even with the clipboard, and they initially look at me skeptically, thinking they're going to collect money from me. But they're so happy to chat. They're so happy to share their experiences, talk about their cars. And no one yet has turned me away. There's always a first time, but yeah, the approachability, the friendliness of the club has always been one of the constant advertising points that every driver I've spoken to so far has agreed with.
Yeah, and for me, I agree as well. I've been with the club since their very first ever meeting, so however long that is now, 17, 18 years. So we've got, by the look of things, Richard Perry just adjusting the brakes on his beautiful little frog-eyed Sprite. So, as ever, even though qualifying has happened for these cars, you know, there's still work to be done as well. Now, this is one car that you were waxing lyrical about earlier on, the little Alfa Romeo Zagato that we see here. Really rare car. There's only 4 of these racing in the world at the moment, so beautiful to see it out.
Absolutely. Very, very rare, and because of that, the parts are so difficult to get a hold of. But yeah, Nick Edmonds is an online parts distributor and retailer, so he's in a position to actually be able to get hold of parts for these things. He's not had the best of luck with these. He's only raced it 3 times and yet to see the flag in any of them. So he's looking forward to a bit more luck with this Zagato. And as far as he knows, it's the only racing example of this in this country.
Yeah. Yeah, the Alfa Romeo Junior Zagato as its badge. Beautiful car, left-hand drive, as you can see.
It was based on the Spider until Zagato then had a go at designing the body shell, if I remember correctly.
Well, I mean, I don't know what it is about Italian designers, but they just seem to nail it all the time, don't they? Whether it be Pininfarina, whether it be Zagato, you know, whether it be...
Absolutely.
All, he's here. Oh, he's here. Oh, he's arrived. He's arrived. Well, at least you are dressed appropriately. We bumped into one driver earlier on, and we spoke to him anyway, who was definitely not dressed appropriately. We were just saying about your Alfa Romeo Junior Zagato, you know, rare old car. Last time you were here at Anglesey, a couple of years ago, when I think I spoke to you, it was slightly troubled. How's it gone so far? Because you were testing yesterday as well.
No, we didn't test yesterday. Too much money, shoestrings.
Oh, the car was here though, wasn't it?
The car was here. Yeah, we just thought we'd get here early. As the missus is away on holiday, I thought, well, you know, that's what we do. But no, cars run really well. We don't have the power of the MG and Sprite-based things. I think we're about 100 kilos heavier and about 35 horsepower down. So, as you can see, it's all down to skill.
and horsepower, and particularly with gradients here as well, that lack of horsepower, you'll notice it with the extra weight and the lack of horsepower when you're going up the hill towards Rocket.
That's the problem. I'm coming through the corner over here. I can never remember the name. But I'm coming through Church, and I've got to change up halfway through the corner into 4th. And so I'm pulling up the straight in 4th gear, and the tacho's just moving ever so slowly up. So, listen, it's a fun car. I don't think it was ever going to win anything with a 1300 engine in, but you know, that's the original thing. I could put a 2-litre engine in and move up a class, which might do at some point. But no, the car is what it is. You know, there's 4 of these in the world as race cars. It's the only one in the UK.
How long have you had it?
Oh, a long time. I found it as a body shell in Germany, with not a nut or bolt or anything on it, and picked it up. And the problem is finding parts for them, you know, and the parts are just ridiculously expensive. Certainly, you know, body parts and bits of trim and thing. You know, they were an expensive car when they were made. They were double the price of an E-Type in 1969. So you can imagine how many they sold.
Not that many, no, not that many. But beautiful car. So yeah, good luck out there. Have a great one.
Thanks a lot. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
And come on Liverpool today.
Oh, of course, yeah. FA Cup final, yeah. We know who will be supporting the FA Cup final. You'll be watching it, I guess. Yeah, right, okay. Don't talk football, don't talk religion, don't talk politics. Always best, isn't it? Avoid those. Oh dear, I see what you did there.
Here's another car that we regularly see, David Cornwallis's Radio Caroline BMW.
Yeah, the 1600 Ti, the always car number 648, because that is the frequency on which Radio Caroline transmits. So he's always run as 640, and again another left-hand drive car. We've just seen the Alfa Romeo Junior Zagato. Well, left-hand drive 1600 Ti for David Cornwallis. Tim Cairns with his Turner. I had to think there for a split second. And then the Lotus 7 Series 2, Series 3, Series 4, 4. Thank you. 1970. It's rear lights. I thought 3 or 4. I said 2. I don't know why I said 2. Right, so we've got about 5 minutes still to go. So who else can we manage to bump into? Amspeed, we're over there. We'll have a wander down here. How about we have a look at something like a Mini Marcos? Because I've just spotted a Mini Marcos down here. Jem Marcos used to, or Jem Marsh, who was the creator of Marcos, used to be the chairman of the club. Or our patron, our club patron, sadly passed away, did Jem some years ago. So, you know, that's a car which has a special place in the club's heart. I think Hugo Holder of the Classic Sports Car Club also has got one. I think he's got one. He's in the process of rebuilding it, I believe, at the moment.
There's 2 of these that are due to take place this weekend.
Yeah, the Crudgington's out in there.
That's correct, yeah. Pete Crudgington will be starting that one.
There is the Crudgington.
There is the other one. Yeah, one's the number 21 and number 59, Sam Polly's car. Now, this has been a race winner in this category. Hasn't had it for particularly too long, but previously had a Mini that has gone to the Roodhouses that used to be nicknamed Noddy because of it's a yellow and red car. It's now actually Kermit Green in the hands of the Roodhouses. Yeah, absolutely stunning vehicle this is. So small wheels that contend with a lot of power, but wow, does it get chucked around well.
See, we can have a word with Sam, can't we? I'm sure he'll let us have a word. He nods his head. I notice he's got Owens Fabrications down the side. The Welsh wizard, we're very much in Owens territory, aren't we? End off Owens, who, yeah, fantastic pro. So, yeah, we'll grab a quick word with Sam if we can.
Absolutely. So then, Sam Polly, so you've had your qualifying session. Yeah. How's it running?
Yeah, it's going really well. Good fun out there. It's not a lot of grip, quite slippery as always, but I'm enjoying it. I think we are P2 behind Tim, so he's obviously got a little bit more pace somewhere. But no, I'm really pleased with how it's gone. It's the first time we've driven the car here, so can't complain really. It's sunny and we're in Wales. It's nice. It's all good.
Now, you did really well in this car in Snetterton. If I remember rightly, the start didn't quite go well, but you still stormed through to win. Yeah. How does a track like Snetterton, which is obviously a bit longer and has got a bit more straights in it, differ as far as how you attack the circuit to here at Anglesey?
We have to go I had to go a bit steady off the start because it takes ages to heat up his back tyres. So off the line, first lap, it really doesn't have any rear end grip. So that's why I always try and take it a little bit more cautiously at the start, and then let it kind of come to you. I mean, Snetterton is very similar in many ways to this circuit. It's got some fast flowing corners. It has got a couple of tight, twisty ones in the sense of like through the chicanes and so on. This is struggling a bit here in the sense of it's a lot of understeer through the top of the hill there. It's almost more than a 90-degree sort of hairpin bend, and you just got to be patient to put the power on. It's easy to overdrive it.
How does it affect your approach to each race? When you pick up that winner's penalty at the very first race meeting of the season, and you know you're going to carry that for the rest of the year, how does that change your approach to each race weekend as well?
It doesn't really. Just still go for it.
Flat out still.
Flat out as fast as you can go, really. Yeah, it just keeps you as much as just gives you the motivation. I think, isn't it? You just got to use it in that sense to keep look at it positively. I mean, it's frustrating a little bit, but it is what it is, and we just want to go as fast as we can, do as well as we can, and that's the reality.
Your main rival's just eyeing you up there as well, Sam. Tim Cairns beat you to pole.
He's quick. He always has been, and he always will be. No, he's a brilliant driver. He's great to race against as well. He's so fair. So no, I like racing against him. He's great. He's a nice guy.
Best of luck, Sam, and we very much look forward to the wonderful minty green Mini Gem, as I've nicknamed it. Yeah, we look forward to seeing it being chucked around with reckless abandon.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah. I love that car, I really do. I say that quite a lot. I love a lot of the cars here. Again, we talk about how well they look and how well they turned out, and the drivers all being approachable. But, I mean, yeah, the sun is shining, beautiful, beautiful cars being turned out. I mean, what better way to spend the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, Anglesey is I just think, a very special place. I've been here when it's been blowing a gale and the rain is horizontal. In fact, it's been blowing so hard, I don't think the rain actually ever hit the tarmac. It was just going horizontal totally. And it's it's difficult when the day's like that. It's hard work, but when it's like this, you know, it's beautiful. And it's always worth, if you come to Anglesey, wander down onto some of the beautiful beaches that we've got here. Church Corner is named Church for a reason. You wander down to, at the back of the circuit where Church Corner is, go down there, and then you have to wander out to, it's called the Church in the Sea. It's out on a causeway. You have to wait until the tide drops to walk out on the causeway until you can get to the church. Jamie Keevil, that'll be a car to watch later on. Jamie always goes well in Swinging 60s or Classic K that we tend to see him in as well. John Crayston as well at the wheel of his Lotus Elan. And then we come down here and we've got another beautiful looking little Sprite. So as ever, stacks and stacks of variety. What's the one race you're really looking forward to over the course of this weekend?
Oh, that's so hard to choose because the categories are so eclectic in their own way. They're so different. It's very, very hard to pick one. I mean, we've got the trying to work out which categories. So it's the Future Classics, Future Classics 70s and modern classes. I think that's gathering now.
Yeah.
Again, you've got a real brilliant mixture of 70s through to 90s GT cars right here. This will definitely be one of the favourites, but I look forward to seeing all of them,
including a very traditional livery, shall we say, for a Porsche. It perhaps doesn't have the advertising on that it would have done at the time. But yeah, these cars are all ready to head out into their qualifying session, and we look forward to picking up on some of the racing action later on here from Anglesey. So that's all for the moment from myself and Chris, but join us for the racing later on. So onto the grid and onto their formation lap. The Swinging 60s Group 2 cars, the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics 1970s Group. Mark Werrell chatting to you now, joined by Chris Buxton over the course of this afternoon's 4 remaining races that we've got coming up here with the Classic Sports Car Club at Anglesey Circuit. The grid for this race is based on the finishing positions from this equivalent race yesterday. It was only a 30-minute race yesterday. It's a 40-minute race for them today. And the way that they line up is that Stephen Pickering starts from pole position, yesterday's race winner, and alongside is John Crayston. Stephen Pickering will have an extra 30 seconds in the pits. Row 2 of the grid is the pairing of John Wolfe and Dave Thompson. We'll get the starting drivers in due course, and Phil Otley joins them. And row 3 of the grid, on the inside of the third row of the grid, it's Jeff Beale, who should be joined by Dean Halsey. The next row of the grid, Bill Watt has Christopher Edwards for company, and then on row number 5 it is Niall Sinclair and David Bailey, with Steve Chapman lining up alongside the David McDonald and Bailey Frost shared number 78 car on the outside of the 6th row. The 7th row of the grid is David Shackleton, and it's another driver pairing, Donald Laird and Kieran Bailey. Row 8 of the grid is Mike Stevenson and Dave Roberts, and then we've got those that non-finished yesterday, for which we can't quite show you on the graphics if you're watching, but we should have Jamie Keevil and Dave Roberts towards the tail end of the field. Jamie Keevil is certainly there. He'll be one to watch out for at the wheel of his Lotus Elan Series 2 as he looks to try and carve his way through the field. So cars that have time penalties, Stephen Pickering, who starts on pole position, won yesterday's race, so he's got an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pit lane. And as for Jeff Beale, he was the winner of the Future Classics aspect of the race yesterday, so he will also have a 30-second penalty to have on the grid. As for starting drivers, they have literally just come through, so hot off the press. The number 13 TVR that starts on the second row of the grid will be started by John Wolfe. The number 78 Triumph TR6 that starts there on the 7th row of the grid will be started by David MacDonald. The number 151 Lotus that starts on row number 8 will be started by Donald Laird, and those are the only shared drivers that we have in the order. Jeff Beale, I gather, has withdrawn from yesterday and is not out. And also car number 127 has withdrawn, which I think was an early withdrawee, so therefore it hasn't appeared on the grid sheet anyway. So there we go. That's the way in which they line up. 40 minutes of racing. Pit window opens after 10 minutes, remains open for 15, closes for the final 15. Already green flag at the back of the field. Already the 5-second board is held aloft. Revs begin to rise. Stephen Pickering gets a good start, but it's a great launch from John Wolfe, who is quick off the mark at the wheel of his TVR again. Is he going to get past John Crayston's Lotus, though, as they head round through turn number 1? In fact, John Crayston, I think, is going for the lead here. The lighter Lotus on the brakes heading up towards turn number 1 and in towards the braking area for the banking. Should go through to take up the lead. John Wolfe is in second place, and down to third goes the pole sitter and yesterday's race winner, which is Stephen Pickering. Dean Halsey in the Datsun 240Z is there in 4th place. Phil Otley is 5th, and the white Lotus with the red stripe down the centre, Bill Watt, wraps up the top 6 at the moment, but everybody is safely through the first couple of corners. The speeds begin to build as they head up towards the braking area for Rocket for the first time, and it is John Wolfe that in a straight line has guns the TVR into the lead of the race. Bill Watt, who had been leading, of course, runs out of puff in the little Lotus that little bit quicker. He is down there into, John Crayston runs out of puff that little bit quicker. He is down there into 2nd position, but of course we're now getting to the bottom of the circuit, the twisty part, which favours the Lotus, which is going to be right onto the coattails of John Wolfe again as they head down through the corkscrew on this first lap of the 40 minutes. So it is still John Wolfe that's leading the way. There's the ever-present danger of John Crayston. Stephen Pickering under pressure from the Datsun. Phil Otley with a queue of cars lining up behind him, which includes another Datsun 240Z of Dave Roberts, who had problems yesterday and retired with about 5 laps to go, but he's made a really good start, and having started down in what's something like 15th, 16th position, he is coming through and over the start-finish line, having gained 10 places. Yeah, started 16th, he's up to 10th now, up to 6th now, so that's been a great start for Dave Roberts. As for the lead of the race, nose to tail through the banking goes TVR and Lotus. The Lotus is a little bit quicker coming out, but the pendulum swings in favour of the faster car through this section as they head round through Church. So John Wolfe hangs on to the lead of the race at this stage. And John Crayston will only drop that little bit further adrift now at the wheel of his Series 4 Lotus as they head through the fast section of the track and in towards the braking area for the left, and the right flicks again up at Rocket. So TVR from Lotus, Sunbeam Tiger from Datsun, Reliant Scimitar from Lotus, and the Lotus that has now just squeezed its way through into 6th place is not going to be Bill Watt anymore. It looks as though it is the red Lotus Elan in the hands of Jamie Keevil now, who has picked up what would be 6th position. He gained 7 places on the first lap. I think he's gained 3 already on this lap and may well be up to 5th place by the end of it, because he's not that far away from the orange Reliant Scimitar now in the hands of Phil Otley. So they'll head down through the corkscrew. Race leaders will be heading over the start-finish line, still pretty much together. Yeah, Phil Otley still in 5th place at the moment, but here comes Jamie Keevil. He's going to jink out from behind to take the place away as the race leaders head in towards the braking area for the 3rd time up at the banking. So through the right-hander, accelerating their way back up towards Church. John Crayston, subject to where you are on track, is either right onto the coattails of the race-leading TVR, or is it about, what, a dozen car lengths behind, because that's the kind of amount of elastic that exists between the two of them, where the Elan is much, much better through the twiddly parts, and there's plenty of those on the Anglesey coastal circuit, but the fast section where they are now, heading up towards Rocket, is where John Wolfe has the upper hand. So John Wolfe leading the way. He's on lap number 3, turning his way through Rocket in, then towards Rocket out, and yeah, from being, 10 lengths behind, he's, half a car length behind by the time they head out of Rocket and up towards Peel. So John Wolfe, all down to the good start that he got. He was quick yesterday when we got things underway and propelled the TVR off the grid beautifully well. And Chris Buxton, that's exactly what he did when the lights went out this time through.
Do you think John Wolfe has forgiven you yet for the state you caught him in during our pre-show yesterday?
I'm sure he has. I'm sure he has.
Well, they were very determined, weren't they, to do well, and that's exactly what's going on here. Jonathan Crayston utilising the nimble advantage of the Lotus Elan to chase down the V8 Tuscan. Then Stephen Pickering, the pole starting Sunbeam Tiger, is a little bit further behind. And then you've got the freshly rebuilt Datsun 240Z of Dean Halsey looking to try and improve his position from starting in 6th. But a great effort there from John Wolfe, fending off the advances of the highly, highly experienced Jonathan Crayston. Again, they've been united with their cars for a great many years. Now the V8 is going to stretch his legs a little bit to try and gain what advantage he can before the Elan then utilises his nimble advantage back up into the Rocket.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race last time through went to the number 9 Lotus Elan of Jamie Keevil. 1 minute 20.174 for the car that's come off the back of the grid following his retirement on lap number 17 yesterday. Completed 16 laps in the race but retired on lap number 17, and he's now getting close to gaining another position because he is almost right up onto terms with the 4th place car, which is Dean Halsey's Datsun 240Z as they head round through Peel. Dean Halsey taking the regular racing line. Jamie Keevil trying it around the outside, but then gives him the inside line as they head down into the corkscrew, and he's made it stick. So through goes Jamie Keevil. The Series 2 Lotus Elan gaining a further place now. The red car with the white stripes right the way down the centre of it, through and ahead of the Datsun. That puts Jamie Keevil up into 4th position. And he's not that far behind the 3rd place car of Stephen Pickering, which is the dark green Sunbeam Tiger. So great early laps from Jamie Keevil. Problems and a spin. That's Donald Laird that's had a spin and a rotation at the wheel of the Series 4 Elan. That is car number 151. But for Jamie Keevil, new fastest lap of the race. He even had an overtake to do on that lap, but a 1 minute 20.088 is still a new fastest lap.
He's ungodly fast in that Lotus Elan. Obviously, you have the benefit of the huge wealth of experience of his dad, Paul, that they used to race together for a number of years. We were mentioning yesterday, Paul Keevil building a lovely Jaguarita around the outside, coming through school up towards Rocket Turn. Goodness me, absolutely. The only thing that can stop Jamie Keevil is Jamie Keevil at that kind of race. Blistering pace, and they're going through the shot on the stream are our lead pair. So what's the gap to the lead in now? That's barely 3.5 seconds or so as it was when they came over the line. And Jamie Keevil on an absolute march.
Bill Addison building the E-Type, isn't it?
Bill Addison, beg your pardon.
Yeah. So now that stricken Lotus has not moved, I'm afraid to say, and it is pretty close to the edge of the track and right at the point where the cars are going to be wanting to get to that side of it. It's Rocket Out, I think, is where the problem has occurred. I think he's come out of Rocket Out and the car's spun from the left-hand side of the circuit to the inside. Difficult to tell from what we are seeing. So we'll have to wait and see as to whether that's just been covered by localised yellows and the marshals will deal with it or not, as the case may be. For the lead of the race, though, we still have TVR just ahead of Lotus. Marshals on hand to assist the Lotus. The good thing is, isn't it, is that not only have we got Donald Laird helping, but a couple of marshals helping. Lotus is a light car, so they should be able to get it out of harm's way.
They'll almost be able to lift it and put it in their pocket. But Code 60 has been thrown, which is, again, the safest course of action with marshals on the track. Never, ever compromise the safety of everybody. Look at John Grayson already looking to try and get past John Wolfe, heading down towards, that's coming through school. And it looks like there's a problem for Dean Halsey, is there?
No, I think that Dean Halsey and Bill Watt had seen the Code 60, but I don't think that the Lotus 7 of Niall Sinclair had seen it and is now scratching his head as to what needs to happen. And also, I don't think David MacDonald saw it either, so they came barrelling up whilst others were already spotted and were dealing with the Code 60 flags.
Oh,
so
Jamie Keevil, where are you going?
Code 60's back out already. So we're back to green flag already, and Jamie Keevil seized the opportunity, didn't he? As soon as the Code 60s were in, it was like flicking a switch. Keevil was back on it again and has gained a place already and is now looking to try and hunt down John Wolfe for the lead of the race, having come off the back of the grid.
That caught me out as well. So a last of first challenge for Jamie Keevil. Well, I mean, he's so quick. He puts that car in places where you just would not imagine that there would be enough pace to put that mighty Elan, even kicking a bit of grass just for a bit of show. And there we go. They're trying to get alongside the Tuscan, and the V8 monster does manage to snarl its way through towards turn 1, does manage to fend off the advances of now the pair of Lotus Elans on its tail. And Jamie Keevil, again, he's been very successful on the outside line of pretty much everywhere today. Hoping not to repeat whatever maladies hit the car yesterday. There's the Sunbeam Tiger, Stephen Pickering chasing on now. This is where the Sunbeam should also start to stretch its legs a little bit. Jamie Keevil, very heavy right foot in that car, but again, there goes the Tuscan. Utilises what advantage it can through school up towards Rocket Inn, and then just the light nimbleness of that Lotus Elan said, yeah, excuse me, don't mind me, I'm going to pinch the lead off you, sir.
Yeah, so up the inside of John Wolfe he goes in towards Rocket. So Jamie Keevil from last place on the grid heads up to first place in the order just before the pit window opens as well, so that could be quite important. John Wolfe might lose second place here as John Crayston at the wheel of his Lotus goes through. So it's a Lotus Elan 1-2, the erstwhile race leading TVR Tuscan V8 in the hands of John Wolfe, now down into third position. John will hand the car over to Dave Thompson for part 2 of the race. Those two have been sharing cars in the Classic Sports Car Club for a very, very good number of years, but all in the top 4 are continuing around for a further lap. So Keevil leads, Crayston second, John Wolfe third, Stephen Pickering fourth, Dean Halsey continues around as he sits there in 5th place, as does the 6th place car of Bill Watt. The pit window has just opened though, so might be some cars towards the tail end of the field that would be able to pit on this lap. So the leading quartet into and out of the banking. Into the pit lane has come one car. That's Mike Stevenson's Datsun 240Z that is in. That was a very quick stop if that was a mandatory pit stop. So into the pits, out of the car, and already now trundling his way back down pit road as back up into second in a straight line. The extra grunt of the V8 Tuscan tells, and John Wolfe is back through and ahead of John Crayston. So the number 13 Tuscan through Rocket, back ahead of the number 67 Lotus Elan Series 4, whilst the Series 2 in the hands of Jamie Keevil still leads the way. Keevil also with the fastest lap of the race. Remember, the only car that took the start in this race that has an extra time penalty to spend in the pit lane, and that's an extra 30 seconds, is the car that's currently in 4th position, which is the dark green Sunbeam Tiger in the hands of Stephen Pickering, who's been a race winner, and I think here before at Anglesey he's been a race winner. He's certainly been a race winner, not just this season and not just yesterday. So he sits there in what is going to be 3rd position, and the reason he's into 3rd is because up into the pit lane has come Jamie Keevil. So Jamie Keevil dives for the pit lane. There's another car that's in the pit lane as well, which is Steve Chapman at the wheel of his almost spearmint coloured Triumph TR4. We've seen Steve racing a TR4 SLR in the past as well, a very rare beast, the SLR TR4. SLR building a couple of slick-bodied cars, not just for Triumph, but also for Morgan as well. And then also into the pit lane comes the Lotus 7 Series 4 in as well. So that is going to be Niall Sinclair is in his Gulf liveried machine. Whilst out on track, race continues, and new fastest lap of the race last time through. So John Wolfe has not only picked up the lead of the race whilst Jamie Keevil has pitted, he's also posted the fastest lap of the race. 1:20.038 is the new fastest lap of the race. That is 50 thousandths of a second quicker than Jamie Keevil could muster. So he's only just chipped away at that fastest lap of the race, but it is a new fastest lap last time through for John Wolfe as he descends down through the corkscrew. John Crayston will be in 2nd. Stephen Pickering's Sunbeam will be up to 3rd. Dean Halsey's Datsun will be there in 4th now. Bill Watt in the number 60 car will be up to 5th. And Phil Otley at the wheel of the orange Reliant Scimitar will wrap up the top 6 as things currently stand. Fantastic noise from that glorious engine that sits underneath the bonnet of the Reliant Scimitar. Into the pit lane comes the orange TR4 of David Bailey. So he's conducted his pit stop and is heading back out. And another good little Lotus fight towards the tail end of the field as well. That is going to be David Shackleton's light blue car. He's got the white Lotus of Brian Cowan that sits behind. That will be for 11th and 12th positions as things stand. And both of those opting to come into the pits at exactly the same lap as well. So they both trundle their way in towards the Anglesey pit lane to serve their mandatory pit stop, which will mean a jump out of the car, close the door, open the car back in, and off you go. Now for John Crayston, he's not as yet completed his pit stop. He is only a second shy of the TVR that is still in the hands of John Wolfe. And John Wolfe, relative to Dave Thompson, John Wolfe slightly the quicker of the two, not by much. So John Wolfe is going to keep pressing on. They'll usually equalise the amount of driving time, so probably another 6 minutes or so before we see that race-leading TVR dive its way into the pit lane. David MacDonald, who's completed his pit stop, is coming under pressure from the number 74 Datsun, and that got close there, but no opportunity to squeeze its way through for Dave Roberts. Just coming up towards the conclusion of the lap, and that is over the start-finish line absolutely together for 7th and 8th place. The Datsun, I think, has gone through though at turn 1. Yeah, through goes Dave Roberts ahead of David MacDonald. So that's place gained, and now up to 7th place for the Datsun 240Z. Triumph TR6 of David MacDonald down a position. And we'll look to see whether he can cling onto the coattails of the car that's just taken the place away from him. So down to 8th has gone the TR6. Speeds build again as they head past the little kink and then start to make their way uphill in towards the braking area for Rocket In. fastest lap of the race is swinging around as well, because last time through, Jamie Keevil has just posted the fastest lap that we've seen, 1 minute 19.888. 1 minute 19.888 from Jamie Keevil. Still a bit more to come from that Lotus as well, because Jamie Keevil, prior to his retirement yesterday, was lapping in the 1 minute 17s. And the fastest lap of yesterday's race was done by a driver that didn't make the start today, Jeff Beale, who was down into the 1 minute 16s yesterday. So we're still maybe 2 or 3 seconds away from the pace that these cars were doing 24 hours ago. So David MacDonald hand aloft. Into the pit lane comes the Triumph TR6. So that will be to give way to Bailey Frost, who'll take over that car. And no doubt try and resume the battle that he was having with Dave Roberts, who has stayed out on that lap. Still another 9 minutes or so of the pit window, so there's no rush to get into the pits as yet. The leading car that has pitted will be Jamie Keevil, who is down in 10th place currently, as David MacDonald comes to a halt. Out he jumps, in jumps Bailey Frost. Adjust the seat belts, make sure that the seat belts go over the hands device, so they have to go over the top of the hands device. Scrutineers and the officials down there will be checking to ensure that the process and the procedure is followed appropriately. Once the seat belts are as good as done up, engine can fire and head out onto track. So quick stop there. David MacDonald giving way to Bailey Frost. So that's the first of our pit stoppers where there's a driver change involved. The only other pit stopping car we will have now that still remains in the race where a driver change is involved is when the TVR comes in that leads the race, when John Wolfe gives way to Dave Thompson. Other than that, every other car that's still running is solo driven. Now Dave Roberts, that's another place gain now. That's up to 6th place now for the Datsun 240Z. Goes through and past the Reliance scimitar of Phil Otley. Phil into the pit lane this time through, so that might have been why he made it reasonably easy for Dave Roberts to squeeze his way past at the wheel of the Datsun, but still giving up a place on track. And a big spin for Steve Chapman at the wheel of the Triumph TR4. Now that looks as though it's potentially at the top of the hill somewhere. Let's have a look. Is that the inside of the hairpin? No, it's at the top of the hill somewhere. That's going up towards Peel, I think he's had the spin. Rocket out, it would have been, yeah. So had a spin going into Rocket and rotated on the way of Rocket out. So we'll get going again in the Spearmint coloured car. No harm done for Steve Chapman. Car that was circulating in 14th position. Has probably dropped to 15th, I would have thought, as a result of that, because I think the red Datsun would have gone through in the hands of Mike Stevenson. Here comes Mike over the start-finish line now. And, yeah, Steve Chapman will just about to appear round through the final corner at the wheel of the Spearmint TR. Yeah, so car number 15 now rather conveniently running in 15th position. Now the race leading advantage is still not a great deal. Here comes the TVR over the start-finish line. Now, John Wolfe still leading the way. Traffic to deal with is Bailey Frost, who's only just taken over the Triumph TR6. And Bailey sees him coming, moves out of harm's way at turn number 1, so to allow the TVR to go through. The lead advantage, which is 1.6 seconds, and we can hand you downstairs to Chris Buxton, who's managed to catch up with the driver in the pit lane.
We have David MacDonald, half of the number 78 driver pairing. Bailey Frost out there at the moment. Good to see you again, Mr. MacDonald. How's the car running?
The car's going excellently. Having changed the diff last night, because the diff was making awful noises last night. So we had a late one, but it's going well today, yeah, going well.
So you finished in 13th from 14th last time around. A little bit further up the field?
We finished 11th on the road, but Grandad incurred a 1 minute penalty for exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane, yeah. So we made up a few places on the opening lap. So we can only hope for the best. We're here to enjoy ourselves. And what a great track this is. Absolutely fabulous.
It must suit the Triumph actually quite well. And
both the technical section up the hill and on the open section down the bottom here, yeah. It's very good, yeah.
We always enjoy your company here at the CCC. Wonderful to see you again. Thank you very much, David MacDonald. So lots of racing still to come. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, we've still got 20 minutes and a bit of change of the race still to go. We've still got several cars that need to pit. We have just seen a further Triumph TR4 come in and conduct its pit stop. So that is another car that will just be making its way out onto track now. That's Chris Edwards, car number 121, that was up into 7th position. We've also got the 4th place car of Bill Watt in the pit lane somewhere at the moment. So there is Chris Edwards just heading up towards the banking now, the wheel of the almost British Racing green, isn't it? Triumph TR4. Fantastic sort of dark metallic green colour for Chris Edwards. And John Crayston, who's second in the race, big problem for him heading out of Church Corner. So That is right the way up towards the tyre barrier where he's parking the car. And that is a retirement, I'm afraid to say, for the car that was running in second position. No obvious signs of smoke or damage to the car, but he did the right thing, John Crayston. He clearly knew something was amiss with the car and instantly pulled the car well and truly out of harm's way on the exit of Church. So I'm afraid the driver that finished second in yesterday's race and was running second on the road here is out of this race, I'm afraid to say. Now, as for the cars that have pitted, at the moment we should still see Jamie Keevil as the first of those in the order of this race currently that has pitted. Any cars that are ahead of him are still in the process of conducting their pit stop, one of which is Bill Watt, who is just threading his way back out onto circuit now at the wheel of the little Lotus Elan. But for John Wolfe, who leads, for Stephen Pickering, who's second, for John Crayston, who's just retired, all three of those cars were still as yet to pit, and I don't think as yet we've seen Niall Sinclair in at the wheel of the Lotus 7. It's not suggesting he's been into the pit lane, but I thought I'd seen that car in, to be honest, but in fact I think he's retired, isn't he? Yeah, so Niall's retired, so that will be why he's not come in. So it's only first and second place really in the race now that need to dive for the pit lane at some point. So up towards Rocket in goes our race leader. Down through the corkscrew come some of the cars in the middle order, but for John Wolfe we are past the halfway point of this race now, and surely not that much longer before he comes in to hand the car over to Dave Thompson. And they are at the moment only 45 seconds ahead of Jamie Keevil. So Jamie Keevil is the first of the cars that has pitted, so John Wolfe giving way to Dave Thompson. That car needs to come into the pit lane, which it's doing this time through, conduct its driver change and get back out all within 45 seconds and get back to full race pace. So I think Jamie Keevil is probably going to pick up the lead of the race potentially here. So into the pit lane comes our race leader. TVR will come to a halt now. Door opens. As for Jamie Keevil, he will just be turning his way round through the corkscrew, I would have thought, in a few moments' time. Dave Thompson is being strapped into the TVR. Seatbelts being tightened up by Martin Stackpole, who is reaching through the passenger side, by John Wolfe, who's just vacated the driver's seat. And Jamie Keevil is just coming out of the final corner. The door closes on the TVR. It gets itself rolling down pit lane. This is going to be close for the lead of the race. By the time they head out of turn one, I think Jamie Keevil might just pick up the lead of the race. And as they come out through turn number one, watch out for the Lotus. There it is. Where is the TVR? There it is, just coming out of the pit lane. So Jamie Keevil will pick up the lead of the race. And the TVR Tuscan V8 that is now in the hands of Dave Thompson is down into second position. Now, Dave is going to take a lap or two to fully understand what the car is doing today. So he's not quite as quick, not by much, but not quite as quick as John Wolfe. So this is good for Jamie Keevil, particularly bearing in mind, of course, he retired in yesterday's race. He completed 15 laps, retired on lap number 16, one of a couple of retirees we had yesterday, both of whom have been able to fix their cars and get back out today for the race. A little snatch brake on the unloaded wheel as he went up towards Rocket, no harm done there. But for Jamie Keevil, he is going to enjoy, what, 4, 5, 6 second lead maybe by the end of this lap. We'll run you down through the full order very shortly because the last pit stop or so is just taking place, including Stephen Pickering, who at the wheel of his Sunbeam Tiger has just completed his pit stop. So I think he will drop down into third position ultimately. But let's, before we run down through the order, let's hand you back downstairs to Chris Buxton in the pit lane.
A man we spoke to in the pre-race show, John Wolfe, handing the car over to Dave Thompson. Wow, what a run. You were determined to do well this event, and you qualified 8th initially, and you did say that you had a bit of trouble during qualifying. You came home 3rd, and you were leading for quite a while.
Yeah, I think it's a great circuit for that. I think the challenge, of course, is Jamie in the Elan, and you've got to just try and break away from everyone else. I mean, we hoped to have beaten everyone else yesterday, bar the Elan and perhaps the very fast Lotus. But we ended up 3rd yesterday, which we were delighted with. If we can do the same today, we'll be delighted again. Really good fun.
Great stuff. And you've, as you were just saying to me before we came on air, you raced with Keevil Senior for a number of years, and youngster doing pretty well. But the Suston's got a lot of legs to give, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And actually, I raced with Paul in the 1990s when he raced that same car in the 750 Motor Club when I was racing a Triumph Spitfire. So I sort of cut my teeth with Triumph Spitfire, Triumph GT6. So this is my 33rd year, consecutive year of racing. I think it's my 365th race start today. So just keep it going.
Good man. So we very much look forward to the progress of the 13 car. Thank you very much, John Wolfe. And back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, just as the pit window closes, so the pit window has now fully closed. Just to confirm that, Jamie Keevil leads, the number 19 Lotus leads. We've lost another car, I'm afraid to say, whilst we were chatting to John Wolfe down there, and that is Chris Edwards, who has now retired his Triumph TR4 out on the circuit. Rather forlorn sight of the Triumph TR4. We've lost another one as well, I'm afraid to say, and it's another Triumph. They're dropping like flies at the moment. We've lost the orange car of Dave Bailey just at the fast kink before they head up towards Rocket. So there's a couple of cars that have come to a halt out there on track, which means that others now will be able to pick up the places. So just to confirm, the top 6 the way things currently are is that number 9 Jamie Keevil leads the way. Second place is number 13, which is Dave Thompson. In third place is the Datsun, the number 240 car of Dean Halsey. Fourth place is another Datsun, number 74, Dave Roberts, who was a retiree yesterday and is now off the back of the grid to fourth place. Fifth place is 341, the Reliant Scimitar GTE, the SE5 variant of Phil Ockley. And Stephen Pickering, not quite sure what happened to him in the pit stops, but the number 6 Sunbeam Tiger has lost out quite significantly and is now down into 6th position. 7th place is number 60 Bill Watt. 8th place is number 78, which is Bailey Frost. 9th place now is number 331, which is Brian Cowan, and completed the top 10 now as a result of retirees is car number 126, which is David Shackleton's light blue Lotus Elan. So that gives you the order of the top 10. Dean Halsey at the wheel of the Datsun trying to thread his way through and past a little bit of traffic. That'll be Brian Cowan's car that he's looking to try and place a lap on as he comes down through the corkscrew. He's not going to be able to do it through the corkscrew, so he'll have to wait until they head over the start-finish line to try and pick his way through and past those. And for Dean Halsey, he's fairly lonely, really. He's got that back marker that he wants to deal with, but he's 12 seconds adrift of Dave Thompson's TVR, but is substantively ahead of Dave Roberts, 15 seconds ahead of Dave Roberts, so he's in no man's land really at the moment, Dean Halsey. A fairly lonely third place, with the only thing he's really got to concentrate on is trying to thread his way through and past the back markers.
Indeed, indeed, which is again a problem that Jamie Keevil, as we look at the number 9 on stream once again, is a problem he's very accustomed to. So just catching my breath after legging it up the stairs again. But yeah, Jamie Keevil, I mean, that car is just absolutely bulletproof. How he does it, only he knows.
Yeah, it's had a few issues over the years, Jamie Keevil's car. It's only 3.4 seconds ahead of Dave Thompson, who looks to have wound him in a little bit on this lap. Dave Thompson last time through the TVR, 1 minute 21.3. Jamie Keevil, 1 minute 22.2, almost a 1 minute 22.3. So the TVR in second was a full second quicker than Jamie Keevil. So Jamie Keevil maybe will respond to that now and get his foot back down again. So through they go. 1 minute 22.1 from Jamie Keevil, 1 minute 20.8 from Dave Thompson. So the gap is down to 2.1 seconds between the pair of them. So it's not fully formed as yet, the fight, but Dave Thompson is pushing hard here for the overall race win. It's how much Jamie Keevil has in reserve that might have the question mark over it.
Absolutely, of course, you know, the number 13 car having just changed hands, John Wolfe starting the car, so fresh legs comparatively speaking in the TVR Tuscan. And, a car that Dave Thompson has driven many times. John Wolfe was saying he started many races and has shared many races with Dave Thompson as well in several different cars. As we mentioned in the pre-show, they had a TVR Grand Tourer before this one.
Still got the Grand Tourer.
They still have the Grand Tourer, yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's such again, I always admire the Tuscans. It's such a huge amount of power contained in a very small package. It's almost like they built the engine first and then realised they hadn't actually put anywhere for the driver, so I had to kind of glue on a seat. That's always kind of how I think about the Tuscan. It's such a tiny wheelbase, but that provides challenges as well, because if the tail begins to let go when there's a lot of horses in that V8 engine, so the tail can get misbehaved. It's really, really hard to catch it again.
Yeah, I mean, I've always liked the shape of the Tuscan and the noise of it, and the Griff as well, to be absolutely fair, the TVR Griffith as well. So, yeah, fantastic to see them out there. Now, what's happened to lead advantage? Well, it's grown, and Jamie Keevil did have something in reserve, because on that lap, he has just posted the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 17.921, 1 minute 17.921. So he'd eased off to the tune of 3 or 4 seconds, realised he was getting caught, puts his foot back down again. All of a sudden, the gap from being, 1 and a bit seconds is up to 5.
He's teasing the Tuscan look. He's having a bit of fun out there, but again, probably had to back off a little bit. It didn't look like Jamie Keevil had traffic. I would imagine he's just making sure that the brakes and the tyres are where they need to be. A common theme here has been certainly heat. A number of times cars have come into the pit lane and there's just steam and smoke. Not smoke as I said, it's not like it's on fire, but it's just the amount of heat soak there is in the tyres, even in these club cars. It's absolutely pouring out, and how many times have we spoken to drivers and they're absolutely bathed in sweat? Because, again, we really can't underestimate, it is very warm in the cockpit of the cars. Even the Mag 7s and the Lotus 7 Stars, such as Niall Sinclair's car there, they still feel pretty warm, even in an open-top car.
Yeah, absolutely. There's only so much ventilation you can have as well before you create too much drag as well. So, Phil Otley, for instance, who was under pressure from the car that's right in his wheel tracks, which is Niall Sinclair. He's only got a little slider on the Perspex window, and that's about it. That's about the only ventilation that he's got. Stephen Pickering picking his way through traffic at the wheel of the Sunbeam Sunbeam Tiger, and needs to as well, because the number 60 Lotus of Bill Watt is within a couple of car lengths of him as they head up towards Rocket In and Rocket Out this time through. And this is 4th position as well, so Stephen Pickering is running in 5th position at the wheel of car number 6. Bill Watt, the white Lotus with the red stripe all the way down the centre of it, long time Classic Sports Car Club racer, is reeling him in and has reeled him into a very good degree over the course of the last lap. Bill Watt was about nearly a full second quicker than Stephen Pickering, so maybe the big old Sunbeam Tiger now, the tyres feeling it. I suspect maybe the brakes feeling it a bit as well.
I would imagine so, as Bill Watt nearly nudging the back of the V8 powered Sunbeam Tiger. So again, another V8 car in the company of a Lotus Elan, although a bit closer than the two up front. Although saying that, last time around Jamie Keevil backed off again, didn't he? He's probably caught traffic there. Or again, he's just teasing the Tuscan behind him. The Thompson Tuscan behind. There's a sentence I'll only trip over if I say that too many times. But Stephen Pickering, he's used to battling cars. As we mentioned yesterday, he was in a fabulous scrap, a 5-way car scrap at Donington last year for the win of the race overall, which didn't quite go the Sunbeam's way, but he's very much used to battling either defensively or, as he is in this case, or as he was in Donington, having to really fight and get the Tiger further up the field. But even still, Stephen Pickering started second this time around. Bear in mind, he had a additional 30, I beg your pardon, Stephen Pickering was the pole man, wasn't he? But he had 30 seconds additional to his time because of the win yesterday. And he'll, if the race finished now, he'd be about, about a minute-ish behind Jamie Keevil, which in itself was nothing to be too shy about, because Keevil, as we know, is incredibly fast. But yeah, by this point, I would imagine the tyres are feeling as somewhat past their best. They probably wouldn't get through an MOT.
So Stephen Pickering still pushing hard, Bill Watt still shadowing him all of the time. JV Keevil not really getting away either from Dave Thompson for the lead of the race. There's only 2.7 seconds between that pair, as we've got 6.5 minutes of the race still to go. Bill Watt looking to see whether he can unlock the door to work his way through into 5th position. Nothing doing as they come out of the banking up towards Church, where there's a bit of traffic that Stephen Pickering will need to deal with. That will be the car of Steve Chapman, the almost spearmint coloured Triumph TR4 will be the next one that they'll catch, and I don't think Stephen Pickering's going to clear that car, is he, before Rocket potentially? Let's just have a quick look. They head up in towards the braking area for Rocket. Steve Chapman quite rightly takes his main line in towards Rocket. Stephen Pickering does eventually get through. Does Bill Watt follow through? Yes, he does. He breaks that a little bit later, so scrap is still on for 5th and 6th place. The difficulty is for Bill Watt is that every time he gets close, the pendulum swings back in favour of the Sunbeam Tiger, because there's a faster section that's coming up. So as they head round through Peel, this is the bit that favours the Lotus, doesn't it? Down through the corkscrew, but as soon as they get to the bottom of the corkscrew, then we get to a faster section of it, and the gap all of a sudden opens up again.
Absolutely, but Bill Watt's not falling too far behind the Sunbeam Tiger at any given stage. So he gets close, but never quite in enough time to challenge for that position. Although literally as those words leave my lips, then has a look on the inside line at that final turn. I can't really see that that's ever going to work. If he had a few more horses under the right foot, possibly. But with the power deficit between those two cars, that run through that final corner, I don't really see going the Lotus's way. It wouldn't be the first time they've been proven wrong.
Well, it's exactly like, you know, this is the swinging 60s. Exactly what happened in sports car racing and in the British Saloon Car Championship, as it was called back in the 1960s. You know, where you had big V8 engine cars. You know, whether it be in the British Saloon Car Championship, the likes of the Ford Falcon and the Mustangs fighting against things like the Minis and the Lotus Cortinas. And you know, it was the same in sports car racing, where you had the big Sunbeams, which, you know, raced at Le Mans as well, and places like that, fighting away with the lighter and more nimble cars, of which Lotus raced at Le Mans, not with the Elan, but with the 11 and stuff like that. So, you know, very identical to what happened back in period, and that's why it's always good to see these swings and these roundabouts. But over the course of the lap here at Anglesey, of which the coastal circuit is 1.55 miles, then they're pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, indeed, and it gives us this wonderful spectacle of how these cars, again, they would, exactly as you say, this is how they behaved in period, and they still are behaving this way, giving us such a thrilling race as they come over the line once again. Still the Sunbeam Tiger, Stephen Pickering, hanging on to that position, which is now 5th place, still being chased by the retired airline pilot of Bill Watt. So not long left now. It's going to be a case of who makes that all-crucial mistake at the wrong time.
Just having a quick look at what's going on elsewhere down through the field. I've just seen the number 126 car of David Shackleton getting attacked and passed by Steve Chapman's car. That will not be 4 position. The Spearmint Triumph TR4 is a lap adrift of that light blue Lotus, so that was not 4 position. 3.5 minutes to go. Is there anything else that Bill Watt can throw at Stephen Pickering is the big question, because he's been rather frustratingly bottled up behind for quite some time. He runs a little bit wide there and misses a gear, does Bill Watt, though, coming out of Rocket. So a split-second loss, not much, but it's another few tenths loss there for Bill Watt, so he's got to work even harder now to try and close up the gap. And yeah, 3 minutes to go. I'm not sure there's much else that Bill can do at this stage, unless Stephen Pickering makes a mistake.
Yeah, that's what it's going to rely on, I think, to change the order of these two. Yeah, Bill Watt just making that tiny mistake, but at least it was at the beginning of the section where the Elan is strong, so he had the rest of that mountain section to then recover the gap, which he's near as damn it done. He's now still in the tyre tracks of the Sunbeam. It will take a mistake from Stephen Pickering, I would think, for those two to swap around, but with 2.5 minutes to go, still positions to be fought for, even if it's down to who doesn't make a mistake. And Jamie Keevil, yeah, he's decided to finish toying with the Tuscan and has now built that gap up to what was last time 8 seconds. He's just come over the line, and the Tuscan's now coming through the final corner. We'll see what the gap is this time around, and it is 10.9 seconds, so 2 seconds to the Elan's advantage. Yes, I think Jamie Keevil's having quite a bit of fun out there.
Yeah, I think Jamie Keevil let Dave Thompson get close, and then we'll then just press the point and say, well, okay, you might be able to catch, but now I'm going to really get back on it again. Those few laps and the gap opened up, and Dave hasn't got another response now, really. Has Bill Watt got another response to Stephen Pickering? Well, he gets closer to him again. They'll come round through Peel. This is a car length between the tail end of the Sunbeam Tiger and the number 60 Lotus Elan, as they still continue to squabble over who wants to be 5th and who wants to be 6th in this race. But despite the fact he's been in ever-present danger, Bill Watt, there's been no real opportunity to challenge. He takes a very different line heading in towards the final corner compared to Stephen Pickering, but Stephen Pickering guns the car coming out of the last corner, heads up towards turn 1, and is still going to have just enough of an advantage. This is the best battle that we've got throughout the whole field at the moment, because of course any other battles that we've had have largely evaporated over the course of the last 10 minutes or so. So we'll keep concentrating on what's going on between Stephen Pickering and Bill Watt, because there's only another 60 seconds to go.
And Jamie Keevil's just crossed the line, so the final lap has now begun for the race leaders, as again we still focus on the stream of this great battle for 5th position. Bill Watt's always taken that really, really tight line through that final corner, maximising as best he can the nimble advantage. Oh, and the back markers have put Stephen Pickering off a little bit, so that's allowed Bill Watt to close right back in before they get to that section. Is this the mistake that Bill Watt has been trying to pressure all race long?
Yeah, it worked well from there. Mike Stevenson moved out of the way, as did the little Lotus 7 of Niall Sinclair, and now Bill Watt is trying to get some sort of overlap as they head up towards Peel. The door is just about open. He prizes it open a little bit more. Stephen Pickering knows of the Sunbeam Tiger ahead as they head down in towards the corkscrew for what will be the penultimate time. So through the final aspect of the corkscrew and up towards the final corner. That was probably the best opportunity for Bill Watt, but he couldn't quite seize it. The door is still open almost, and they just about nearly overlap as they come out of the go the way of Jamie Keevil. He takes the checkered flag. David MacDonald and Bailey Sharp's car comes through to take the checkered flag. That will be classified in 7th place, a lap adrift. Then we'll see David Shackleton over the start-finish line to take the checkered flag. He will be classified down in 9th place. Here comes the TVR. Thumbs up off the pit wall for Dave Thompson and John Wolfe. They finished 2nd overall in the race. 3rd overall in the race should be Dean Halsey at the wheel of the Datsun 240Z. He should be through to finish in 3rd position in the race. And then we await the arrival of the 4th place car, which should be Phil Otley, should come through and finish in 4th place at the wheel of the orange Reliant Scimitar. But what of Stephen Pickering and Bill Watt, I hear you ask? Well, they were still in the same order when they disappeared out of view towards the top section of the circuit. They will still be in the same order as they head down in towards the final section of the circuit as well, because here comes Stephen Pickering now down through the corkscrew, still shadowed as he has been for the last 20 minutes or so by Bill Watt, but he could never quite manage to unpick 5th place from the grasp of Stephen Pickering. So Phil Otley finishes 4th, Steve Pickering 5th, Bill Watt there in 6th position. And just to say, the win in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classic 70s section of the race goes to the way of car number 52, which is Mike Stevenson, who is going to be the winner of that particular one. So Jamie Keevil making his way round on the slowing down lap. Big old wave from Jamie Keevil, arm out of the door, and he has done exactly what he wanted to do. He wins this race, and from the very, very back of the grid as a result of his retirement from yesterday's race. So Jamie Keevil making his way in towards the Parc Fermé area, where Chris Buxton will be ready to grab a word with him very, very shortly indeed. So, as we see the swinging 60s cars and the future classic cars from the 1970s group leave the circuit, we should be able to confirm the results with you very, very shortly indeed before we head to our next of our races, which will be coming up, which is going to be the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops is going to be next up. So to confirm the results, Jamie Keevil takes the win with John Wolfe and Dave Thompson in 2nd place. Dean Halsey was there in 3rd. Phil Otley, Stephen Pickering and Bill Watt wrap up the top 6, with David MacDonald and Bailey Frost finishing in 7th place. 8th place goes away of Brian Cowan. 9th place was David Shackleton, and Mike Stevenson completes the top 10. Just outside of the top 10, Steve Chapman, who had a spin, finishes in 11th place. Dave Roberts in 12th place, and then retirements for the likes of Chris Edwards, Dave Bailey, John Crayston, and very sadly, early on in the race, Donald Laird and Kieran Bailey's shared car also retired, and that gives you the results for the combined Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2 in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics 1970s Group. So Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops are up. I know James Wilson, one of our regular Tin Tops racers, will be watching this one on the live stream. And if you've not as yet subscribed to the YouTube channel for Alpha Live, do subscribe to us. Please, please, please subscribe to us. We're trying to hit 26,000 followers by the end of the day if we can. We're getting closer and closer and closer to it all of the time. So yeah, if you're not a follower of Alpha Live on YouTube and you are watching it, or you want to follow us when you get home, just click on subscribe. So with that, let's hand you downstairs again to Chris Buxton and some of the drivers.
Here in Winner's Circle, as the drivers leave the field, we've got the number 9 of Jamie Keevil is absolutely, well, bulletproof this time, I should say. Lotus Elan. he's off to have a chat with somebody else. Jamie Keevil's leaving us. Well, hopefully Jamie will catch up with us, so we will have a chat with Dave Thompson as he gets his lid off. We spoke to one half of the number 13 team, and the rain has finally arrived. It's picked its moment. You're probably glad you've missed the rain then, in which case, well, what a result.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, we were quite taken aback that we got 3rd yesterday. That was unexpected when we started from 8th. Starting from 3rd, we've made up another place. it was hard work, but it was good. It was good. Just couldn't keep up with Jamie though. Just cooked the tyres trying to keep up with him, and just was getting the right signals from the pit board telling me how far number 3 was behind. So we just maintained distance, stroked it home.
I mean, yeah, we did see the gap kind of ebb and flow between you and Jamie. We did wonder whether it was Jamie teasing you a little bit. So a bit of both columns, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. It felt like he was sort of, come on if you think you're hard enough, you know. But it was good. It was good to have a go anyway.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations on the podium result. We very much look forward to seeing the Tuscan. Will we see the Grand Tourer later in the year?
Hopefully, it's been a bit of a long engine build, so we're still without a power plant. But as soon as we get that, we'll be back with 2 cars per race.
Beautiful. Excellent. Cannot wait for that. Thank you very much, Dave Thompson. Jamie Keevil has returned, so let's have a chat with our, well, frankly, dominant race winner. But I see that look on your face, Mr. Keevil. How'd you do it? Again, starting last.
It's all the car. It's nothing to do with me, it's the car. Yeah, a bit better than the last time we spoke, wasn't it? Yeah, the car's going well. We had a bit of an issue yesterday with the wheel kind of half falling off, so I managed to fix that today. Just trying to keep it sensible, really. And yeah, the car was really quick. Pace was in the car, so just had to keep it on the road, make sure it finished this time, and it did. So all good. Happy campers.
Didn't you have the same problem at Snetterton, although it was a little bit more violent at Snetterton?
Same wheel, different cause, but the same result. Yeah, wheels flying off. So I was a bit nervous today of the same happening again, but we got through it. So yeah, all good.
And your relentless teasing of the Tuscan.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was trying to go slowly to save the car for Spa, and then I saw him behind me. I thought, oh yeah. I don't want to get overtaken, so I sped up a bit. But it was I wasn't teasing him, I promise. I was just trying to save the car a little bit, make sure the wheels didn't fall off again. So, apologies.
Well, take it as you will, but brilliant win. Well done. I mean, absolutely flawless victory from the tail end of the field. The only thing that can stop you is you, it would seem. But another fine win. Thank you very well. The car pass out, perhaps. Well done, Jamie Keevil. It's always a pleasure to have a chat to you. Let's have a quick chat with Dean Halsey. Now, the car was rebuilt after a horrendous crash at Thruxton last time out. And I'm sure this man is delighted to be on the podium. A rebuilt car, and look at you now.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's been good. My friends over there helped me. And Phil drives a safety car. He did all the body work. And we were still working on it Friday morning till 12 o'clock. A little bit of testing, 1 or 2 sessions, but I'm pleased with this. Looking at the company I'm in, it's about the best I could do without one of them having trouble, and I don't really want that. So yeah, wonderful.
I mean, the fans spinning around, so you clearly pushed this quite hard.
Yeah, she was moving around a bit, but I was trying to not move around too much, because the more I was moving around, the more it was wanting to go more. So I was cooling and then pushing and cooling and pushing. I just hope I'm all right on the code. I think a code 60 come out, and I didn't even know, so it could be an issue.
There was a few kind of misunderstandings with that code 60, so hopefully it doesn't deny you. But I mean, even still, other than the fly collection, it looks absolutely immaculate. So yeah, your boys have done well. Great stuff. Thank you very much, and congratulations again, Dean Halsey. Having horrendous trouble last time out, and seeing that off well with a podium. Next time out, it is the Co-op Sport Tin Tops. Next race coming right up.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Yep, so the Co-op Sport Tin Tops will be heading out onto circuit very, very shortly indeed for their second race of the weekend. As with nearly all of the categories, they had a 30-minute race yesterday, which was secured by Rob Phillips. But Rob has had steering box issues with that car, and therefore yesterday's race winner is not going to be present on the grid. So an amended grid has been issued, which shuffles everybody up a place in reality. So the driver that finished second by just 0.6 of a second yesterday, Adam Brown, will see whether he can grab a win today. The reason he finished second yesterday was because he had to stop for an extra 30 seconds in the pit lane because of his overall win at Thruxton. Well, because yesterday's race winner is not on the grid as well, Adam Brown is the only car on the whole of the grid that has that time penalty that we need to deal with over the course of the pit stop window, which again for these cars will be after the 10th minute of the race until the completion of the 25th minute of the race. Same process as we've seen. A few other cars that were with us yesterday that won't be out today. Liam Place and Lee Norton's Toyota Corolla retired yesterday. They are not out. And Mick Dwayne had the engine blow in quite a significant way at the wheel of his Renault Clio yesterday. So the former Ferrari racer is also not going to be with us on the grid for today. But we should still have 17 cars that are lined up there, and we can guide you through the grid. It's Adam Brown that starts from pole position. Remember, he's got an extra 30 seconds come the pit stop window. And alongside, the 113 car will be started by Stephen Reynolds. Richard Bethel is on row number 2. And for company, he has got Paul Masters, who will start the number 119 Renault Clio. It is Tom Mensley and the number 420 car, which will be started by Kevin Smith on row number 3. On to row number 4, that's where we see Richard Fowle, and for company, he has got Michael Peters, with row 5 being on the inside Chris Herwood, and number 50, which will be started by Simon Stowe. The Alpha 33, number 55, will be started by James Fletcher on row number 6, and John Baker's little Clio is sat alongside. And on to row number 7. On the inside, it's Greg Smith, and number 155, which will be started by Paul Anderton. The 8th row of the grid sees Holly Brown line up alongside the Alexander Williams, which we were informed would be Mark, but we're now told it will be Lewis that will start that car. And as we say, those are the cars that are going to be competing in our second Co-Autosport Tin Tops race, for which we need to pick a driver of the weekend in reality. So it's across the 2 races. We'll need to pick a driver of the weekend award, and there's already a couple of names that are springing to mind for me as well, but we'll wait and see what happens over the course of this 40-minute race. So they're on the formation lap, trying to build a little bit of temperature into the tyres. And remember, Adam Brown missed out on victory yesterday by 0.6 of a second, even though he was stationary in a pit lane in that largely white and blue Ford Fiesta for 30 seconds longer than anybody else had to be. So might be able to overcome that today. We'll have to wait and see. It was a good run yesterday from Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon as well. They will line up alongside him on the front row of the grid at the wheel of their largely silver and orange Renault Clio. Might Richard Bethel or the Dominic Rose and Paul Masters Renault Clio have something to do. Tom Mensley went well yesterday as well in a car that he is unfamiliar with. His regular car that he's raced, the Renault Clio, has just had the shell sold to Paul Anderton, who's in the process of building up a new car around that shell. So we'll have to wait and see as to what might happen with this one. Tin Tops, the Co-Autosport Tin Tops, always provide some great racing. Chris Buxton, Adam Brown came close yesterday. Could he do it today?
Oh, he certainly can, but again, he's got that penalty to carry, hasn't he? So he's got to do it all over again. Is the biggest problem for him. The winner from yesterday is not out, so there's only one penalty to have to factor into this race, which is Adam Brown's penalty again. There was a little bit of trouble on the rolling lap for the 421 car. Michael Peters, one of the Odell Fiestas, seemed to have come to a bit of a halt, and it did get going. There it is. It is going. It's now. Looks like it might well be starting last. Generally, if you fall to the back of the grid on a rolling start, you have to remain at the back of it.
Yeah, he'll have to remain at the back. He won't be able to take up his correct grid position. And he is trundling his way still rather slowly down through the corkscrew at the moment. So this is split into engine capacity class in reality. All the Clios sit in their own class. All the Ford Fiestas sit in their own separate class. But the rest of them are all based on engine capacity, and still grinding to a halt down at the bottom of the corkscrew is number 41 Michael Peters. So that car has not been able to take up even a position at the back of the grid, and right now he gets going again. It's as though the car sort of faltered on him and stalled again, and he's got the engine fired into life. So let's hope that all is well, as he is going to have to start off the back of the grid. The green flag is just about to be waved any second now at the tail end of the field. And then we should get the 5-second board up, and then we'll hopefully be away with no further problems for poor old Michael Peters. So green flag at the tail end of the field. 5-second board is not going to be held aloft. I think we're going to get a delayed start. Yeah, problem for Michael Peters' car. He is, I think, now realising that it's going to just give him grief, so he pulls the car off the circuit. So 5-second board will now go up. And then we will get the red lights on. Adam Brown and Stephen Reynolds on the front row of the grid. It's a good start from the Renault Clio from the outside of the front row of the grid. A rocket of a start also from Tom Mensley at the wheel of the grey and orange Renault Clio. But it's Adam Brown that will lead. It is Stephen Reynolds that's there in second place. Tom Mensley, despite the good start, was up into third, but will drop down to fourth place as the black Clio of Richard Bethel goes through and is just tagged in the rear quarter lightly by Tom Mensley, who realised that the door was closing and just got out of it. Mensley therefore has to lift off the power, and that's allowed Paul Masters in the grey and Dayglow car to almost get a run on him. And we're 3 wide heading round through Church Corner. 2 Renault Clios and the number 420 of Kev Smith in the Honda on the outside, whilst the fast starting Lewis Alexander Williams, where has he come from? 17th, something like that on the grid, and already he's inside the top 6 at the wheel of the light blue Citroën Saxo. We saw that car going beautifully well yesterday before it was involved in contact, got a puncture and dropped down through the order. But that is a staggering start from the Citroën Saxo, which always punches above its weight, and well, it's doing it again here, Chris. I expected it to climb through the order, just not as quickly as that.
Not that meteoric. Oh my goodness me, you don't need to be in that much of a hurry. Remember, it's a longer race this time, Mr. Alexander Williams. Yeah, that car, it qualified 4th, which, considering that, again, it's a smaller engine in the Saxo compared to the 2-litre Fiestas and Clios, that's an absolutely stunning achievement. Sadly, yeah, they ended up finishing 16th due to contact later in the race yesterday, but look at that. I mean, you can see it's just carving its way through the field, and you know, utilising the fact that the pack is very, very condensed early on, so the bigger engine cars just cannot get their horses galloping just yet. It's an ideal time for the 77 Saxo to get up further up. Look at that, Civic alongside the Clio there, coming through the banking as we see Richard Bethel in the now black liveried car chasing the 113. That's the Reynolds and Ridgeon car. As, again, these two have regularly crossed swords. Again, both very, very regulars in the very regular drivers, if I can finish the sentence properly, in the tin tops in particular. There's one of our newcomers, Richard Fowle, in the Bumblebee emblazoned or black and yellow Renault. Very nicely done, fending off the advances of the 23 car. Tom Mensley, a regular winner in this series. So I think Richard Fowle, he qualified 10th and finished 7th, so steady progress, and he's fending off probably one of the quickest drivers in the field. Yeah, but Tom Mensley not in his regular car, he's in Paul Anderton's car for this weekend, so he sold his race-winning Shell to Paul Anderton, who is in the process of building a new race car around it. But Tom Mensley out in a Clio that he's unfamiliar with, maybe not as well developed either as his own car that, as you say, he's more recently sold on. So over the start-finish line, another lap chalked into the book. That's 2 laps completed now. Fastest lap of the race to Lewis Alexander Williams at the wheel of the Citroën Saxo on the first of the flying laps. 1 minute 20.039, 120.039. That is already 9/10 of a second quicker than that particular car went yesterday. So he really has absolutely come straight out of the box unbelievably quickly. As we look at what's going on at the banking, we've got the number 21 Ford Fiesta of Chris Herwood fighting away with one of the black Clios. That will be Paul Anderton's car that is squabbling away with as they work their way round through Church. And as they do that, the race leading cars are already going to be up at the top section of the circuit. So through Rocket in, through Rocket out and up towards Peel, they will be threading their way, whilst this little quartet of cars that we were talking about, which is Herwood followed by Paul Anderton and then John Baker's Satsuma Racing Renault Clio, all work their way round through Rocket in and Rocket out. But Adam Brown controlling the pace from the front at the moment. The Ford Fiesta leads the horde of Clios that are queuing up behind. Gregory Smith on the back of that, another newcomer to the series. You can see the novice cross on the back of the car, doing pretty well, staying with this particular bank of cars as well. Qualified 17th, finished 13th yesterday, so again that's where he started from today's festivities, or again without the retirement of Michael Peters would have started 13th of course. But yeah, everybody's just kind of getting into the rhythms now. Everybody wanting to try and push. We need to kind of get into the rhythm early on. And speaking of Gregory Smith, then having to go, John Baker on the inside line coming down towards turn 1. And that is the progress of Lewis Alexander Williams in the Saxo. Now being caught back up by the 420 Honda Civic, with Smith at the wheel of that at the moment. Then ahead of that is Paul Masters in their clear. Now, again, the Saxo should be disadvantaged along that stretch, but no one seems to have told Lewis Alexander Williams that. Yeah, we've had a few quick little Saxos and Peugeots running in some of the lower classes in the Quad Sport tin tops for a good number of years, and
Yeah, the Alexander Williams are casing point for that one, and Martin Addison as well, who always sort of batted above his average when he was out at the wheel of his little Peugeot. So yeah, Kev Smith can't pick his way past Lewis Alexander Williams at the wheel of the Saxo. Lewis Alexander Williams is bottled up behind Paul Masters at the wheel of the 119 Renault Clio as they descend downhill and through the corkscrew. He's in that dichotomy, isn't he? He wants to attack. He's got to be conscious that he might need to defend as well. So good little squabble is this one for 4th, 5th and 6th position. Renault from Citroën, from Honda. And this time as they come over the start-finish line, Kev Smith goes into full attack mode, tries to squeeze his way up the inside, heading round through turn 1. Didn't quite work. So Lewis Alexander Williams, for the moment, hangs on to what is 5th position. Now Kev Smith tries around the outside, heading up towards the banking at the wheel of the Honda, all the way around the outside if he can brave it out. But if he braves it out there, he'll still be on the outside for the next corner. It just doesn't quite work. What he needs to do now is get good drive coming off Church and use the extra grunt of that VTEC power to see whether he can haul himself through and ahead of Lewis Alexander Williams. That's what he's going to try and do, at least, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's 2 litres versus 1.6 litres, another way to look at it. But still the Saxo fending off the advantage of the Civic, heading up towards turn 7, heading up towards Rocket Inn. Again, this is where the Saxo should have that tiny bit of advantage, a bit less weight. You know, just as much torque as he needs to fend off the advantage of Kev Smith, but they are losing the back of Paul Masters in the 119 car a little bit with their squabbling. So he hasn't gone too far ahead, but there is a bit of a gap forming now between the Saxo and the car ahead. So we'll see how that transpires. Battle for second still rages on. I can see there just coming over the line as well. And that's the Reynolds Ridgeon car still fending off Richard Bethel in the 318 car. And Adam Brown, well, he's just doing Adam Brown things up front, isn't he? Continuing to keep the fastest lap to himself and build up a now 5-second lead.
Yeah, 5-second lead. Pit window 3 minutes from opening, but remember Adam Brown will have to remain stationary for an extra 30 seconds relative to everybody else that is in this race. So Adam Brown, a bit like yesterday, he's got to just drive the wheels off the thing, push, push, push as hard as he can, and then just wait and see what happens at the end of the 40 minutes. He'll also be keeping his fingers crossed that maybe a safety car sort of may aid his cause a little bit, because he's going to lose out in the first part of the race when he stops for that pit stop. A safety car in part 2 of the race could prove very well for Adam Brown, our race leader, if indeed that were to happen. Through and up towards the next section of Rocket In and Rocket Out. We're just looking at a couple of cars there, including Stephen Reynolds, who is sitting there in second place, still with Richard Bethel's black number 318 Clio not that far behind him. Also still we've got Lewis Alexander Williams under pressure from Kevin Smith's Honda. Now that has just allowed Paul Masters in the grey and Dayglow yellow Clio to escape a little bit as he sits there in 4th place. Not by a great deal, but just by an extra couple of car lengths, which sort of takes the pressure off him to a large degree. So down through the bottom of the corkscrew. Over the start-finish line goes the squabble for 2nd and 3rd. Heading out of the final corner comes the fight for 5th and 6th.
And that little gap that you see for Paul Masters there is enough that means he can just focus on what's going on ahead, just hit his lines, get through the braking zones exactly where he wants to do, unlike Lewis Alexander Williams that has got to do everything he can to keep that Civic behind, particularly in this section of the circuit where the Civic is going to be a bit stronger, well, seemingly, although again Lewis Alexander Williams doing a sterling job of keeping the more powerful Civic behind. Again, no disrespect to Kev Smith, he's driving very, very well, but you'd have thought along that back straight is usually where we see the bigger engine cars really come to life and utilise their power advantage. But at the moment, it's advantage Saxo in that particular battle.
Yeah, and as long as he's just about ahead of the Honda, or at least alongside the Honda, he's a lighter car. He'll always be able to brake that little bit later. So it's always going to play into the hands of the little Citroën Saxo. We're less than 60 seconds away from the pit window opening as well. So not this lap, but the following lap, we might see a few cars trickle their way in towards the pit lane area to conduct their mandatory pit stops. Remember, after this race, we've still got 2 further races coming up. The Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens are next up, and then the track road race New Millennium and Viren Builders Open Series will conclude what's been a busy weekend of racing here at Anglesey. Adam Brown already safely onto lap number 8, leading by 3.6 seconds. Lewis Alexander Williams still watching his mirrors, though, to try and understand what Kevin Smith is doing behind at the wheel of the number 420 Honda, who has been very much in the wheel tracks of the Citroën over the course of the last, half dozen laps, really, that they've been like a pair of heavyweights, rolling their sleeves up and slugging it out as to who wants to be in 5th place, who wants to be in 6th position. And then just behind them, there's another good little fight that's going on as well, which is the number 10 car, which is Richard Fowle, fighting away with Tom Mensley. There you go, yellow Clio, followed by the grey Clio with the orange bumpers and roof to it. Now, Lewis Alexander Williams almost had the Honda alongside there. At no point has Kev Smith been fully alongside the little Citroën Saxo. So again, back to being nose to tail, they will work their way out of Rocket Out. And as they start to descend downhill, let's guide you through the order because the pit window is now open. Number 56, Adam Brown, leads the way. Second is number 113, which is Stephen Reynolds. And third is 318, Richard Bethel. Fourth is 119, which is Paul Masters. Fifth place is 77, Lewis Alexander Williams. And sixth place is Kevin Smith. Seventh place is Richard Fowle, number 10. Eighth place is number 23, Tom Mensley. Ninth place is number 55, the Fletchers. It'll be James Fletcher that started the Alfa 33. And completing the top 10 is car number 50, which is Simon Stowe at the wheel of his Renault Clio. So that gives you the top 10. The pit window is now open. No takers as yet, though, for the pit lane, which means that the battle's out on track, not least of which between Lewis Alexander Williams and Kevin Smith can still continue, but it's still Citroën just ahead of Honda as they turn their way through the banking on lap number 9. Speeds begin to build again. This is the area of the circuit where you thought the Sussex Road and Race prepared Honda would maybe be able to draw itself alongside the Citroën, but that is a very well-developed Citroën over the years from the Alexander Williams pairing. And Kev Smith this time is going to try a different line, is he? Again, it's just not quite going to be enough for him. He can't quite get fully onto terms with the Citroën. And because Lewis Alexander Williams is driving perfectly well, hitting every apex, getting cleanly off the corners, it's pretty much an impossible task at the moment for Kev Smith to try and do anything other than sit behind the Citroën. There's never quite been a little gap to even poke the nose of the car, and he's never quite been close enough either. And that's all because of the exit speed and the clean exits off the corners that Lewis Alexander Williams is doing. So the baby blue, or powder blue, Citroën still continuing round. Still no takers for the pits as yet. Richard Bethel is in, actually, so from third position, car number 318, Richard Bethel, the all-black Clio, is in the pit lane. And I think we've also now seen car number 21 into the pit lane as well, which was Chris Herwood at the wheel of his Adel Motorsport Ford Fiesta. He's just leaving the pit lane now. Now back marker Lapri coming into effect now as well. Holly Brown tries to stay out of the way as best she can at the wheel of the little Honda, the EK Civic. Did hold up though Kev Smith a little bit more, so no longer is he right in the shadows of Lewis Alexander Williams. The Honda lost a little bit of time there through the traffic, so Kev Smith, who has been right up onto terms with the Citroën Saxo since the beginning of the race, now needs to just get his head down, focus and see whether he can close up any more. Up towards Rocket goes the yellow Renault Clio, that's Richard Fowle. He is now down into 8th position. Tom Mensley got past him a lap ago. Tom Mensley not only got past him, but then dived for the pit lane, so he will be back into 7th position again, I would have thought. So Richard Bethel is in, Tom Mensley is in. Into the pit lane comes John Baker as well at the wheel of the Satsuma Racing Renault Clio. That's the orange car with the green bumpers. Very apt for this weekend, Satsuma Racing, on the basis that there's a corner called Peel. But all of the front runners still as yet not opting to pit, including of course our race leader Adam Brown. Remember, he needs to build up a 30-second advantage over part 1 and part 2 of the race. Well, part 1 of the race coming to an end soon, and he's only built up a 5.4 second advantage in the lead of the race, so Adam Brown is going to have to push really hard in part 2 of the race. He's just up at the top section of the circuit at the moment. We are keeping an eye on what's going on with John Baker's pit stop in the pit lane at the moment, trying to get the seatbelts done back up again. There we go, so I think seatbelts done, all adjusted, and the number 810 Clio should be fired up in a few moments' time. John, who is one of the committee members of the club, one of the driver representatives as well, and I think he's struggling with the belts on the car, so it's slightly longer stop than he would have wished really. So Clio fires up, he will get back into the race and he's going to rejoin way down 13th, maybe 14th, possibly even 15th position as a result of that slowish pit stop. Now, Kevin Smith, having lost the time through the back markers at the wheel of the Honda, is now right back up onto terms with Lewis Alexander Williams again. So he's managed to catch the Honda Civic over the course of the last few laps. So we've got this fight back on again now, and because they have not pitted and others have, it is now a fight for 4th and 5th position between the number 77 Citroen and the number 420 Honda. Just up the road from them is also 119, which is Paul Masters. His is the grey car with the day glow flashes to it, his Clio. He's not that far up the road from them. He's only, what, 2.6 seconds up the road. But if you are inside the top 7 cars at the moment, you have not pitted, and Kev Smith this time gets a really good run on Lewis Alexander Williams, and he's going to finally sweep his way through on the run up in towards Rocket. He has been hugely patient, but then outbrakes himself, understeers immediately wide at Rocket, and straight through goes Lewis Alexander Williams again. So he'd done all of the hard work, he'd taken the place, but then missed the braking point up at Rocket. You could see huge amounts of understeer as he skittered off onto the run-off tarmac, and instantly through, I'm afraid to say, Lewis Alexander Williams goes. Now we've got black and white warning flag going out for somebody, and can't quite pick out which number it is. It was car number, it looks like 121, but we haven't got a 121 in the field. So might be car number 21, still can't quite see. Number 112 maybe, is it? 113 perhaps. Marshall's holding it out. I can't quite see what the numbers are, but somebody's being given a warning for track penalties. 23 minutes of the race still remain, which means there are 8 minutes of the pit window still to go. Adam Brown leading away now by 7.5 seconds and still ready to pit, and I'm afraid we're going to lose the car from 3rd position. Paul Masters, with a very smoky looking Renault Clio, is out of the race, and he's pulled the car off at the banking, out of harm's way. So 318 Richard Bethel was the car that was being shown the black and white warning flag. So that was for track limits. So poor old Paul Masters retiring the number 118 Renault Clio. That means that Dominic Rose won't even get the opportunity to race it today. Everybody else therefore shuffles up a position again. So that now means that Lewis Alexander Williams is now up into 3rd position, potentially on for a podium at the wheel of the Citroen Saxo. And this car that was looking at the Honda just coming up towards the conclusion of the lap, car number 420, is going to be up into 4th position now. 7 minutes still of pit window to go. Adam Brown still lapping quicker than most. Not lapping that much quicker on that lap than the car in 2nd place, which is Stephen Reynolds. They were thousandths of a second between their relative lap times last time through, so the gap didn't change by much more than a few thousandths of a second, that was it. So it's maintained at 7.5, 8 seconds between 1st and 2nd place. Now, Richard Fowle at the wheel of his number 10 Renault Clio has now been caught by James Fletcher at the wheel of the Alpha 33 as they start to head up towards Rocket. That is for position as well, so that's for 5th and 6th position. The Renault has been reeled in by the little Alpha 33 over the course of the last few laps, so they turn their way left at Rocket in and then flick right at Rocket out, up towards Peel, and then from the highest point of the circuit they start to descend back downhill again through the twists and the turns of the corkscrew. But no sign as yet of a great deal of other cars stopping, still with what, just under 6 minutes of the pit stop window to go, so plenty of time still. And for Richard Fowle and for James Fletcher, both Clio and Alpha 33 continue round for another lap. And we've had a spin for Kev Smith, I'm afraid. The car that was in 4th position, Kevin Smith, has had a bit of a problem. That was coming round through turn number 1, where he lost the tail end of the Honda, managed to gather it up, but the car that was in 4th place lost time there. Now, he won't have lost a position because he got enough daylight between himself and the Richard Fowle / James Fletcher battle to rejoin, but that was a very, very large moment that he had that time through. A few sprinkles of rain just out there as well now, so that may well be as to what caught Kev Smith out. So we were expecting the weather to become slightly more inclement over the course of the day. There was about a 30 to 40% chance of rain, but it looks as though we're getting a few more spits now, and yeah, it's certainly showing, because for the first time I've seen windscreen wipers on. Richard Fowle there just putting the windscreen wipers on briefly on the yellow number 10 Renault Clio. And yeah, that top section of the circuit, we heard it was raining through the corkscrew more than anything, and yeah, there's just a few more spits of rain beginning to appear from outside our commentary box now, and that's going to make things very interesting. We've got a few more cars in the pit lane. Stephen Reynolds is in from second position at the wheel of the 113 Renault Clio. Also the number 50 Renault Clio is in, which is Simon Stowe, giving way to Justin Potter. We've also got into the pit lane Richard Fowle and James Fletcher, and as they join the pit lane, we'll go down to the pit lane with Chris Buxton.
Down in the pit lane, I have one of the pilots of the number 78 car. I have Holly Brown from the Honda Civic. How's it been out there?
Yeah, it's been really good. I'm quite a novice still, only a couple of years, but it was better than yesterday.
Yeah, so I mean, qualified 19th, finished 15th, so yeah, not a bad performance, and a car that's a little bit underpowered compared to some of the field. Does it ever worry you when you got some of the quicker cars coming up behind you, or do you just kind of let them get on with it and do your own thing?
Well, yeah, at the beginning it was very, very scary. It was really, especially in qualifying. Yeah, that's very, very scary. But yeah, it's been now I don't bother it as much, but before I did. Yeah, it's a bit scary. But I just try and do my own race and just have fun. It's really enjoyable.
And now the weather looks like it's going to finally turn. Are you glad to be out of the car now that the weather's just starting to get a bit more slippery?
Yes, I'm definitely happy to get out now. I'll let Paul do it. He's a much more confident racer than I am.
Good to see you. Thank you very much, Holly Brown, one of the drivers of the number 78 Civic. More pit stops happening. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Yeah, I can see that into the pit lane has come car number 57, which is Greg Smith, but more importantly, into the pit lane has come Lewis Alexander Williams to hand over to Mark Alexander Williams. At least that's the information that we've had, because I think yesterday the information we was given suggested it was one that was starting, and it was actually the other. So again, information we were given today suggests it one, your driver starts, but we've heard it's the other. So maybe Chris Buxton down there in the pit lane might be able to clear that up by simply interviewing whoever's got out of the car, and that will confirm whether we've got it right today or not. 50-50 chance. Odds are we got it wrong, I would say. So Adam Brown, the race leader, into the pit lane. He's served his 30-second penalty, and he's just about to exit his way back out of the pit lane at turn number 1. We can also see that the Citroen Saxo of Lewis Alexander Williams, giving way to Mark Alexander Williams, is making its way back out onto circuit. So the little Citroen back out there. Now, we haven't as yet had car number 420 in, which is Kevin Smith, to hand over to Paul Clothier. So that car that is just heading round through Rocket Out is the only car that hasn't as yet served a pit stop. Now, there is still about a minute and 45 seconds to go before the pit window closes, so if it doesn't stop this time through, there might not be enough time left on the clock to get the Honda into the pit lane before the pit window closes. So I'm hoping as it heads down to the bottom of the corkscrew, it peels in towards pit lane entry. Bang on cue, yes it does. So that is our final pit stopper now heading in towards the pit lane area. So Kevin Smith, long old stint for him, and he will head in towards the pit lane, which means that that car actually, even though it's coming to the pit lane, has literally just picked up the lead of the race, but it will lose it again because Adam Brown will this time through unlap himself and will then go into the lead of the race the next time round. So Adam Brown will see whether he's done enough to re-pick up the lead of the race, and while we're contemplating that, let's go back down to Chris Buxton, who's in the pit lane.
Oh, your first race in that car. Oh, I see. Well, I mean Lewis's first car in the race. Beg your pardon.
Our first race in that car, you rolled it.
Excellent. 7 years ago. So down here in the pit lane, we have got Mark Alexander Lewis from the number 77 Saxo. So qualified 4th. Yesterday definitely didn't go your way from what looked like a rather lively pit lane entrance. A puncture, was it?
It was, yeah. Lewis took some contact from the red and black Civic on the offside rear, and it bent the wheel, and so the tyre went down. So he came around that corner and completely lost it. I thought, I'll go in the pits.
I mean, he did the right thing, in fairness. And it was a very stylish pit lane entrance. But, I mean, what an incredible run. So, again, starting 16th as a result, you were well inside the top 10 by the end of the first lap. What a storming start to the day.
We were lucky. We were lucky. I just got a clear run through and, put the power down and I was lucky. So, that's great. He's a long way behind us. I'm very happy.
You've done a stunning job. So you've made the smallest car in the grid the widest one out there.
It was unbelievable. Yes, I mean that Honda has got so much power, and I was watching him with Lewis yesterday, and he was just leaving Lewis for dead on the straight. So I thought, you know what, I'll keep to the inside. I'll make him work for it. And actually, he did, and he tried to outbrake me at the end of and went straight on. So that was fantastic. That was the best highlight of my weekend.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mark Alexander Williams, and best of luck to the number 77 Saxo for the rest of the race. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
There you go. I did say we got a 50-50 chance of getting it right, and guess what we did? We got it wrong again today as well. So hopefully we'll sort that. I was originally told it was Mark Alexander Williams, but then somebody else suggested it was Lewis that started, and we went for that and got it wrong. So races just settling down now. Remember, Adam Brown, who was leading, had to stop for that extra 30 seconds in the pit, so he's still trying to catch up with other cars that had shorter pit stops than him. So at the moment, it is number 113, the John Ridgeon driven Renault Clio that leads the race, but by half a second from the black Clio of Richard Bethel, and those two are absolutely together coming up towards the final corner now. They're about to come over the start finish line, so it's silver Renault Clio from black Renault Clio for the lead of the race up towards turn number 1. Now John Ridgeon has not long been behind the wheel of his car, whereas for Richard Bethel, he's driving solo in this one, so he already knows what the conditions are. He's been able to evolve and adapt to those few little sprinkles of rain that we have, which I'm thankful to say now appear to have disappeared to a degree. So the track is still absolutely fine. The few little clouds that were above that were looking ominous have moved away to a degree. It's certainly clouded over. It's not particularly cold here still at the moment, but the battle for the lead of the race heads through the kink and up towards the braking area for Rocket, with John Ridgeon just watching where Richard Bethel positions his car. Richard Bethel, almost. The car was dancing around on the edge of adhesion there as it got a little bit unsettled, and the back end of the Clio was sort of bounce, 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 bounce at the fastest part of the circuit. He gathered it up just to make sure that it was under control by the time he got onto the brakes and in towards Rocket, but just going to show how hard Richard Bethel is pushing to try and take up the lead of the race here. Didn't quite work there, but that would have spiked his heart rate a little bit, I would have thought, but they are still together as they descend back downhill for the 20th time now through the corkscrew, with 12 minutes of this race remaining, and still, 3-4 Clio lengths between first and second place. Stephen Reynolds put in a good stint to hand over to John Ridgeon. He continues to lead. The lead advantage is just 0.9 of a second.
And not too far behind is Adam Brown in the 2 seconds a lap quicker car that he is currently running. So these two will have some defending to do. Bit of a lock-up there from John Ridgeon coming through the banking there. He kicked up some dust from somewhere, but doing his best to hang on to the lead. I mean, Richard Bethel has been going great guns in that car.
Yeah, he really has been going well, but the difficulty is if those two squabble and hold each other up, Adam Brown is going to be on them even quicker, isn't he? So we'll have to wait and see as to exactly how much squabbling is being done. John Ridgeon still leading the way. Richard Bethel not a little bit more under control heading up towards Rocket this time than he was on the lap prior, where the tail end of the car was really skipping around on him. So from Rocket's in to Rocket out, they accelerate their way up towards Peel. Richard Bethel using all of the curbs and bouncing across it on the exit of Rocket. Through Peel he will go. The car still looks a little bit understeery mid-corner for me, Richard Bethel's car. And then from there it's downhill and in towards the corkscrew. Now, these two cars, first and second, were lapping 1 minute 21s, let's say, last time through. It's actually a 120.9 and a 121.3, but let's say a 1 minute 21. Adam Brown was a 1 minute 19.3, so he was 7.2 seconds off the car in second position at the wheel of the number 56 Ford Fiesta. This time through, as he comes over the start-finish line, he remains 7.2 seconds off the car in second place, so he's not really close this time through the Ford Fiesta in third place.
No, that's a bit of a surprise considering how fast Adam Brown has been thus far in that car. Now, it was beginning to rain a little bit when I was down in the pit lane. It seems to have stopped, so yet again So the rain has taken some teasing hints from Jamie Keevil from the last race, and is now deciding to flirt with us on whether it's actually going to open up. The sky is still overcast, but the racing is still just as hard as ever. Again, coming up into turn 7, Richard Bethel keeping the car nice and steady, doing what he can. The power is near enough the same weight, give or take, is about the same between the two cars up front. And Reynolds and Ridgeon have had that car for some considerable time. There's a big understeer again, but drivers have told us time and again throughout the weekend that section from turn 7 right the way through to the corkscrew has been very slippery, and we've seen the quick dry powder go down quite a few times. Now, right on cue, there is some more coming into the pit lane there. So I wouldn't be surprised if that understeer problem maybe gets a little bit worse as the tyres start to give up. Adam Brown, I'd say he's going to time this time around. Fastest lap of the race indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 minute 18.239 from Adam Brown is the new fastest lap of the race. He closes up the gap to 4.6 seconds now between himself in third place and Richard Bethel, who sits there in second position. We've got 9 minutes of this race to go. Adam Brown yesterday caught, couldn't quite get past the race leader, so missed out on victory by 0.6 of a second. Well, similar story today, isn't it? He might have stopped for 30 seconds longer, but he's catching hand over fist the leading pair. Can he catch them? Can he get past not just one, but can he get past 2 cars now in the remaining 8 3/4 minutes? That's the question.
I don't think he faced such a big deficit though in lap time last time around as he did this time. So Adam Brown is distinctly quicker than the 2 clears ahead. Again, no disrespect to Steve Reynolds or John Ridgeon or Richard Bethel, the driver of the cars ahead of Adam Brown. No disrespect at all to indeed any of our drivers taking part, front or back. They all do an amazing job to give us great entertainment here at Anglesey. But Adam Brown is just, how on earth is he getting so much pace out of what is still a 2-litre Fiesta? Yes, there's very little standard on the car, granted, but it's got the same engine size as the 2 cars he's chasing, and he is absolutely destroyed. And there it is. So Richard Bethel is one of that understeer has really gotten much worse in his car. He's really fallen off the back of John Ridgeon, as Adam Brown is really eyeing up that certainly initially third place. He'll have that, I would think, in the next couple of laps. I'm going to stick my neck out. I think Adam Brown is going to take the top spot before the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see. I'm with you. The pace he's got at the moment will allow him to catch the cars ahead, and that will be helped by Richard Bethel, who's just had a massive moment coming out of church. So straight away through goes Adam Brown. No second opportunity needed because of that Larry moment from Richard Bethel. So Adam Brown through into second place now, and that massively eases his cause because he didn't have to catch and then spend a while trying to work out how he could get past Richard Bethel. Richard Bethel made it easy for him. He was instantly through, no time lost. And now what Adam Brown could do is concentrate his efforts on trying to catch the car that leads this race still, the number 113 silver and orange checkered Renault Clio that's in the hands of John Ridgeon for part 2 of the race. Well, John will be threading his way down through the corkscrew at the moment. Adam Brown is only going to be a couple of seconds adrift of him in second position, and they're about to start lap number 25 in a few moments. So there goes John Ridgeon over the start-finish line. There now goes the Ford Fiesta of Adam Brown over the start-finish line. And Adam Brown will surely be able to see the car that he's trying to hunt down, because they'll both be at a similar section to the circuit. One going out of the banking, one going into the banking, and the man from Stoke-on-Trent area, Staffordshire area, Adam Brown pushing hard for a win.
You could hear the Clio that Adam is chasing, the tyres just screaming for mercy coming through the banking. So again, I would think that John Ridgeon may well be suffering a similar problem to Richard Bethel, although it does seem to be affecting the 318 car a little bit more than the 113 at the moment. There it is again. You just hear the squeal as the tyres are giving everything they've got, but the car is demanding much more of it. Adam Brown just seems to be just almost effortless from that Fiesta at the moment. There's our lead car on stream at the moment, coming through turn 9. Can he? It's all going to be down to, can he keep Adam Brown at bay, as that gap is disappearing at a rate of knots, as the stream now looks at the battle between the 57 and 10 cars. So 10 is Richard Fowle, as we said before, he's a newcomer to the club in that black and yellow car, and he is chasing on for
Greg Smith.
Which position is
It's
that
not for position now.
Ah, yeah, that's great. Yeah, as you say, Greg Smith just let that one go. But I'll say it's been a really good run for the Scotsman. It's a qualified 10th, finished 7th last time around. Finds himself in 6th this time, so good effort. And there's the Alexander Williams Saxo having an argument with the Fletcher Alfa Romeo as they now come through down towards, that is
Corkscrew.
That's Corkscrew, yes. So again, the Saxo dispatching of the Fletcher and Fletcher number 55. Alfa Romeo still going on and still keeping himself very firmly in the race.
Yeah, so just under 5 minutes still remain. It is still John Ridgeon that leads the way by 4.3 seconds from Adam Brown as a result of slower lap, overtaking, a bit of traffic. Adam Brown has just lost a little bit of the advantage that he was looking to try and gain over the race leading Renault Clio, which is already now on its 26th lap of the race. And as it heads down through the corkscrew, he's also managed to get a back marker between himself and the chasing Ford Fiesta, so it's Paul Turner's EK Honda Civic that is between race-leading Clio and second place Ford Fiesta. So up towards conclusion of another lap comes our race leader. Adam Brown bounces over the curbs in second place in his pursuit of the car that lies ahead. At what was a 4.2 second gap, changes, in fact what was a 4.4 second gap comes down to a 4.2 second gap, so it's going the right way, but Adam Brown at the moment needs to find something else because the rate of close is not sufficient with 3 3/4 minutes to go.
Have I cursed somebody else in this race? Again, I'm going to be fired before the day is out. But yeah, Adam Brown, has he burnt the best out of those tyres? Has he just used up that little bit too much, chasing down the leaders? Again, we will see in the next 3.5 minutes whether Adam Brown has got anything left to close down the gap between himself and John Ridgeon. As I say, the Reynolds and Ridgeon car has been a regular mainstay in the Co-op Sport Tin Tops for a number of years, so they know how to chuck that car very effectively. And if the Citroen Saxo can be big enough to fend off a Civic, then I'm sure that John Ridgeon will find a way to make Adam Brown's life that much more difficult if he does manage to close in on the Clio.
So we're into the final 3 minutes of this race. After the John Ridgeon Adam Brown car, we've got Richard Bethel, car number 318, still in third place. Tom Mensley in the number 23 Clio's fourth. The Lewis Alexander Williams driven Citroen Saxo is fifth, and Richard Fowle in the yellow Clio, number 10, completes the top 6 at the moment. But over the start-finish line go the leading pair once more. There's still a bit of traffic between the two of them. It's the orange Renault Clio of John Baker that separates first from second place on the road, but Adam Brown decisively should sneak up the inside of that as they head round through the banking this time through. So the lap they're on, and probably one more thereafter really before we see the checkered flag, so I think it's penultimate lap this time through. We'll have to wait and see whether John Ridgeon could squeeze another one out of it. Now, did I see Paul Clothier? Was he going slowly there at the wheel of that Honda? It looks to have slowed slightly, doesn't it, the Honda?
That's exactly what I was wondering. It's, that does not look a very happy Honda Civic, does it? As they're working their way down through the corkscrew, that he doesn't seem to be attacking that anywhere near as much as usual. Not in the pits though, so it's a problem that they can feel like they work with. Maybe we just caught him as he's recovering from a mistake, so we didn't quite see him coming down from turn 9. So, again, if the understeer is becoming a problem for multiple cars, which wouldn't be a surprise, then he could have been recovering from an issue. Or he's just going to say, there's only a couple of laps left, I'm going to get this one here unless it detonates on me.
So up towards the conclusion of another lap very shortly will come John Ridgeon. There is not sufficient time for him to do much more. Let's have a quick look. Oh, it's going to be literally bang on the 40 minutes, isn't it? So I think this will be the last lap of the race because there's about 1 minute and 20 remaining on the clock. It takes him 1 minute and 20 to do a lap. So I think he's on to the last lap now. Lead advantage, 1.4 seconds. That's still a lot for Adam Brown to catch and then get past.
I'm going to bet against you. I reckon this is the penultimate lap, which will catch a few people out because there's a number of drivers that will try and save some weight in the fuel and only allocate for X amount of laps. And if somebody just manages to beat the clock and go that extra lap, and we've seen it before, drivers run out of fuel on that final lap because the timer hasn't quite gone his way. But what John Ridgeon can't do is just slow down that little bit to allow the clock to tick out, because Adam Brown is going to have him in that last section. But we will see. I await to be proven wrong.
checkered flag isn't being readied by the start line marshal just at the moment at least. We've got 25 seconds of the race still remaining. Round through Peel for the final time, or possibly penultimate time, comes John Ridgeon, with the ever-present danger of Adam Smith now within, 5-6 car lengths of him. They'll head down through the corkscrew. The timer is shown as only 12 seconds remaining. I think this may well possibly be towards the checkered flag, but are they going to get it unfurled in time? It's going to be nip and tuck, over the start-finish line they'll go. With a second remaining, we're going to get one more lap out of it. So Adam Brown now is within 0.3 of a second of the lead of the race. He missed out by 0.6 of a second yesterday, having stopped for an extra 30 seconds relative to everybody else. Well, he's now in a similar position again, is that he needs to attack. If he wants to win, it would come with another extra 30-second penalty, which would see him on 60 seconds for the rest of the season. Or is he just going to hold station, allow one of his competitors to pick up the win? They would then pick up their 30-second penalty. And it sort of puts him in bizarrely, even though he finishes second, you could argue it puts him then in a stronger position for the rest of the season. So down through the kink they will go, up towards the braking area for Rocket. John Ridgeon leading the way. Stephen Reynolds, having done all of the hard work in the number 113 Renault Clio in the early stages of the race. Here's John Ridgeon going to bring the car back towards the checkered flag. I think Adam Brown has settled for second place. He doesn't seem to be attacking as much this time through. I think he's playing a canny game here, knowing that if he wins, it's another 30-second penalty, and he is, I think, just going to bide his time. There's still a bit of traffic to deal with, which will be Paul Clothier's Honda as they come down in towards the corkscrew for what is now without question the final time, because the clock has ticked to 0, and as they head out of the corkscrew and up towards the checkered flag, it's going to be a win for the number 113 Renault Clio of Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon that claim the win. Adam Brown finishes a quarter of a second adrift in second position. Richard Bethel at third on the road, but his car has picked up some sort of time penalty, as has the car that's fourth on the road at the moment, which is Tom Mensley. So we'll have to wait and see whether on corrected times we do still end up with Richard Bethel finishing in what is third position. It depends on the time penalty that he's picked up ultimately. Here comes Tom Mensley in fourth place, and wait for confirmation. I think Richard Bethel probably is classified in third. Fourth is still showing us Tom Mensley, and we'll wait and see as to what everybody else looks like. So here now comes Lewis Alexander Williams over the start finish line. And the rest of the field all carve their way through. So it's track limits penalties for them, we gather. And it has meant that even on corrected times, it has not been altered at all. So the order is as we expected it to be, and therefore it is Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon that will claim the win in the Coord Sports Tin Tops. Adam Brown second, Richard Bethel, even on corrected times, will hang on to third position. So the cars making their way down into the Parc Ferme area, and what has been a couple of stunning races really from the Coord Sports Tin Tops. And we should very shortly be able to confirm the results for you before these cars are all packed away and they're brought back out again for their next round of the championship season, which for the Coord Sports Tin Tops, we'll tell you when that is in a few moments' time. So let's confirm the results to start with. It is going to be Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon that claimed the win, from Adam Brown in second place, and Richard Bethel was third. Tom Mensley was fourth place, ahead of Mark and Alexander Williams. Mark and Lewis Alexander Williams in fifth place. Richard Fowle completes the top six. In seventh place, it was Christopher Herwood. Eighth place was the pairing of the Fletchers, James and Steve, with their Alpha. Ninth place went the way of Gregory Smith, and completing the top 10 was the Honda, Kevin Smith and Paul Clothier. Outside of the top 10, in 11th place, it was number 155, which was Thomas Spencer and Paul Anderton. 12th place went the way of Holly Brown and Paul Turner, with John Baker finishing as the last of the finishers in 13th position. Problems for Stowe and Potter, for Masters and Rose, and for Peters as well, all having had retirements over the course of that race. So 2 more races still to come up for you here with the Classic Sports Car Club at Anglesey. That fantastic backdrop of the Snowdonia National Park from across the bay that we are looking at, and the 2 final races coming up will be for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. They're next up. 40-minute race for them, and our final 40-minute race of the day. The final 40-minute race of the weekend will be for the Track Road Race New Millennium and Viren Builders Open Series. So we can hand you back down to Parc Ferme and Chris Buxton, who's with the winners.
Down here in the winner's circle, familiar cars, and John Ridgeon barely manages to fend off the advances of Adam Brown for the win. Let's go have a chat with the driver of the 113, bringing that one home as they congratulate each other, which is always good to see. John Ridgeon, oh my goodness me, you had so much to do there, didn't you?
Fantastic race, yeah, one problem at a time. Obviously Richard Bethel to start with, and then obviously Adam caught me up, and pressure was on. I did the last few laps looking in my mirrors and not looking where I was going, really. So it's fantastic race.
Now, you and Steve Reynolds have had this car for a good number of years. You've been a force to be reckoned with, getting stronger and stronger in the tin tops. Will we enjoy your company for the rest of the year?
You will indeed, absolutely, yeah. Wouldn't miss it for the world. We missed Thruxton because of a gearbox problem. Happens, but yeah, we're planning to do the full season, especially if it goes this well. Be foolish not to.
Well, you were just giving everybody else a chance, weren't you? Missing Thruxton. Congratulations on the win. Great stuff then, John Ridgeon. Adam Brown, my goodness me. I mean, qualified on pole by a comfortable margin yesterday, then just thwarted to the win again. I mean, what a stunning performance, but a bit of frustration probably mixed in there. Were it not for the 30-second penalty, who knows where you would have finished.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously the 30-second penalty from winning at Thruxton sort of hurt us a little bit this weekend. I had a bit of an issue with my car towards the end of that race, so the front left tyre was just vibrating like crazy, so I didn't want to push too hard. But fair play to them all in the Clios. They put up a good fight today, and sadly I was just a bit short on both days.
But I mean, even having to make up that 30-second penalty to finish twice within half a second, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, very pleased. I mean, we've come a long way with this car with the support of AC Valve Alliance as well as a few others. We've had a lot of issues over the last season, and it's nice that we can finally get to the finish of some races and really show the potential of myself and the car. So yeah, brilliant weekend.
Proven, very much so. Congratulations on a fine podium again, Adam Brown. Let's head over this way to where we'll find a plasterer by trade and a lightning Clio driver by night, well, by weekend at least, Richard Bethel. What a run.
Yeah, good run. New car, so good run.
So yeah, our previous one was blue, if I remember. I didn't know if it was a repainted one or a brand new one for you. So I mean, it's done well. First time out, straight away on the podium. So you where were you? So you qualified. You qualified a bit further down the field. You were 6th yesterday, but you still came home in 3rd. A little bit further to these two, or are they slightly unarranged just yet?
Unarranged yet, so.
You're a modest man, but there's still plenty in the car, and you've got clearly the talent to do it. But will we be seeing you for the rest of the year?
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. Thank you very much, Richard Bethel, and a fine podium for the Clio. Next up, it is the second race of the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens.
Thanks a lot. So the penultimate race of the day, now on to the circuits. This is the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, and it is based on the finishing order from the previous race, but any group winners get a 5-place grid drop. So it does mean that we've got 2 cars out there that will drop 5 places from where they finished in the race to where they will start this one, not least of which is going to be Tim Davis, who on corrected times won the race earlier on, so he doesn't start from 1st, he starts from 5th. And also number 172 Rob Cooper won his group. He will also drop 5 places. So the way the grid lines up is that David Watson starts on pole position and Richard Carter lies alongside, with Jeremy Edwards and Tim Davies on row number 2. The 3rd row of the grid is Charles Holroyd, who lines up alongside race 1 winner, which is Tim Davis. On to the 4th row of the grid, and on the inside of the 4th row of the grid it is going to be Matt Spark, who has got Richard Green for company, and row number 5 is David White and John Saunders, who will start that car on the 5th row of the grid. Row 6 of the grid is Malcolm Ash and John Wright. Row number 6 sees Tim Ralph line up alongside Peter French, with row 8 being William Ward on the inside and Rob Cooper, who won his group earlier on, so gets the 5-place grid drop on the outside of row number 8. And then it's on to the retirees from the race earlier on. David Holroyd on row number 9 alongside John Cutmore, who hopefully has made it onto the back of the grid. And indeed, he is there on the back of the grid, and that is going to be a car to watch for. The Silver and Dayglow Spire in the very tail end of the field His teammate starts from pole position, which is David Watson, but I think that John Cutmore should be able to scythe his way through the order. It'd be really interesting to see where exactly he is going to work his way through to. I'm going to put my neck on the line here. I think he'll finish inside the top 3 in this one, but we'll have to wait and see as to what plays out over the course of the next 40 minutes in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. This is our penultimate race of the day, and well, it's their second race of the day as well. So this is the only category we didn't see yesterday, and therefore it's the only category over the course of the weekend, Chris Buxton, have had 2 races to deal with on a single day.
On the same day, yes indeed. So if they had trouble, at least they had the kind of lunch break period of time to deal with it, but it's not very long. It disappears so quickly. And the racing this weekend has just absolutely flown by.
Hopefully the drive home will fly by as well, because I think for the vast majority of us, it's a long old drive home, but it's just worth it, isn't it? Who wouldn't want to come to Anglesey when you get the weather that we've had this weekend?
Amen to that. It's a beautiful drive in.
And your first visit as well.
It is my very first visit. Yeah, say 6 hours for me to get here. And other than the motorways when I was on the English side of the border, as soon as I came into Wales, 1, I couldn't pronounce any town names. 2, the scenery is just breathtaking.
Oh, it's a beautiful part of the world. Beautiful part of the world. I've done a bit of holidaying up here. Usually when we arrive at Anglesey, it might take us a week to get back home again in the motor, and we just stop off and stop off and stop off. It's always great fun. So then, penultimate race of the day, heading onto the grid. It is the silver and day-glow car of David Watson on pole position, the light green car of Richard Carter that sits alongside. The yellow car is Jeremy Adams on row number 2, alongside the largely light blue car of Tim Davies. As we've already got the 5-second board held aloft. On come the red lights. Who's going to get the lightning quick start? It's the men off the second row of the grid, and it's a really good start from Jeremy Adams. A rocket of a start also from Tim Davies, but it is still somehow David Watson that is going to lead the pack as they head through turn 1 for the first time. Who's going to come through into second place? Tim Davies was looking to brake really late as Davies brakes alongside Davies. That's confusing, isn't it, again, as they turn their way out of the banking and start to accelerate their way up towards Church for the first time, with already John Cutmore making really good progress from the tail end of the field. The second of the 2 Spires inside the top 10 at the moment, and probably up into 8th position by the time they get up towards the braking over Rocket for the first time.
He did this in Snetterton. He started at the back of the field as his engine let him down there on the first race, and he went from 20-something to 6th in the first lap alone. So again, we will see John Cutmore, I think, as you say, top 3. I think we will see both Spires, assuming they, of course, make it to the end. Now, there was some deliberation on what there was a penalty for it was David Watson, because he got to start on pole because of the five place grid penalty for Tim Davis. It was an unsafe pit release that was the penalty for the number 85 guy, who now crosses the line with the Boss Racing machine in tow.
Yep, so over the start-finish line go the pair of them. It is David Watson from Tim Davies in 3rd place, ahead of Jeremy Adams, Richard Green and Richard Carter, completing the top 6 at the moment. Charles Holroyd is there in 7th place. Now, where is the number 85? Sorry, where is the number 98 Spire?
It's slow. It was going slow towards the banking. I just saw out the window, and I think he stopped. Oh no, he's still going, but the whole field's passing him again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, John Cutmore grinding to a halt, getting ever slower, heading round through Church Corner. Such a shame. He's had a rotten day today. It's a long way to come, isn't it, to have a retirement early on in one race and what looks like a retirement early on in another.
Yeah, by the look of that, that's going to need a bit more than a hammer and some gaffer tape to sort that out, as it now falls completely to the tail end of the field. So again, the Spire honour sits on Dave Watson's shoulders with Tim Davies, beg your pardon. It would be ideal if the Davis and Davies combination were on different ends of the field.
One of them's either got to change Christian name or surname, or both. We can't have it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's how inconsiderate of them. Absolutely. So, but Tim Davies, the number 80 Boss machine, is still got the Spire in his sights.
It seems to happen on more occasions than you would expect in Caterham racing, because in the Caterham Graduate Series some years ago, we used to have a Graham Smith and a Graham Smith. It's just the way that Graham was spelt was different between the two of them, but when you pronounce it, you wouldn't know how you'd spell it, would you? So, yeah, so we've got, at least this one, there is a subtle difference between Tim Davis and Tim Davies, but that's about it. They are on their third lap at the moment with our race leader, David Watson, leading by 2.4 seconds at the end of the first lap. John Cutmore has indeed brought the second of the two Spires into the pit lane, which means that is 2 retirements out of 2 for poor old John Cutmore. Troubled day for him, I'm afraid to say. He'll be quite happy to pack up and go home, but that drive home is going to seem even longer, isn't it, after a poor day?
Yes, well, at least he doesn't have to drive that car all the way home. That would be 1, uncomfortable, and 2, very, very slow for him. But yeah, a great shame, because those Spires, when they are on song, that's some brilliant racing we see from Watson and Cutmore. They've crossed swords many, many times. You know, that comes from the Paul Nightingale camp, who develops the Spire cars and Spire sports car, if memory serves correctly. So a wealth of experience under there, but sadly they either do well or they break, and at the moment John Cutmore is getting the worst end of that deal.
Yeah, highly strung other cars. So our race leaders have already chalked now 3 laps into the book. David Watson posting a best lap so far of a 1 minute 8.991, the race leader, which is already quicker than he managed in race 1 earlier on today. We've got waved yellow flags out on track for what I think was a brief spin for somebody, but that moment has been gathered up, I would imagine, and we'll try and pick out exactly who that was. So, race leader now leading by 3.1 seconds. Tim Davis is not usually shy to be at the front and wanting to lead, but it just seems as though David Watson today has had the upper hand, really, hasn't he, over the C400 in the hands of Tim Davis, the man from Orpington.
Yeah, absolutely. As we now see the leaders coming past us, they're catching up to a newcomer in the field, William Ward, in the 120 car, who again very dutifully gets out of the way. It's great to see some new faces. We tend to see a lot of returning names to this series, but we always welcome fresh faces and racing aces to all of our series. But it's always nice to have a chance to chat with the newcomers, see how they stack up to those around them. But William Ward doing well to stay out the leader's way. There we see on stream, that is Richard Carter fending off the advances of Jeremy Adams. So they started 2nd and 3rd respectively in this race, and again, as is commonly well, that Jeremy Adams hasn't had that car as long as Richard Carter's had his. I think we covered in the first race. Again, they are fighting for the same bit of tarmac.
Yeah, that's the light green car that's just heading round through the kink now and up towards Peel. The yellow car is Jeremy Adams, up towards Peel, no, up towards Rocket, I ought to say, as they head in towards breaking out for Rocket.
Well, it is up towards Peel, just not Peel quite yet.
Yeah, they haven't quite got there yet. They're about to get there now. Richard Carter in the 42, Jeremy Adams in the number 3 car, 4th and 5th places respectively. Traffic to deal with as well as they carve their way through and past the low cost, which is William Ward again, who is a little bit off the pace compared to the others over the course of the day, but no doubt thoroughly enjoying still his trip to Anglesey. So, race leaders now 5 laps completed. There goes Tim Davies over the start-finish line, the number 23 car in 3rd place. 4th place is the light green car of Richard Carter, then the yellow machine of Jeremy Adams. You can see the relative gaps between them all as they head round through turn number 1. But Richard Carter, since taking 4th place away from the yellow number 3 machine of Jeremy Adams, has managed to gap him, hasn't he? Gaps up to 1.3 seconds now, so I think he's just doing enough to extend that lead little gap that he's got between himself and the car that is now down into 5th place.
Indeed. So squabbles throughout the field. As coming just past us now, the 172 car, that's Robert Cooper, that's having an argument with
David White, I think.
It's David White, yes. Yeah, good spot there. And there it is on screen, just coming down towards the banking then, the 172, the metallic red car. A lovely chat with him at Snetterton last year. Like a number of drivers, when I approach with a clipboard, they all look at me very sceptically. I think a lot of people wonder whether I'm there to collect money off them or give them a telling off or something. But when I say I'm part of the commentary team, they then usually have a good old chat with me as Robert Cooper then switches to the outside line, coming through Skull. He wants the inside line, coming up the hill towards Rocket Inn. Is he going to be able to outbrake? No, not quite. Remains behind at the moment. That is a battle for, that is for 11th at the moment.
Yeah, so David White just hanging on to the position. Rob Cooper, long-time Caterham racer, can't quite work his way through to take 11th place away from David White, so he'll sit behind him as they head round through Peel. David White is the grey car with the light green rollover hoop. The metallic red car with its black nose cone to it is Robert Cooper. Nose to tail down through the corkscrew. up towards the conclusion of what for them will be lap number 6 this time through. So out of the final corner and over the start-finish line now go. Now, they're catching the next of the cars ahead, those two, which is Malcolm Ash. No, they're not. The number 21 car, which is white and green, Malcolm Ash is quicker than those behind as they deal with the traffic again. William Ward tries to get out of the way and harms way at the wheel of the low cost, but that briefly, I think, compromised both of them, didn't it? Neither gained, neither lost through the traffic there.
Unfortunate timing as they were coming up towards the braking zone for the banking, and again, as we've said before, the slower car needs to be predictable for the faster cars to make their way through, but it's inevitable. Sometimes they're going to a little bit trip over one another, as now Robert Cooper gets the right foot down a little bit more along the school turn. Can he get that one done before turn 7? Yes, he can, but can he hold it? Big outbreaker manoeuvre and a huge lock up there from White. Still going to be side by side coming through turn 8, but that one goes to Robert Cooper.
Yeah, he just managed to get it done there. However, straight away, David White is trying to fight back as they head up towards Peel, but Robert Cooper beautifully grabs the apex through the right-hander at the top of the hill, and therefore can't quite get the job done. So he's going to have to settle back into what is now, I'm afraid to say, 12th place for him. Our race leader, David Watson, still continuing to lap quicker than everybody else as well, so he's stretched the lead advantage now, the number 85 Spire, up to 4.4 seconds just before the pit window opens. Let's guide you through the order then before we see any cars dive for the pit lane. Number 85, David Watson leads. Second is number 80, Tim Davis. Third is 23, which is Tim Davies. Fourth is 42, Richard Carter. Fifth is number 3, Jeremy Adams. Sixth is number 34, which is Richard Green. Seventh is 35, that's Charles Holroyd. Eighth place is number 173, which is Matt Spark. Ninth is 62, John Saunders will start that car. Completing the top 10 is 21, which is Malcolm Ash. So that's the order of the top 10 currently. 11th place is 172, Rob Cooper. And then down to 12th, as we mentioned a few laps ago, is David White at the wheel of that grey car with its light green rollover hoop. And having gone through the top 12, pit window is now open. So the pit window opens. We are 10 minutes into the race. It will remain open for 15 minutes. And during that period of the time, all of the Gold Arcs Magnificent Sevens car have to complete a pit stop that lasts, if you recall from earlier on, if you were joining us then, 90 seconds, and that is time from breaking the beam and the loop on pit in to breaking the beam and the loop on pit out. So it's not stationary for 90 seconds, it's 90 seconds including the time it takes to drive into the pit lane and back out of the pit lane at the regulatory speed limit. If you're any quicker than 90 seconds, you've done one of two things really. You've not stopped for the correct amount of time, or you've sped in the pit lane. Because either one of those would mean that you, from pit in to pit out, you are quicker than 90 seconds. That's the way it works. And for the lead of the race, it's now a 5.7 second advantage that David Watson has. The best of the battles at the moment is probably beginning to form for third and fourth place, which is the number 23 car of Tim Davies, the light blue car with its yellow flashes to it, getting caught slowly by Richard Carter's lighter green car, but they're still a couple of seconds apart. So Tim Davis in second place, edges his way up to the top section of the circuit, which is where our race leader is, David Watson. He's just turning his way in the number 85 car round through Peel now. See him working hard at the wheel. Tim Davis is 5 seconds back at the wheel of his Boss racing machine. But for David Watson, he missed out, did Dave Watson, on a race win earlier on because of a time penalty. On corrected times, he lost the win. Ever looking for positives out of negatives, because he didn't win that race, he started from pole. Had he have won it, he would have started from 6th position on the grid, because he would have got the grid drop, but because he was given the penalty, not only did he lose the win, he lost the fact that he was going to drop 5 places on the grid, so started from pole. So it sort of worked for him, but also didn't work for him at the same time. So he works his way through and past Malcolm Ash. So that is Malcolm Ash now placed a lap down at the wheel of the number 21 car. Malcolm is running in 10th position. Tim Davis in second place is busy at the moment because he is trying to work his way through and past David White's Caterham, which he does, are down at the little kink at school, and then up towards the braking area for Rocket. He dives past Rob Cooper's car as well. So the second place black and halo orange car of Tim Davis now also dealing with a little bit of traffic on that lap. But we've not had any callers into the pits as yet, and we've already nearly had the first 3 minutes of the pit stop window now. So nobody as yet has dived for the pit lane. Our race leader is not going to this time. He's about to thread his way back over the start finish. So we have had one into the pit lane. Peter French is in. So the driver representative for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, the man from Essex, heads into the pit lane. Been racing in the Magnificent Sevens series for a huge amount of years, has Peter French. The series has been running since 2009 was when we first saw the Magnificent Sevens introduced. Gold Art's long-time supporters of it, Doug Newman's company, the Jewellers, based down on the south coast. So 26.5 minutes remaining. Rob Cooper still fighting way out on circuit. Into the pit lane comes number 23, so this is Tim Davies into the pit lane. Tim Davis, however, still remains out on circuit, as does our race leader, David Watson, who is threading his way, and not for the first time, past William Ward's low-cost kit car. William is now going to be, I think, 3 laps off the lead with that one, possibly 2. We'll have to wait and see. But down through the corkscrew again comes David Watson. Is he going to opt to dive into the pit this time through? No, he doesn't, but we do have other takers for the pit stops this time through. Tim Davis in second place. Is he destined for the pits this time? No, the second place car still remains out there on track. So first and second still continue round. Other cars that came into the pit lane that time through, number 173 Matt Spark, number 35 Charles Holroyd, also into the pit lane to serve their regulatory pit stop. There is Matt Spark down stationary in the pit lane with adjustments to tyre pressures being done. No doubt clock on the dash maybe that might be counting down from when they entered the pits to give them an idea as to when they need to exit the pit lane. But for these Magnificent Seven drivers, it's just a case of waiting for that clock to tick down, maybe the opportunity for a quick sip of water if they want to, and then back out for part 2 of the race. Tim Davies is just heading back out of the circuit, the number 23 car. That's the blue car with the day glow flashes to it around the rollover hoop. He came into the pit lane sitting in, what, 4th position. So he'll look to try and reassert himself at least in that, if not a podium place, if at all he could. He finished in 5th place in the race earlier on today, but we haven't as yet still had our race winner in. In fact, anybody inside the top 5 has not come in as yet. So David Watson leads, Tim Davis second, Richard Carter third, the yellow car of Jeremy Adams is 4th, then it's number 34 Richard Green, his black and white 420R, completes the top 5, and all 5 of those cars still as yet to thread their way into the pit lane at some point. In fact, Tim Davis is in, so from second position the Boss Racing Caterham is in. So Tim Davis sitting there in the pit lane. Again, adjustments to tyre pressures if needed, just to take a bit of pressure out, try and get the tyre back into its core operating window. A quick check underneath the car as well for Tim Davis before I think all is well and the Boss boys are happy that there's no issues with it. And then he will thread his way back out onto track. No additional time penalties in the pit lane for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. It's all done based on that grid drop. Tim Ralph is in as well at the wheel of the Class E number 6 car. His blue and day-glow orange car entering the pit lane, but still our race leader continues out there. Now Rob Cooper and David White are still not that far away from each other. The metallic red number 172 car is still only, what, 4 or 5 Caterham lengths up the road from the green and light grey machine in the hands of David White. They've been pretty much inseparable in the first part of the race. As others have pitted and they haven't, then it means that they are now 8th and 9th overall. But Rob Cooper dives for the pit lane this time through at the wheel of number 172. David White, however, continues in the race, and just exiting the pit lane also is Tim Davis now. So he has served his pit stop. He has dropped down from 2nd to 3rd position now. There's another car that hasn't stopped. The number 42 car of Richard Carter is now up into 2nd place. So 85 David Watson leads, 42 Richard Carter is 2nd. Up to 3rd should be the number 3 car of Jeremy Adams. He has pitted this time through though, so into the pit lane comes the yellow number 3 car on this occasion. He's not the only car to come into the pit lane as well, because we've got another taker for the pit lane this time through. And that is going to be John Wright, I think, that has entered the pit lane on that occasion. So he heads for the pit lane, and also race leader is in. So into the pit lane comes Dave Watson, the Spire RB7 enters the pit lane. Again, mechanic chatting to driver as to just what's going on. Adjustment to tyre pressure is being done. There aren't that many drivers that Chris Buxton could chat to in this one. There's only one car that is a shared car, which is John Saunders and Patrick Scharfegger. And as far as I'm concerned, John Saunders was scheduled to have started both races, with Patrick taking over for part 2 of the race. That's in case they might have shuffled things in the off period. Big old thumbs up from David Watson as well. So a bit of a thumbs up from him as he sits there in that distinctively liveried sort of dark and day-glow yellow crash helmet. Richard Carter is also in to the pit lane, so Richard Carter comes in from second. Jeremy Adams in the yellow number 3 car enters the pit lane from 3rd place. So there aren't that many more now that haven't pitted. Who hasn't pitted? Number 34, Richard Green, has not pitted yet. Number 62, John Saunders, has not pitted yet. And number 21, Malcolm Ash, has not pitted yet. And neither has William Ward at the wheel of the low cost. So William Ward comes in, as I say that. So that's one more entering the pit lane, which still leaves now just 3 cars to come in. David Watson is getting ready to head back out onto track. The Spire RB70 engine is started, waiting for the clock to tick away, given the signal by the mechanics, and he heads back out onto circuit. And whilst he won't be in the lead of the race just as yet, by the time we've cycled through all of the pit stops, it should be looking reasonably comfortable. Just under 6 minutes of the pit stop window still to go. Malcolm Ash, I think, is destined for the pit lane this time through. So he will enter the pit lane as number 85 exits the pit lane. And for Dave Watson, I think that does actually put him back into the lead of the race instantly, actually. So I think any other car that hasn't pitted is not going to take the lead of the race away from him. Richard Carter is in as well, so the number 42 car is in. As I mentioned, he's about to leave the pit lane. We've still not had number 34, Richard Green, into the pit lane as yet, as far as I'm aware. That's the black and white car which enters the pit lane now, so Richard Green does indeed come in. And I think that only now leaves number 62, John Saunders, as a non-pit stopping car now. So are we going to see John Saunders head for the pit lane before too much longer? Where is his car? I'll have to try and pick out where he is relative to everything else that's going on. So out of the final corner comes our race leader over the start-finish line. Still work to do for the Spire, which carves its way through and past the next of the back markers. Number 62 out on circuit is heading down in towards the corkscrew at the moment, which is John Saunders, still as yet to pit. Is he going to dive in this time through? No, he isn't. So still 3 minutes to go, 3 and a bit minutes, so doesn't need to pit just as yet. It does now mean that that number 62 car is up into 4th place overall now, so not having us pitted, but he now is the only car that hasn't conducted a pit stop that is still circulating. Up towards the banking he goes. The car that's behind him on track is number 35, which is Charles Holroyd, who has pitted. And Charles Holroyd here is looking to try and unlap himself from the car that's in 4th position. So out of church, the two of them will go. The white, and well, it's sort of almost a blue car, isn't it, of John Saunders. Under attack from the red machine of Charles Holroyd that sits behind. But no, John Saunders still hangs on to the place as they head up in towards the braking area for Rocket. Very slight snatched brake on the number 62 car, which meant that John Saunders just missed the apex on the corner there at Rocket. And as they head now up towards Peel, is this going to be the lap where we see John Saunders in? He can still afford to do probably another couple of laps before he comes in, so doesn't need to worry as yet. He's done just over half of the race, so if he wants to equalise the driving time between himself and Patrick Scharfegger, you'd expect the 62 car to enter pit lane entry this time through, which he does. So into the pit lane comes John Saunders. That is the only car that has a shared driver combination in it. So Patrick Scharfegger will take over the number 62 car, which means that we have now cycled through all of the pit stops at this stage. Now, the one we need to watch now is just heading around through turn number 1 for 4th and for 5th position. That is Tim Davies under pressure from Richard Carter, so that's one we need to keep an eye towards. Number 173, which is Matt Spark, is up onto the coattails of Charles Holroyd as well. They're just heading up towards Rocket at the moment. That will be 4th position. That's for 8th and 9th positions. The red number 35 Caterham coming under pressure from the largely sort of darkish grey, isn't it, with the orange rollover hoop and stripes down the centre of it, which is going to be Matt Sparks' car. They've just got traffic to deal with as well, which is going to be Peter French before too much longer, who is circulating down in 15th position. So Charles Holroyd will want to try and crack on with the back marker lappery, and I think they're going to meet Peter French right the way towards the end of the lap and should be able to squeeze their way through just before they get towards the start of what for them will be lap number 17. So through and over the start-finish line go that little pair. Now, for third and fourth place as well, just heading up towards turn number 1. That is Tim Davies and the light green car of Richard Carter. The next back marker they're going to catch is going to be the number 99 car of Peter French, but the third and fourth place battle is just behind the battle that we've got going on for 8th and 9th place. So a good battle for 8th and 9th, but an even better battle just behind for the final podium spot. And Tim Davies has got his work cut out here, past School, uphill in towards the braking area for Rockets. The light green car of Richard Carter not that far away. So they turn their way in towards the left-hander, up towards the right-hand. There was 0.6 of a second between the pair of them as they headed over the start-finish line on the previous lap. Richard Carter, long-time racer in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Tim Davies has done a bit of racing in it, but not quite as much in the last few years as Richard Carter. He was also a little bit squirrely and sideways coming out of Peel, so he knows he's under pressure as they head down through the corkscrew now. The blue number 23 car under pressure from the light green 42 for the final spot on the podium. At the moment, it is just Tim Davies that is clinging on to the third spot by his fingertips, because Richard Carter has been the quicker car over the course of the last few laps. He's done all of the hard work catching. Now he's got the unenviable task of trying to squeeze his way through a pass. Now they are in different classes, so it wouldn't change the class position for Richard Carter, who is leading his class anyway. As for our class leaders, Doug Watson leads Class I, Tim Davis leads Class G, that's first and second place. Richard Carter leads Class F, Jeremy Adams leads Class D. Class C is being led by Rob Cooper down in 9th place. It's David White who leads Class B, and Class A is going to be column 120, which is William Ward. So those are your class leaders at the moment as this fantastic fight for third and fourth turns its way through Rocket. Rocket in, Rocket out. And again, just to confirm, we've now got to less than 15 minutes of the race to go. Matters not, everybody has conducted their pit stops, but the pit window is now closed. Now for Tim Davies, not only work to do to defend third place, but also work to do to overtake back markers, which in this case is the car that runs in 8th position, which is Matt Spark, who thankfully stays neatly and tidily out of the way. So one back marker dealt with. Having got past Matt Spark, the next car that Tim Davies is going to be forced to try and overtake is going to be not a particularly slow one. The red car of Charles Holroyd is the next car that will be caught by this fight for third and fourth place. So up towards the banking they'll go. Richard Carter still within touching distance, but still not quite close enough to attack, is he, at the wheel of the number 42 car. So out of Church, speeds build again. They'll get in the slipstream of Charles Holroyd, and Tim Davies will squeeze his way through and past Charles Holroyd. Richard Carter goes past as well and should just clear the back marker before they head up in towards Rocket, which will be important for Richard Carter. So the light green car also managing to squeeze its way through and past Charles Holroyd. So the fight is still there for third and for fourth position. And whilst the fight continues for third and for fourth place, let's go down to the pit lane, which is where Chris Buxton is.
We've got John Saunders again. We're not picking on you, John. It's just you're the only driver changeover in this category. Patrick Scharfegger is out there again. But again, so you finished 10th. You're looking strong.
Yeah, no, it was a better start this time. Much better. And kept my place and had a good battle. It was really nice. Again, the racing was even better. The second race, nobody's touching everybody. Unfortunately, Matt Spark was leaking a little bit of fuel at the back. So I think someone behind me didn't see that and spun on it. Which took a bit of pressure off me because he was coming up fast. Yeah, no, it's a wonderful race.
So again, an idea on where you want to finish, or just to finish?
Just to finish, to be honest. That was hard work. 25 minutes and I was tapping my helmet to come in. I feel sorry for the guys who are doing the full 40, which is everybody except for me. But yeah, no, it's grand.
Always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much, John Saunders. Back up to Mark in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, good to hear from John Saunders. Yeah, he is the only driver that gets time off for good behaviour. Every other one of them is in for the full duration, for which there are still just over 12 minutes of the race still to go here with David Watson. 'Twas ever, even earlier on today, he has been the man to beat today. He hasn't led every single lap of every single race, particularly in race number 1 where Tim Davis took a brief stint of leading, but largely he has been the man to beat and is now leading by 12.5 seconds from Tim Davis in second place. Still this great fight for third, just going round through turn 1 as well. So there is Tim Davis in what is second place. Up towards the banking goes the fight for third and fourth place. Richard Carter brakes as late as he can, almost outbrakes himself and tries to, I think, get a better exit coming off the banking to see whether he can get more momentum heading up towards Church. So you sort of take a later turn into the banking, which means you can triangulate it to a degree and get a better run coming out of it up towards Church, and that's what he's looking to try and do. He's picking up the slipstream and the tow from the car ahead. He's not going to be close enough though as they head up in towards Rocket, so it's still the blue machine, number 23, hanging on in the hands of Tim Davies to third place. Richard Carter, despite all of his very best efforts, is just coming up short at the moment. A bit like my old school reports, must try harder for Richard Carter, but absolutely he's trying as hard as he possibly can, but he just cannot sneak through, albeit a big sideways moment there for Tim Davis at the tail end of the car at Peel, just loses traction, and that might be the chink in the armour that Richard Carter has been hoping for. He's side by side heading down in towards the corkscrew and makes it through, and that was all because of a slightly squirrely mistake there from Tim Davis up at Peel where the car got sideways. He had to ease off the throttle, had to apply opposite lock, and he has lost the final podium spot, and that's all happened just before they now get to a little bit of traffic that they need to deal with. So the first of which is John Wright, who moves beautifully out of the way, allows Richard Carter to squeeze his way through. The next little bit of traffic that they are going to meet is going to be Tim Ralph's car, I would imagine, which is the blue car with the Dayglow orange flashes to it. That will be on the exit of Church, where they should pick that one up. And then there's another car as well that they'll need to deal with before too much longer, and that looks as though it's the number 34 car of Richard Green. Now, they'll get past Tim Ralph, at least Richard Carter will, on the run up towards Rocket, or can he? Yeah, Tim Ralph sees him coming, waves him by. Tim Davis sides his way through, but they've still got one further back mile to get past, and that will be the number 34 car, I think, Chris, of Richard Green.
Yeah, my school report said a similar kind of thing. It could do well if tried harder. That was,
must apply himself more.
Yes. That was very much the running theme of my school report.
Thanks,
Oh no, too much slidey ways going on there for Tim Davies, and the 23 nearly collected there by Tim Ralph. But for several corners, that 23 has been going through very much four-wheel drifting, which, yeah, is a good way of rotating this car, but it absolutely boils these tyres to absolute death, and the tyres just had enough of what was going on and said, no, sir, we're not hanging on this time. So it's going to cost him a fair amount of time, but he's back in the race. Replay again, so that's Richard Carter, who he was chasing. So you can see Richard Carter's much more settled, and then it starts to go. He's corrected it once, but then the rear tyres just have not gripped back up again. All the brakes back on, back up and running again. Lost of time but not position. Yeah,
Tim Ralph was lucky as well though, because he just managed to make the right decision and go to driver's right to avoid that rotating car there. So yeah, that was a close moment there for Tim Davis. Yeah, so he did his school report. He did try harder, but lost concentration, which also brings me back to my old school report. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as to what he might be able to. I don't think he lost a place as a result of that, Tim Davis, because he got sufficient gap between himself and the yellow car of Jeremy Adams, so as not to worry. So it's time lost rather than positions lost, but that's a shame, because that had broken up one of the best battles that we'd got. The battle that maybe we need to try and keep an eye on now is we saw David White's number 39 grey car with its light green rollover hoop in a good battle with Rob Cooper. Well, he's fallen away from Rob Cooper now, but he's now getting caught by number 62 Patrick Scharfag, who's just taken over the car of the man that you've just spoken to, John Saunders, down there in the pit lane. So that's maybe one to watch out for.
Well, that's getting rather busy as race leader Dave Watson now coming through to get through the traffic. And again, we saw the 120 there, William Ward, very nicely getting out of the way. Getting some pace to find in that low cost, but doing well to become acquainted with the car and how racing works, so to speak. Oh no, that's Tim Davis, the number 80 car, the Boss Racing Machine, in second position, facing the wrong way. That's on the way down to turn one. That's an odd place to have a bit of an incident, but he's now caught up behind Jeremy Adams. But well, a rare mistake from the Boss Racing number 80.
Yeah, unusual mistake. Not very often you see Tim Davis make a mistake. Thankfully got away with it, and of course he's built sufficient a margin over the cars behind so that he didn't lose a place. Again, a bit like the Tim Davies spin. The spin for Tim Davis purely was a loss of time rather than loss of position. So Tim Ralph is just about to get overhauled by the number 173 car of Matthew Spark. That is not for position. Tim Ralph is a couple of laps adrift of the front runners. Matt Spark is a single lap adrift, or 2 or 3 laps adrift of the front runners. That's not for position between those two. We've got just under 7 minutes of the race still to go, and the order is number 85 Dave Watson, potentially on for win number 2. Tim Davis, despite the spin, is still there in second place but has lost time. Third is 42 Richard Carter. Fifth is 23 Tim Davies. Fifth is number 3, which is Jeremy Adams, and completing the top 6 is Richard Green at this stage, number 34. Then it's 35 Charles Holdroyd, 7th. Matt Spark, number 173, is 8th. 9th is 172 Rob Cooper, and completing the top 10 is David White. So that's the order of the top 10. The race leader, however, for the 28th time is turning his way through Rocket.
If there ever needs to be a pictorial demonstration of what is fast, that is the car you look at. It's just incredibly quick no matter where it is. Now, I also spoke to Paul Nightingale down in the pit lane, so I wonder what happened to John Cutmore again, because he was going so well and then it all suddenly fell away. Oil pressure sensor seems to be giving him problems. As soon as the oil pressure reads is low, the engine is immediately shuts off. And that happened 3 times in the same lap, so John Cutmore quite wisely didn't want to risk it and brought that one back in. So that's what's happened to them. Paul Nightingale has been absolutely everywhere. Yesterday he was here and then went to Alton Park and is back here again today.
That's a few miles to clock up with it. But yeah, a sensible thing for John Cutmore to do. You know, it might be a Pence part. It might be the sensor that's playing up. But if it's not the sensor, it is low oil pressure. It's going to be a far more expensive repair bill. So yeah, your best bet is park the car up. So Tim Davis sliding his way beautifully, power sliding his way out of the final corner. He is 24 3/4 seconds adrift of our race leader David Watson. So it doesn't look as though the Boss Racing driver is going to be heading towards a win here. He did claim the win earlier on. He said he would take it whichever way it came, but it was sort of not a gifted win. You know, it was a win on corrected times that he claimed earlier on. So either way, a win and a second, he'll be pleased with that, but he just hasn't quite had the same pace as the Spires, which is not usually the case. They're usually very, very evenly matched.
Very much so. You tend to find that the number 80 Boss Racing car tends to have a bit more grunt, raw power, but it's the manoeuvrability that favours the Spires. So same way that we see, you know, in previous races where the bigger engines do well on the areas where they can get the horses galloping. Whoa! As all the horses trying to disappear out of the rear axle of the number 80 car, and the smaller, lighter cars do well in the twistier technical parts. Similar kind of comparison between Tim Davis and the Spire pair, although they are blindingly quick no matter where they are on the field. But yeah, Tim Davis just hasn't quite had the pace of the Spires, as you say. I can't remember the last time you saw them at the end of race 26 seconds apart.
Well, I think he's struggling with tyres. He's getting oversteer absolutely everywhere. So I think the back end of that car just doesn't want to do what he's expecting it to do anymore now. And it just seems as though he's fighting the car. It looks nice and smooth as he comes through Church, but particularly through turn 1, through the banking, and certainly coming out the final corner, it just seems as though, he's suffering with a bit of oversteer all of the time with that car, so the rear end is just losing grip to a degree. So he's through Rocket now, 3.5 minutes to go. He's only just heading through Rocket out as over the start-finish line comes our race leader. That's the relative gap between the pair of them. And our race leader, David Watson, is going to be there again. Look at the oversteer again there as he heads round through Peel for Tim Davis. So do you think he's just wringing the neck of the car, or do you think it's tyres? I think it's the latter.
I think it's probably tyres, maybe a bit of frustration, maybe he's just enjoying being sideways, who knows. We'll have a chance to chat with him, all being well, in the winner's circle come end of race as he dances around Matt Sparks' car. I mean, Dave Watson's pace is so much so that the only car on the same lap as Dave Watson is Tim Davis. So John Watson's absolutely David Watson. John Watson would be a welcome addition to any car lineup, I'm sure. David Watson has lapped everybody else right the way up to third, and including third position of Richard Carter. So an absolutely dominant performance again by the Spires.
Yeah, so it has been a good old performance by David Watson, who is now 2 minutes away from victory. Our second place car still working its way up at the top section of the third circuit at Rocket. Next car is going to want to try and place a further lap on is going to be the number 35 car of Charles Holroyd, which he just manages to sneak through on the run up towards Peel, while he then descends down through the corkscrew. Already at Church Corner is our race leader, so it's pretty much half a lap, isn't it? Or best part of 2/3 of a lap is the advantage that David Watson has. Let's see how he exits the corner this time again. Yeah, just a little bit sideways coming out of the corner. Tim Davis.
Lively, I think, is a word to describe
enthusiastic.
Yeah, those rear tyres just do not want to behave whatsoever. Any time that Tim Davis goes anywhere near the throttle pedal, particularly with any kind of lateral force, the tail just dances, which must be, well, from the casual onlooker, must be absolutely terrifying. He may well really be enjoying it, but it does look like it's going to bite him at any given moment.
It's on the ragged edge. Yeah, he's just about got the right ratio of enthusiasm to traction, isn't he, at this stage, I'd fair to say.
And one will descend quite a bit quicker than the other. I don't think enthusiasm and determination are going to dissipate. Oh no, that's Tim Davies going for a bit of an explore on the outside line, coming down towards. I
think it was the exit of Peel. I think. Yeah.
It was on the way down the twisty bits.
Onto the final lap of the race comes our race leader. So out of the banking and up towards Church for the final time. Victory eluded David Watson earlier on today. Is he going to be able to do it in race number 2? He's led every lap. It would be very misfortunate, or very unfortunate, if he weren't to be the victor in this one.
Absolutely, and if he doesn't, then you can claim the commentator's curse for that one. Yeah, that Spire has been absolutely bulletproof. Poor John Cutmore has claimed all of the maladies for the Spires this weekend. David Watson can pretty much just ignore the top half of the gearbox and just coast on the clutch at this point. But you can see even the Spire is beginning to get a bit lively with the tail end. The Spire doesn't quite have the same level of torque as the mighty G-Class Caterhams we have in the field. They're great top end, but less torque, and even that one's dancing.
Here we come towards the checkered flag. David Watson claims the win in the second of our 2 Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens races here at Anglesey. Wait the arrival of Tim Davis. He's going to be about 45 seconds adrift before he takes the checkered flag. Already through is Richard Carter. That's the car that is going to be classified in 3rd place, the first of the cars that is off the lead lap. Say it's only 1st and 2nd that remain on the lead lap, I'm afraid to say. Tim Davies goes through, the number 23 car to finish in what is 4th position, and we wait the arrival of Tim Davis, who heads over the start-finish line now at the wheel of his black and Dagro orange car. He will be the runner-up in this race. So it's David Watson that wins, Tim Davis 2nd, Richard Carter 3rd, Tim Davies in 4th place. Where's the yellow car? That will be Jeremy Adams. He will just come through out of the final corner any moment now to finish in 5th position, and we've already had Richard Green take the checkered flag, who finished in 6th place. There's still a few more cars to take the checkered flag, including Tim Ralph, who comes through now. The number 73 car just takes the checkered flag now, which is John Wright, and I still think we've got Rob Cooper, Patrick Scharfegger, and also David White still to take the checkered flag. But for our race winner, David Watson, victory eluded him earlier on. There is no suggestion at all on the timing screens that there's any sort of penalty to correct the times in this one, and it was a penalty late on in the race that meant that he ultimately didn't claim the race win earlier on. He was dropped on corrected times down into 2nd position. So he'll be a happier man now. That's the way to end the day, with a 2nd position on corrected times in the first race of the day, and back to the top step of the podium in race number 2. A little bit of clearing up for our marshals to do. The sky has become slightly more overcast, but let's just confirm our results. David Watson claims the win in the Spire, with Tim Davies in 2nd place and Richard Carter making it 3 different car classes inside the top 3. Tim Davies was there in 4th place. Jeremy Adams wins his class in 5th place, ahead of Richard Green, Charles Holroyd and Matt Spark, who finished in 8th place. Rob Cooper claimed a class win in 9th place, and John Saunders, Patrick Scharfegger complete the top 10. In 11th place, that's where we see car number 39, David White, ahead of the number 21 car of Malcolm Ash in 12th place. And Tim Ralph claims the class win in 13th position, ahead of John Wright in 14th place. Peter French in 15th, and William Ward was the last of the finishers in 16th position. Problems for John Cutmore, and no start for David Holroyd. He encountered problems as well. His second retirement of the day. So that is it for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. They will pack things away and head to Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit on the 3rd and 4th of June. Chris Buxton will be making his way down in towards the Parc Fermé area to grab a word with our race winners ahead of what will be our final race of the day, coming up the Track Road Race New Millennium and Firm Builders Open Series, which are already making their way onto the start line. So it is not going to be long before we get our final race of the day, the final race of the weekend underway, and what's been a great return to Anglesey for the Classic Sports Car Club, as and when their calendar is announced for 2023, which is usually around November time. I'm going to be keeping my fingers crossed that we do return to this fantastic circuit in North Wales, so hopefully we'll be back next year. But before we know that, let's hand downstairs to Chris Buxton, who's going to chat to a couple of drivers.
Down here in Winner's Circle, it's familiar faces again here for the Magnificent Sevens, as David Watson has gone for a chat with his crew over there, speaking to Paul Nightingale et al. Let's have a chat with this man who claimed the win last time out and fought valiantly to get back on the podium. Second place, Tim Davis.
I've been going 10 rounds with Tyson, that was.
It was looking somewhat lively, I think, is the polite way of putting it. I take it you have very little in the rear tyres.
There was nothing left at all. I was trying my best, but coming on the pit straight, that was one step too far, that one.
What do we need to keep this one? Great to see you again. Well done on another podium spot, Tim Davis. Third place again, Richard Carter. Great to see you again. A bit behind the spire, but still got to be pleased.
Yeah, very pleased. Similar story to race one, actually. Terrible start and then gained ground back again. And a battle with number 23, the other Tim Davis. And eventually got past him, and it was a bit lonely after that point. But it was good.
A well-deserved podium spot. John Watson's already talking to his team. We'll throw you back up to Mark Werrell in the commentary box for the final race, which is New Millennium and the Open Series.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, they're already on their formation lap, so let's very quickly guide you through the grid based on the finishing positions from yesterday. Stuart Dayburn, however, who was scheduled to start on the front row of the grid, is withdrawn because he had an incident in one of the earlier races and the car is not repairable. So let's guide you through the grid then for this combined Track Road Race New Millennium and Firm Builders Open Series race, the last one of the weekend. Mark Smith starts from pole position. Tom Holbrook sits alongside, with row 2 of the grid being Ollie Smith and Dylan Popovich. The third row of the grid sees Andy Roby line up alongside Andrew Rath, and on row number 4 it's the Petches, which is going to be Chris and Harry Petch that share the car alongside Michael Vituli. Row 5 of the grid is Martin Addison in the Aston Martin and Paul Bolton in the Nissan, and row 6 is going to be Andrew and Matthew Etheridge. We'll bring the starting drivers to you as soon as we're notified, alongside Jamie Sturgis. The 7th row of the grid is number 45, which is Ross Irvine, we think driving solo again today, alongside car number 45, which is going to be Aidan Farrow and David Whelan. And then the final row of the grid should be car number 69, Matthew Tipping / Oliver Trespass, lining up alongside Daniel Petters, who we did refer to a couple of occasions as Michael Petters yesterday. Quite why, I don't know. I don't know a Michael Petters at races. I do know it's Daniel, apologies. So Daniel Petters, be interesting to see. It was a vibration yesterday on that Porsche that caused him to retire it. He qualified on pole position, but then retired the car whilst leading the race. So it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how quick out of the box he is. He should get a good start, of course, because the Porsche 911, the 997 variant of the 911 GT3 Cup car, is rear engine. So on launch, all of that weight over the driving axle should allow the Porsche to get a really, really good start. And we arguably know that Daniel Petters is one of the quickest drivers in the field based on qualifying yesterday. So could he win it? we'll have to wait and see. 40-minute race. Car on pole position has an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pit lane. Mark Smith, the car alongside Tom Holbrook, has an extra 15. And Andy Roby in the BMW 1 Series has an extra 10 seconds to spend in the pit lane, because that was how they finished in the top 3 of the new Millennium section of the race yesterday. Those that are in the Open Series don't have to worry about any time penalties. Red lights on, red lights go out, hopefully for the final time today. It's a good start from Ollie Smith from the second row of the grid. Mark Smith with a bit slow away from pole position. He's getting gobbled up by the rest of the pack and is already down to, what, 4th position. It was almost 5th place as they head in towards the braking area for the banking for the first time. Tom Holbrook leads, Ollie Smith second, Dylan Popovic in 3rd place. It is Mark Smith in 4th place. 5th place, by the look of things, is going to be Michael Vituli, I think now, who's got the jump on Andy Roby, who's getting put under pressure by the Petches, for which hopefully I should be able to give you the starting drivers for this one in just a few moments' time.
Fantastic start of them from the third. Yeah, Mark Smith did really bog down, but he's really challenging hard on the run up to Rockets, and side by side with Mark Smith. But it's the Amspeed prepared BMW that wins out. Michael Vituli very deep. Dylan Popovic is facing the wrong way. Oh no, you never want to find a Janetta facing that way. But he's still going. He's got the engine running. There's a Daniel Peters in the Porsche. Yeah, he had that big retirement, very smoky retirement coming through banking yesterday, but he's still going. There's Ollie Smith, race winner, still carrying on his merry way. Paul Walton in the 135 Nissan 370. That's been a very boom or bust car for him. That's also part of the Odell's Motorsports Club. Look at Daniel Peters just carving his way through the field. That Porsche is just incredible when it's on song.
Yeah, sublime, wasn't he, to see it? Snetterton was Daniel Peters, and always knew that he was going to carve his way through the order very quickly in this particular car. The next car he wants to try and deal with is going to be Andrew Rath's car, and after that it's then Michael Vituli and then the BMW 1 Series of Andy Roby that he'll try and squeeze his way through and past. Starting drivers for this one, just to let you know, in grid order: car number 2, Harry Petch; car number 80, Chris Etherington; car number 42, David Whelan; car number 69, Oscar Trespass. Those were the starting drivers that were notified to us at the beginning of the race. Now Daniel Peters is going to squeeze his way through and ahead of Andrew Rath as they head round through School. Through goes the Porsche ahead of the Lotus, so another place gain for the former pickup truck racer. We've also got Michael Vituli trying to work his way through and ahead of the BMW 1 season of Andy Roby. They go side by side. That opens up the door for Daniel Peters then to gain a place over Michael Vituli. Can the Porsche go through and ahead of the E46? Yes, it can. Can it go through and ahead of the 1 Series? Not quite at the moment as they turn their way through Peel.
He got rather boxed in there behind the 1 Series, so he had very much nowhere to go. He had the power, but no space, and opted to just bide his time. Of course, 40-minute race this time around. He doesn't have to be in a major hurry. There's Martin Addison, that beautiful Aston Martin going through the inside line on Andy Rath. That Lotus Europa I thought would have been a bit stronger in the twisty sections of this race, but on he goes. There's Daniel Peters going on the inside line of Andrew Roby in the 1 Series. As we see, there's Paul Walton, and the challenge there is that is for the lead. So Mark Smith now ahead of Tom Holbrook, both Amspeed prepared BMWs. Mark's son Aaron Moulton Smith runs that particular outfit, and chasing them is the Petch and Petch Janetta. That's by about 3 seconds or so behind them is a BMW Parade up front.
Well, yeah, Mark Smith leading the way. Daniel Peters, which is the car that we're going to keep an eye on as well from the back of the field. That is Mark Smith's old car, actually. As Mark Smith said yesterday, it is his old Porsche that Daniel Peters owns. And the problem for Daniel Peters yesterday, reason he tried, was got a puncture in the car. The reason they thought they got a puncture is because he got too much rear camber on the car. And amazingly, Mark Smith had exactly the same problem in that old Porsche when he was trying to race it in the very first New Millennium race. Too much rear camber caused a puncture. So they've spoken to each other. They've tweaked the setup, and hopefully now means that Daniel Peters won't suffer the problems today that he encountered yesterday at the wheel of the Porsche.
We see Vituli at the back of this little squabble here. Andrew Roby, BMW, Martin Addison, Aston Martin, and then Michael Vituli in that Kumo prepared, or Kumo raced, I should say, BMW. He's been part of CSCC, coming back to the club. He was with us in that same car a few years ago. He's done the Kumo Cup as well, really started to, he was in motor racing a number of years ago, trying to go through the karting route. That's kind of real life university and what have you, kind of took over and real world responsibilities. Oh, as the Aston Martin nearly integrates with the BMW 1 Series there. But yeah, Michael Vituli now very much enjoying his motor racing at a slightly later stage in life. As he was saying to me earlier, he's of an age where he can appreciate the joy of motorsport rather than putting so much pressure on him to perform, and it casts such a different light on his driving.
Yeah, you sort of relax a bit and it all sort of comes together, doesn't it? Great fight that's going on. Andy Roby is a busy man in 6th position, but Martin Addison has opened up the door at the wheel of the Aston Martin and might be able to squeeze his way through, and they get towards Peel. They both break at the same time as the nose dips on the Aston Martin, and Andy Roby then runs out wide and onto the marbles. Through goes Michael Verjuli, also looking to try and squeeze his way through goes the car of Andrew Rath. Can the Lotus make it through as well? Yes, it can. 3 places lost there for the BMW 1 Series. 1 to an Aston, 1 to a Beamer, and 1 to a Lotus. Now, is there a problem for Andy Roby's car? No, there is not by the look of things. Long-time BMW racer Andy Roby, but did race a Marcos Mantis for a few years.
A bit of a difference, but yeah, he's wrestling well that 1 Series. And that was just one mistake being compounded by that pack being so close.
Yeah.
That was all that really cost him the time there. As we look on stream at Martin Addison fending off the advances of Michael Verjuli in the Kuma race BMW. I do have a bit of a soft spot for that Aston Martin with such a wonderful growl as it comes past you. I mean, you can't ever take your eye too far away from Daniel Petters in the Porsche. We kept calling him Michael Petters yesterday. I keep reciting it in my head to make sure I get it right. And then Ollie Smith, winner during the weekend in that BMW, has just fallen victim to that mighty Porsche. Can Daniel Petters get towards the sharper end? He's certainly got the pace for it. Has he got the time is the more important question.
Well, certainly he's got the time and he's got the pace. Harry Petch in 3rd place is now up onto the coattails of Tom Holbrook's black BMW. So over the start-finish line they come. BMW, Ginetta. That's the top 3, but the fight for 2nd and 3rd heads round through turn 1 with very little to choose between Tom Holbrook and Harry Petch. Daniel Petters this time is through and ahead of Ollie Smith, so that now puts the number 386 car of Daniel Petters up into 4th position, and he is, however, up into 4th, but 8 seconds adrift of the 3rd place car, so he's going to have to keep pushing at the wheel of that Porsche, which is in very similar livery to his old pickup truck as well. His pickup truck was always blue and day glow, so nice easy livery to pick out for Daniel Petters in what is a great car to see in the series. Up towards Rocket comes that fight for 2nd and 3rd I was talking about. Black Beamer being hounded by dark metallic green Harry Petch driven Ginetta G50, and as those 2 cars are nose to tail, if they squabble, it's just going to allow Mark Smith to disappear up the road, the race leader, that little bit more. He's 2.2 seconds up the road from them at the moment, but the battle is on, isn't it?
I love the teeth livery going on the front of the Ginettas. Reminds me very much of the Viren Builders company or sponsor of the Open Series, which will be the Hardy family. On their Porsche Boxster had a very similar kind of, initially was a mustache, if memory serves, and then changed into a teeth arrangement because he fancied something different, which sums up Rob Hardy rather well, I think.
Yeah, Rob, another long-time racer in the classic sports car club of BMWs, Porsches, you name it, over the years. So Mark Smith that time through did extend the lead advantage by 0.4 of a second. He's had a little bit of traffic to deal with this time through. That traffic will be Oscar Trespass, which Holbrook and then Harry Petch will deal with on the exit of Church Corner. They go past the newer shape BMW that we've got in the field. And then as they build the speed through School, the little kink, and up towards the braking area for Rocket in and Rocket out, we are now only, less than 2 minutes away from the pit window opening.
Indeed. So we are descending the stairs yet again. It's the stairs that killed me. I've had to do up my belt about 3 times so far this weekend, so it's doing me a lot of good. In fairness, but say Tom Holbrook would rather much like that snarling Ginetta to not be in his rearview mirror. But look at the gap between themselves and Dan Petters. That hasn't come down really by anything. I'm a little surprised by that. So Daniel Petters caught up by traffic. What he's going to be in a minute as he's coming down through the corkscrew. But yeah, Harry Petch is really hounding Tom Holbrook, and Tom Holbrook's no slouch in that Amsby BMW.
If you want to know who is leading the separate elements of the race, because remember we've got the New Millennium section of the race that's supported by Track Road Race and the Viren Builders Open section of the race. Well, leading the New Millennium section of the race is Mark Smith. He is the overall race leader. The first of those cars that is not in New Millennium is down in 5th position at the moment, which is the bronze liveried BMW number 36 in the hands of Ollie Smith. That is the car that is currently in the lead of the Open Series section of the race. So this fight for 2nd and 3rd starts to climb the hill again and up towards Rocket. Tom Holbrook still hanging on for the moment to second place. The ever close attentions of the Ginetta G50 of Harry Petch. There's back marker just ahead, which is the Ginetta G40 of Ross Irvine that they'll need to try and carve their way through and past. Tom Holbrook does that round through Peel. Harry Petch follows him through and is now absolutely riding on the bumper almost of the E36 BMW as they head down through the corkscrew section of the circuit. There'll be more traffic as well that they need to deal with before too much longer, but for the moment most of the back markers have been dealt with. They can press on again. So through goes Mark Smith over the start finish line. The number 136 car leads by 2.5 seconds from Tom Holbrook, who has got this ever-present danger of Harry Petch sitting in his mirrors. The door is almost slightly open. Harry Petch almost got his nose up the inside, but I think was just more concentrating on the exit coming out of the corner to try and get a good run up towards what will be Church, where the speeds start to build again, and that's the section of the circuit that they're on now. Getting quicker and quicker and quicker, shifting up through the gears in a straight line though. Ginetta and BMW are remarkably evenly matched. There's nothing between the pair of them. Who's braver on the brakes? Harry Petch is going to try and nibble up the inside. Tom Holbrook leaves the door open, sees him coming. Harry Petch does not run wide either, which is the vital thing to do up there on Rocket. So it is now Ginetta up into second place. Harry Petch has done it for the moment. Chris Petch scheduled to take over the number 2 Ginetta come the pit stop window, which is, by the way, now open. So BMW from Ginetta, from BMW from Porsche. How is Daniel Petters getting on in the Porsche? Well, at the moment he's sort of plateaued at 1 minute 14 and a bit. His last lap was a slightly slower lap of a 1 minute 15, so he's still 9.2 seconds adrift of the car in third place. As into the pit lane comes the race leader. So Mark Smith, car number 136, the London and District supported car, the Amp Speed prepared machine, heads in towards the pit lane. He is the first of our pit stoppers, and he is the race leader, and of course was the race winner from yesterday. Martin Addison also comes in at the wheel of the glorious looking, fantastic sounding Aston Martin. New car for him for this season, having previously raced in the Co-Ord Sport Tin Top Series. Our leader of the Open Series section of the race, Ollie Smith, is just heading up towards Church Corner at the wheel of the bronze liveried BMW. So he still continues to lead the Viren Builders Open Series section of it. Second in the Open Series at the moment is the car that's in 8th position, which is Dylan Popovic. So Ollie Smith is 5th. Dylan Popovic, second in the Open Series, is running in 9th position, whilst Martin Addison waits patiently in the pit lane for the clock to tick away. So Martin Addison pushing hard. It is a 2-minute pit stop penalty for a 2-minute pit stop, time from pit in to pit out for the Track Road Race New Millennium Series. That's the way that it works for them, and it's the same process also for the Viren Builders Series. So all of the cars will have a 2-minute pit in to pit out. Martin Addison in the pit lane. It also looks as though Jamie Sturgis in the BMW M535 sits in the pit lane. Daniel Petters comes in at the wheel of the Porsche. Ollie Smith comes in as well at the wheel of the Viren Builders Open Series leading car, the number 36 car. So that's shuffled the order now and put, for the moment, Harry Petch in the Ginetta into the lead of the race. The other Ginetta, the G40, in the hands of Ross Irvine, also dives for the pit lane. So it's a busy old pit lane down there at the moment. So number 2, Harry Petch leads. 61, Tom Holbrook is second. We'll have to wait and see who's third. May well be Michael Vituli in the red E46 M3 that's just heading round through School and up towards Rocket. That should be up to now third in the race, I would have thought, with Dylan Popovic in the other G50 that we've got, the black and orange G50, the number 9 car, probably up into 4th place, but that will only sort of sort itself out next time they come over the start-finish line. So Daniel Petters waiting patiently in the pit area. The team opening and closing the door just to try and give him a little bit of cooling effect whilst he sits there with the engine still running. As you remain behind the wheel of the car, there's no need to turn the engine off. You can sit there rather than have the issues of heat soak causing the engine to not refire again. So you can leave the engines running whilst you're conducting this pit stop. It's only when drivers get out of the cars that you've got to turn the engines off. So first and second stay out there. Michael Vituli, who was in third place, opts to come into the pit lane this time through. So the number 89 car dives for the pit lane. So that should now put the Ginetta of Dylan Popovic up into 4th position. up into third place. And Andrew Rath's Lotus, I think, will now be up into fourth place, the green car with the 2 yellow stripes down the centre of it. So the race leader, Harry Petch, is now looking to try and work his way past the Aston Martin of Martin Addison. Martin Addison is not a slow car, but for the moment, down through the corkscrew, he is just briefly holding up the race leader. So is this the opportunity for Harry Petch to dive for the pit lane? No, he's going to stay out there for a further lap. They're also putting a further lap on Oscar Trespass at the wheel of the E90 BMW. So Martin Addison round through turn 1. Right on his coattails is Harry Petch, who still continues to lead and hasn't pitted. The black BMW of Tom Holbrook with its lights ablaze, not that far away from the race-leading Ginetta G50, also yet to pit as well. And Martin Addison is not making it easy here. He is trying to stay on terms with the Ginetta G50, but Harry Petch with that extra rear wing, no doubt a little bit more downforce, is just about to squeeze his way through. He's on the outside line now as they head round through School, which will give him the inside line as they head up towards Rocket. Martin Addison probably not fully aware that this is not for the lead of the race, or not for position. He perhaps won't have known that the Ginetta has not pitted as yet, but the Ginetta getting held up behind the Aston Martin is not ideal, because Martin Addison is 13th in this race. The Ginetta that's trying to get past him is leading the race, but on pure pace they're pretty evenly matched actually. So down through the corkscrew yet again they will thread their way. And are we going to see either of them come into the pit lane this time through? No, Harry Petch is desperate to try and get through, almost pushing the rear bumper of the Aston Martin. Still can't quite get the overlaps. That's a couple of laps now. He's been bottled up behind the back marker traffic and still can't get past the Aston Martin. Martin Addison not making it easy here. So trying to get a better exit coming out of the banking is what Harry Petch is trying to do. He's still in the wheel tracks of the Aston Martin, round through Church. He's got a bit more adhesion, a bit like he did last time. He's going to try around the outside at Church, but in a straight line, the Aston Martin just has the legs over the Ginetta. Is he going to do it this time? So through School they'll go, and Harry Petch is going to be braver on the brakes this time up towards Rocket. No, still can't get past Martin Addison. He's going to have now a go around the outside at Rocket. That won't work because the next corner really is Peel, which is another right-hander. So I think for Harry Petch, rather frustratingly as far as he's concerned, he's bottled up behind, but now he tries to get a better run coming out of Peel. He's got himself through and ahead and has finally got past the Aston Martin, so it's taken him the best part of, what, 2.5, nearly 3 laps to just lap the Aston Martin. And could that time that he lost there be pivotal come the end of the race? We'll have to wait and see. Into the pit lane, we ought to say we've got Chris Etheridge. I think I referred to him as Matthew earlier on. He'll be handing over to Andrew Etheridge. We've also got Andrew Rath in the pit lane. And then we have also got Tom Holbrook in the pit lane as well in second place. Now, Tom Holbrook was not that far behind Harry Petch, but Harry Petch lost a chunk of time behind the Aston Martin of Martin Addison. Did he lose sufficient time so that Tom Holbrook can complete his pit stop and get back out ahead of him? We'll have to wait and see. So we've still got another 7 minutes of the pit window remaining. Other cars that haven't pitted, the BMW 1 Series of Andy Roby hasn't pitted yet, and the only other car that hasn't pitted is the Petch's Ginetta. Into the pit lane does come Andy Roby as soon as I say that, so that brings the BMW 1 Series into the pit lane. Andy, who used to race 3 Series BMWs, then, as I say, did a part season in a Marcos Mantis in the GT Cup Championship. Now he's got this Gemini Cars, which is his company, backed 1 Series to play with. But we've still got Harry Petch out there as the only driver that hasn't pitted as yet. There's no concerns that he hasn't pitted. 6 minutes of the window to go. Why should he if he's the quicker of the 2 drivers before he hands the car over to his father Chris? But leave him in for as long as you possibly can, and that maximises the opportunity for a decent result for them. They finished down in 8th position in yesterday's race because of a problem with the bonnet flapping, which came loose and obscured the view of Chris Petch. So they had to pit and sort that, and they did that just when the pit window was about to open. Did the driver change whilst they were in the pit lane at the same time, so it sort of saved them a little bit of time. And ultimately still finished on the lead lap, but were only just on the lead lap. They were, what, 68 seconds adrift of the race winner in the end. So Martin Addison at the wheel of his Aston Martin. Should be starting to climb a bit more up through the order now that other cars ahead of him have pitted. He's up to 10th place now at the wheel of the number 189 Aston Martin, the man from the northeast. What we do also have is potentially a good fight going on between Oliver Smith and Michael Vituli, who are just coming over the start-finish line any second now. Here they come. E36 being chased by red E46. Race leader Harry Petch bearing down on them, who still hasn't pitted, but in 6th place is the bronze-coloured BMW. The red Beamer of Michael Vituli with a big rear wing on it. The E46 sits there just outside of the top 6 in 7th place at the moment. Now our race leader at this stage is on lap number 17, and Daniel Petters is only on lap number 15, so not surprisingly, Harry Petch has opened up a good advantage, but he is the only car that hasn't pitted as yet. And you think it's a 2-minute stop from pit in to pit out, you lose not quite 2 laps, it's about a lap and a half that you lose. So Daniel Petters has got himself ahead of Tom Holbrook, so that will be important for the Porsche. Is he going to have done enough to have picked up the lead of the race when into the pit lane will come Chris Petch? And there's Michael Vituli, problems for the E46. It's coming to a halt up at the top section of the circuit. So Michael Vituli has ground to a halt on the run out of Rocket Out and up towards Peel. So the E46, not sure what happened there. He's parked the car on the grass on the right-hand side of the circuit, so it's reasonably well out of harm's way. But for poor old Michael Vituli, he was having a good run. That is 6th place gone already, and he's dropping down through the orders. Into the pit lane comes our final pit stopper. So Harry Petch has done the best part of 22 minutes of the 40-minute race, was leading the race, but what we need to do is we need to get the driver change done. Harry Petch giving way to Chris Petch. We need to get this car serviced and get it back out into the race before Daniel Petters comes over the start-finish line to remain on the same lap as it. Well, Daniel Petters for the moment is a couple of laps adrift of it. So where is Petters on circuit? He is heading down through the corkscrew, I would imagine, any second. Yeah, here he comes now, down through the corkscrew, over the start-finish line. This would not be to take the lead of the race. It would be to get himself up onto potentially the same lap as the Petches, which still reside in the pit lane at the moment. So through goes Daniel Petters. That is now 16 laps completed. He heads on to lap number 17. So next time he comes round, can he beat the Ginetta out of the pits, or is the Porsche going to take up the lead? We'll find out, but in the meantime, we're going to head downstairs to Chris Buxton.
Down here in the pit lane, we've got Oscar Trapass, half of the 69 piloting crew. Matt Tipping out there now with it. So first time out in the car, how have we found it so far here at Anglesey?
Yeah, it's all right. Just everything else is a bit faster. Just trying to keep out of the way of everything, really.
So there's been a bit of baptism by fire, because this is quite a tricky circuit to really find your feet with the BMW.
Yeah, it is a little bit, but getting there, it's all fine. Car feels fine, so it's good. Just keep out of the way of that Porsche.
Yeah, it's a bit of a beast, Daniel Petters' Porsche. So is it going to be you and Matt for the rest of the season? How much time are you going to spend in the car this year?
Yeah, we'll probably do a bit more together. Like, I think we'll go to Donington maybe, and then do a few more things elsewhere. See how it goes.
Great stuff. Great to see you. Well done in the car, Oscar Trapass. Also here to hopefully have a chat. We're going to interrupt him. There's a man we've spoken to during the weekend, Mr. Whelan. Good to see you.
Thank you. It was great to drive somebody else's car for a change. You find you're faster in somebody else's car, and I wonder why that would be. You know, the RSR is the engine just rebuilt, and it's going very, very well. But it's like chalk and cheese to the Lotus. The Lotus I can barely fit in, and I need a can opener to take me out, even though a bit thin. But it feels like a microlight aircraft. You know, there's noise and everything vibrates, but it's a good difference.
That's great to see. Thank you very much for your time, David Whelan. Back up to you, Mark, in the commentary box.
Thanks, David. Thanks a lot. It's always good to hear from David Whelan. He's quite hard of hearing, is David now, and he doesn't race with his hearing aids in, because that helps deaden the noise of the race engine. But yeah, the former Army Major, always good to hear from David and that fantastic Irish brogue in which he talks. So what has happened whilst we've been chatting down there in the pit lane? Well, we have now seen the Harry Petch give way to Chris Petch at the wheel of the Ginetta. But over the start-finish line comes Daniel Petters. He is still 13.7 seconds adrift of the Ginetta at this stage. So despite the real hard charge from Daniel Petters from the tail end of the field following that puncture yesterday, he is at the moment going to have to do a huge amount of work in the remaining 15 seconds. Number 136, Mark Smith, runs in third position at the wheel of his BMW. Fourth at the moment is number 61, which is Tom Holbrook. But Tom Holbrook is under enormous pressure from Oliver Smith, who is the leader of the Virren Builders section of the race at the moment. The two E36s running in different parts of the race. Tom Holbrook runs in the new Millennium side of it. The Virren Builders side of it is the bronze car that sits behind. But that is for position. That is for fourth and for fifth places. The teammates, you could argue, both of those BMWs are prepared by Amspeed as they head into the braking area for Rocket. Tom Holbrook runs almost a little bit wide as he heads through the left-hander. From Rocket in, it's to Rocket out. The speeds build again as they accelerate up towards the right-hander at Peel, past the stricken car of Michael Vituli. And then from the highest point of the circuit, they then start to work their way back downhill again through the corkscrew, where they will flick left, flick right, flick left again over the start-finish line and conclude one further lap. Just under 14 minutes of the race to go. Chris Petch leads the way. He is now on lap number 20 at the moment and is lapping about half a second slower than Daniel Petters in the Porsche on that last lap. So the gap is down, but it's only down to 13.4 seconds. You're puffing away, Chris.
Yeah, it's those stairs that get me every single time. So it's not doing me any harm. I need to burn a few calories, to be quite honest. But
I did it all day yesterday and did a 5K run as well.
And you did a 5K run, so I have nothing to say. Absolutely nothing to say to that. Now, number 45 car, you were indeed correct. There was no driver change there. So just Ross Irvin in there. Also, I didn't see a driver change in the number 80 car, the Etheridge BMW. I didn't see the driver change there, so either it didn't happen or I was a little bit distracted. But it's so great talking to Dave Whelan. It's he's such a character to always have a chat to, and yeah, a bit of a difference between the Porsche and the Lotus, as he was saying. And I love the fact that he was highlighting you're always quicker in someone else's car. That's a fantastic point.
Daniel Petters pushing on at the wheel of the Porsche, or is he? No, he's slowing up. He's coming into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say. So he'd done so much hard work, Daniel Petters. Now, we know it was a puncture yesterday, and is that another issue with a puncture or a vibration on the car? But that's 2 retirements out of 2 races for poor old Daniel Petters. Now, they had tweaked the camber on the car because of the problems yesterday. Are they going to look around the back end of the car? They are, yeah, they're having a look around the back end of the car. It does have pit-to-car radio, so the team probably already well aware as to what the problem is, but I'm afraid the hard charge is going to come to nothing.
Double DNF for the Petters Porsche. What a great shame, because wow, was that going well. Starting at the very, very back and up to second before a last tragedy has struck. Yeah, Daniel Petters now out of the car with probably a few words that we wouldn't want to broadcast to be said at this point, as the stream looks at the 61, or briefly looks at the 61 BMW of Tom Holbrook carrying on his merry way. We did see the Ginetta of the Petch family still leading the way, now with a bit more of a gap, as it's now Mark Smith listed in second position. Bear in mind, Mark Smith did have that 20-second penalty to serve, and he's less than that behind the Petch and Petch Ginetta. But gaining that kind of gap in 11 minutes, as quick as Mark Smith is, I think that's going to be a little bit out of his reach.
Yeah, he's about 2 to 3 seconds a lap quicker at the moment, so he could do it, you know. The rate of close might be sufficient, so it's worth keeping an eye on. We've got 11 minutes to go. It was a 1 minute 16.6 from the race leader. It was 1 minute 13.9 from Mark Smith. So the gap comes down to 16.0 seconds from being, 18 plus seconds. So it's going the right way at the moment for Mark Smith. All he can do is keep push. The other good thing that we've got now is Tom Holbrook up to third place as a result of the retirement for Daniel Petters. That's the number 61 black BMW. And now the Virren Builders Open Series leader of this aspect of the race is up to fourth place overall, which is the bronze-coloured E36 M3 of Ollie Smith.
indeed, and what a weekend he's had in that car. He's won a race, and he's doing everything he can to try and overhaul the gap between himself and actually has Holbrook and Smith swapped round, because that is now Tom Holbrook ahead of
Ollie Smith. Yeah, Ollie Smith.
I knew I'd fall for that at some point. And again, all in BMW. That is the BMW I was just referring to. It's not like they're even vaguely the same colour either, so 100% my fault there. There is Mark Smith, still working his way through. What was the difference that time? Just shy of 2 seconds to the favour of Mark Smith. So, yeah, I might have to eat my words there. The Chris Pett Senior, may have to do some defending against the pink-accented BMW.
Yeah, the problem for Daniel Pett, as we gather, was exactly the same problem as yesterday, so potentially still not quite got the rear camber where they need it to be, which has caused the puncture on the Porsche. And as we say, we know that our race leader earlier on, Mark Smith, who is now running second on the road, his old car, which is that Porsche of Daniel Pett, has had exactly the same problem when he first raced it in New Millennium. They couldn't quite get the right rear camber sorted, and yeah, it just wears those tyres too much or causes issues with it. So Chris Pett still leading by 14 seconds. What can the hard-charging number 136 at London District backed BMW of Mark Smith do? We see Mark racing a raft of BMWs over the years, not just this car as well, but he does have a BMW E36 Super Touring car as well that we've seen him compete in the HSCC Super Touring Series in the past on several occasions. Ollie Smith at the wheel of the number 36 BMW, still pushing hard as well to see whether he might be able to catch up with the black machine of Tom Holbrook. Now, last time through, Ollie Smith was the best part of 2 seconds quicker than Tom Holbrook. Had a bit of a shoddy lap, really, at the wheel of the black car. So the fight for third and fourth, not quite there, but there's not much between them, is there? The black car and the bronze car that sits behind. Getting ever closer is Ollie Smith.
Yeah, but Tom Holbrook was a little quicker that time around.
Yeah.
So, like you say, he just had a bad lap that time around. But the difference was pretty much bang on a second in Holbrook's favour that time. But we know how quick Ollie Smith is in that bronze BMW. So we look forward to seeing how he can challenge, or if he can indeed challenge Tom Holbrook. I've got my hands on the desk, and I know when Martin Addison's Aston Martin's coming past us, the whole desk shakes. And again, that's not a criticism, that's just an enjoyment.
Yeah, glorious sound, isn't it? Nice soundtrack to many of the cars out there, whether it be the 6-cylinder engines. Martin Addison's Aston Martin certainly has a unique sound compared to all the rest of them. But for our race leader, it is Chris Pett leading by an ever-reducing amount of time. It came down by only another half a second, but it's down to 13.5. I thought to start with, the rate of close from Mark Smith to the coattails of the Ginetta was going to be sufficient, but changed my mind now. I think Mark Smith is just going to come up short, isn't he? He's going to run out of time, run out of laps before we see the checkered flag.
Chris is no stranger to having to pace himself in that particular car, not down to his talents, just making sure that the car keeps in that optimum kind of temperature and performance range, but make sure that he doesn't just push it that little bit too hard to maintain pace. He's not afraid to just back off a little bit, which some drivers don't like to do. Some drivers don't like to drive at 95%. For some drivers, it kind of invites a mistake, or maybe plays on the mind a little bit. Some people have to push and push, as we just saw Ollie Smith getting rather quickly there, coming out the right-hander, but still pressing on nonetheless. He was just coming out of the banking there, turn 3, in his pursuit of Tom Holbrook, and that gap looks visibly quite a bit bigger than it was last time around. So I think he may well have made a bit of a mistake there coming through turn 3 that we just caught the end of. But yeah, Chris Pett knows that he can just back that off a little bit. He's got a bit of a comfortable gap there to himself and Mark Smith, but of course he doesn't want to invite a mistake and for that gap to instantly disappear.
Yeah, I think the difficulty with Tom Holbrook and Ollie Smith is that one has a good lap, and then the next time they have a bad lap, and therefore it just sort of keeps opening and closing between the pair of them. So Tom Holbrook still pushing on. He is third in the race. He's second in his class. Traffic to deal with will be the BMW 5 Series of Jamie Sturgis as they head down through at the corkscrew this time through. After he's dealt with Jamie Sturgis, there'll be another car to deal with as well, which will be Paul Bolton's ex-PlayStation Academy, RJN built, Bob Neville's company, Nissan. That'll be the next of the cars that he's going to want to try and squeeze his way through and pass. So he's dealt with the Beamer. Ollie Smith that little bit further back, but still leading the Viren Builders Open Series section of the race with now less than 6 minutes of the race to go. And as you can see, traffic just at the road again that they will need to deal with. As for Chris Pett, will lead advantage whittled down again. It's come down a bit more that time through. It's now down from 13.5 up to 11.9 seconds. So in what, 5 laps, it's come down by only 6 seconds.
That's the thing, it's very ebb and flow, isn't it? The pace advantage is still very much with Mark Smith. He has the fastest lap of the race with a 1:12.4, but yeah, I think Chris is just allowing that gap just to be managed. He's got that little bit in hand. Last time around, yeah, slightly quicker again, so 15.7 for Chris Petch last time around. Is it slow Ginetta? No, that's just Ginetta minding his own business. I wondered if that was Ross Irvine bringing that car in, but no, he's still pressing on behind the Whelan and Farrell Lotus Exige. That is pressing on, and there is Mark Smith again, trying his best to close that gap down now. 10.9 seconds between the two. What did it change by last time? About a second, 1.1 seconds last time around. At that rate, it's not going to close enough without some kind of mistake from Chris Petch. And again, Chris will know that, so he can gap that. He can just manage that gap. Whereas Mark Smith, essentially, can just deploy heavy right foot and put everything he's got into the remaining few minutes and however much tyres he has left.
Yeah, scoop everything up you've got, including the kitchen sink, throw it all at it and see what happens. But he has brought it down, from 18 seconds to 10.9 over the course of 6 laps, but with 4 minutes to go, that's only going to be about 3/4 laps remaining, so he's just going to come up short. Won't be for want of trying, but I think it's still going to be around a 5 or 6 second gap, I would imagine, by the end of this race. But we'll have to wait and see, because traffic could still have a pivotal role to play in the outcome of our final race of the day. Over the start-finish line has gone Chris Petch. Here now comes Mark Smith. What was a 10.9 second gap comes down by nearly 2 seconds that time through, so it's down to 9 seconds between the pair of them. It was a 1 minute 16.5, almost a 1 minute 16.6 from Chris Petch, the race leader. It was a 1 minute 14.7 from Mark Smith. So, as I said he needed to do, scoop everything up, including the kitchen sink, and throw it all at it. Looks like he's doing it.
Yeah, it's just qualifying laps now for Mark as he presses on to try and close that gap down. There is the teeth emblazoned Ginetta of the Petch family as he's coming up towards turn 7, coming to rocket in and rocket out. He's got Andrew Roby just ahead of him to have to worry about. And oh no, Ollie Smith not generally wanted to reverse, but he's clearly had a spin. He's taken the safer option.
Turn 1.
Yeah, to reverse rather than just try and power his way back on in an unsafe manner. Oh, that's a great shame. He was challenging Tom Holbrook, but alas, he's pushed that a little bit too hard.
And I think that might mean, has he lost the lead of the Open Series section of the race? Because Dylan Popovic was not too far behind him, so I think that spin has probably cost him the Open Series win, potentially. So through and over the start-finish line goes Chris Petch. The gap was down to 9 seconds first to second, but that's been a much better lap from Chris Petch that time through. The gap still comes down. It comes down to 8 seconds with a couple of minutes to go, so it's not going to work for Mark Smith. Tom Holbrook should be through still in 3rd place. 4th place then, has that changed? Has Dylan Popovic gone through and ahead? Yes, he has. So Dylan Popovic at the wheel of his Ginetta now leads the Viren Builders Open Series section of the race because of the spin for Oliver Smith.
That's a great effort from Dylan Popovic as he was facing the wrong way at the beginning of the race. So he's recovered brilliantly well to come up to 4th overall and leader of the Open Series, as you say. But yeah, it's business as usual up front. Chris Petch just managing the traffic, managing that gap, doing just what he needs to do, not taking any unnecessary risks, not pushing any harder than he absolutely has to. But there is the other Ginetta. Again, a finely turned out machine, growls very nicely as well. Great effort from Dylan Popovic.
Yeah, really impressed with what Dylan Popovic has done in this one. On for a class win, on for a win in the Open Series as well. Not quite a podium, he's just going to finish off the overall podium in 4th position, but Dylan will be massively pleased with that as he turns his way through Rocket now and up towards Rocket Out, the 2nd section of it. Traffic to deal with as well just up the road, which is going to be the Little Lotus of Aidan Farrell. But for Chris Petch, he will be heading on to very shortly the final lap of the race. He is just threading his way for the penultimate time up towards Church. The lead advantage came down again. It was down to 6.5 seconds. Now, that is over the course of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 laps. It's come down by nearly 12 seconds now. Mark Smith is just going to come up short, and as I said a few moments ago, I thought maybe 5, 6 seconds was going to be the gap at the end of the race. Well, we're on the penultimate lap, and it's down to 6.5 seconds, so I'm not going to be far out, I don't think. And we've still got traffic as well, which could have a bit of a role to play over the course of this particular race. So Dylan Popovic just heading up towards Church Corner, sitting there in 4th place in the black and orange Ginetta, still leading the Open Series section of the race. The other Ginetta G50 that we've got in the field is just coming down through the corkscrew and about to start the last lap of the race. So here onto the start-finish line, Andy Roby's BMW potentially to deal with on this last lap of the race. There's just the length of the start-finish straight between first and second, and it's down to 4.9 seconds now from 6.5, but at no point throughout the whole of the charge has Mark Smith taken any more than about 2 seconds out of the race-leading car. So all Chris Petch needs to do is do what he's been doing, drive at the kind of pace that he's been doing. If it's a 1:15, if it's a 1:16, even if it's a 1:17, it doesn't matter. Mark Smith still won't have sufficient in hand to be able to catch, let alone get past. So Chris Petch should know what he needs to do here as he turns his way past School and up towards Rocket for the final time. Onto the brakes he will go. Mark Smith still too far away and is just going to come up short, not for want of trying for Mark Smith, but do remember Mark Smith did stop in the pit lane for 20 seconds additionally to our race leader and potential race winner. So had it not have been for that performance from him yesterday when he claimed the win, he wouldn't have picked up that time penalty, or maybe if he finished second or third it would have been a lessened time penalty and he could then have claimed the win today. But yeah, just goes to show again why the time penalties work. It means that no one single driver can really dominate over the course of either a weekend or a season depending on the series. So checkered flag flies for the final time today. It is the pairing of Chris and Harry Petch that come through to claim the win. Mark Smith in the end was just 3.7 seconds behind. He brought the gap down by nearly 15 seconds over the course of the last 12 or 13 laps. He finishes in second place. We'll await the arrival of Tom Holbrook, who'll just be coming out to the final corner now at the wheel of the black BMW. He will finish in 3rd position. 4th place and hopefully the win in the Open Series. He will go the way of Dylan Popovic, but he has picked up a time penalty somewhere, Dylan Popovic, so he finishes now 4th on the road. But is that sufficient to stay 4th on the road, or are corrected times mean that he's going to drop himself down through the order? And 5th on the road, up to 5th on that final lap, should be Martin Addison, but I think Martin Addison has also been picked off again by Ollie Smith. So I think the Aston Martin maybe had a problem on that final lap. So here now comes Ollie Smith to finish with a time penalty also in 5th position. Martin Addison 6th on the road, but might he be able to do it and overhaul the time penalties are being applied ahead? Popovic 4th, Ollie Smith 5th. Martin Addison in 6th place. Didn't quite do it in the end, and that was a slow lap from the Aston Martin. It was about 4 seconds slower than it had previously done. So Chris Petch waves to the crowd and the marshals. Harry Petch, who did all of the hard work in the early stages, they will go towards victory lane, ready to talk to Chris Buxton after our final race of the weekend here at the Classic Sports Car Club at Anglesey. The Track Road Race, New Millennium Series, the Viren Builders Open Series. They will all pack things away and head to Brands Hatch on the 3rd and the 4th of June, where they will next be racing. But some of the other series in the Classic Sports Car Club are out before that. We see the Tim Tops at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit next weekend, and the Slick Series are supporting British GT at Donington Park in a couple of weeks' time. To confirm the results then, it is Chris and Harry Petch that claim the win, with Mark Smith in 2nd place and Tom Holbrook there in 3rd place. Dylan Popovic claims the win in the Open Series in 4th place, ahead of Ollie Smith in 5th place, Martin Addison in 6th, and then it was Andrew Rath, Andy Roby, Eric Bolton and Jamie Sturgis that wrap up the top 10. It was David Whelan and Aidan Farrell that finished in 11th place, with Ross Irvine in 12th place, and 13th place goes the way of Matthew Tipping and Oscar Trepas. Those were the last of the finishers. Daniel Petters, Micah Vachuli and the pair of Etheridges all running into trouble over the course of what was a great final race here at Anglesey. We have thoroughly enjoyed what has been some great racing action on track. We've still got our final selection of interviews to go. So it's goodbye from me, Mark Werrell, and I'll hand you down for the final time today to Chris Buxton with the drivers.
Down in the winner's circle for the final time of the weekend, it's the number 2, the Petch and Petch Ginetta, or Petch Ginetta, depending on which combination they run. It's Petch Senior that's brought it home. Harry Petch starting the way. As you're ready to go, Harry, we'll have a quick chat with you whilst your dad takes his helmet off. Yeah. What a performance. I mean, starting in 8th, you qualified 7th at the beginning of the weekend, and now it's the top spot.
I know, really happy with that. We got lucky at the start. It's a bit of a spin at the front, so managed to get into like 3rd, and then chasing down the AM speeds, and never been able to get close to him before, but yeah, that was a great race. Really great race. Really enjoyed it. So the new boots. New boots did it for us.
Bright orange boots. Why are they not green? It's you're defying the colour scheme.
Paint the cards.
And
very old boots.
the character, they add character, but you must have been worried about this BMW chasing you down for so long towards the end, or were you not? Or were you not worried about it at all?
I was looking at the corners. I wasn't looking in the mirror as much. I've got to say, but what a difference! We put new tyres on for this. The Yokohamas were so good. They just didn't let go at all. Yesterday we were losing the back all the time, but today was just mint.
A very happy man and very well deserved. Thank you very much, Chris Patch. The Patch Ginetta has really won the day this time around. That's a hell of a sentence to say. Right then, Mr. Smith, let's have a chat with you. Good to see you again, Mark. And well, the pink accented car has done you well again. But
the car flatters me. I think that's what the whole paddock will probably agree on.
well, but the fastest lap belonged to you and did for quite some time. So I'm afraid you can't quite argue that one. Another couple of laps, and could you have had the Ginetta, do you think?
No, I don't know. I actually didn't know who I was chasing in the end because I had the 20-second penalty. So it kind of put me back a bit. But listen, P2 in those circumstances, I'm more than happy. Great car, and I think it's an AM speed 2.3. So,
it is indeed.
Well,
what more can you ask for? A very happy man and great stuff. Thank you very much, Mark Smith. Will go back into his sons and Aaron Maltsmith in the Outspeed squad. We'll make sure that one is in tip-top fashion, along with this one. Tom Holbrook, good to see you again. Oh, wow. You had a fair amount to do, though, to hang on to your spot, didn't you?
Albeit it was 10 minutes longer, but that was a much tougher race, much tougher. I had to work for that. There was a lot of defence at the start. I think we pitted smart, but it was a battle. That one was really tough. Struggling a little bit with the car, not 100% happy with the car, but no excuses. I think first and third, same as yesterday. We'll take it. It was a really good result.
Great. Yeah, I mean, even with a 15-second penalty, you still weren't denied the podium, so you've got to be pleased.
I'd forgotten about that, and I'm glad I got the extra 15 seconds because I came in after only 15 minutes, and I said, guys, this is going to be a long race. so it was good. It's a good result. Very happy.
Great stuff. Well done, Tom Holbrook, for the last podium spot. And that is it here at Anglesey. The racing was fantastic beginning to end, and we bid the beautiful Welsh countryside farewell. Next time out for the Classic Sports Car Club will be Brands Hatch. We very much look forward to seeing you there. Until next time, thank you very much, and goodbye.